I can't believe this day is here. I remember like it was yesterday, our first event last December, and me announcing the June 14th event. At the Ladies Take Control community, we have a mission to have women inspire women to find the courage to do hard things, to realize that resilience is in what we do every single day because we show up and take steps forward, to help women understand that your life is not defined by what has happened to you, but is defined by what you decide to do next. And so here we are, June 14th, the Ladies Take Control community is pouring in to not just 253 women that we had the first go around, but almost over 600 women are attending today's virtual event. Through my podcast, Ladies Take Control, and through this community, we are out on a mission to pour into each and every one of you so that you can be inspired to find the courage, to do the hard thing, to take the risk, and to be developed so that you have that gumption to take the next step. So buckle up. We have incredible women and a few men sprinkled in there to pour into you and to help the Ladies Take Control community realize that mission we've set out to achieve. So I hope you enjoy it. I know I'm going to enjoy listening to every single speaker. So get your pens and paper out because it is time to learn, grow, develop yourself. The Millionaire Maker. She is also known for building superhuman teams, but I'm going to share a little bit about what I see in our next speaker. I have been in her presence a few times now, and I have heard the whisperings around me, people saying, gosh, she changed my life in just one interaction. And I can honestly say, because I have been in her presence, and I am grateful. She sent me a text not too long ago saying she's grateful for being in my circle. And I'm like, no, it's the opposite. It's the other way around. She has changed my life in just a few interactions. So I think that is what the most powerful superhuman power this woman has, is the ability to touch the hearts, minds, and souls of the humans that are around her. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Miss Danelle Delgado. I am so honored to have you here.
Thank you. I am excited. When you first sent me the title, I was like, I'm in. Yes, right? Anything, right? What I would have given to have this 15 years ago when I didn't know who I was, when I didn't know what I was capable of, right? Somebody show me how to empower myself. So I love that you're doing this. I love the movement you're creating. I'm in. Let's do it.
I love it. Let's do it. Okay, so let's dive right in. Why don't we tell everyone, every woman, and there are a few gents on here as well. Let's tell them a little bit about Danelle, because you just mentioned 15 years ago you didn't really know who you were. So let's go back to the beginning.
Right. I think, I grew up trying to follow rules and then also trying to avoid them, right? I was always trying to make people happy, serve them, do what was needed, but I was always drawn to, I feel like there's a better way. I feel like there's a more fun way. I feel like there's a way we could all work together, right? I was always this opportunist, if you will. And I followed the rules for a really long time. Until it left me a little beaten up, a little broken down. And I realized I need to follow the rules that I agree with. And I need to build new rules for the things that I don't. And that happened after divorce and 3 tiny children and cancer on repeat and building businesses and a million jobs and just saying, this is not what it is meant to be a mom, to be a human, right? I had people question me working and being a mom. I had people give me terrible advice, like, why don't you just marry up? It'd be so much easier. I was like, that's a brave statement to say to one that has a mouth like me. Right. But I had all these things that kind of dented me in the beginning, that I was like, am I doing it wrong? Should I not be working? Should I just be raising my children? Or should I raise them to be lethal warriors and championing themselves? And that's what I have to do. So when you get thrown a lot of things to overcome, you really find out what you're going to need for the rest of your life. And it's really to help others. You're going to need to share that story. You're going to need to use it to get to the next mountain you're climbing. And so I'm super grateful for just being punched in the face 1,900 times and rising up, much like most people are, right? We just don't always know in the middle of it that it's meant to be our stepping stone.
Yeah, I've been punched in the face a few times, and definitely I have the same mindset. I've never once, not one obstacle that has thrown me aside or, taken me off course have I ever regretted, because I've
Right.
always come out the other side stronger, better, more fierce.
Right.
And it really are, those obstacles are we should be grateful, like you said, like we should be grateful for those things because it helps us.
Right. Right. And it's funny, I've seen it in my life several times when we have these experiences and we think they're beating us up, what they're doing is helping us learn the lesson so it doesn't repeat again later, where if it would have happened later, it could have crushed us, right? But you could see it coming. You're like, oh, I know what this is. That's a no for me, right? But it is. I think we all have our unique stories. It's like we fall in love with the internet and these underdog stories. But what I really believe is we all have an underdog story. We are one. And that's why we relate to other people who have it, because we're usually fighting one of our own at different phases of our life, right?
Yeah.
Every level, new devil. So, you're fighting something, you're an underdog every single day, but it's when you decide to not be the underdog that you see you're supposed to be the champion, the winner, the leader, the one who does it on repeat and helps other people, that the breakthrough actually happens, right? Stop looking for the underdog piece and start looking for, oh, I'm a champion. I constantly win. I beat everything, right?
Yeah. That mindset's really hard though.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is so hard.
Yeah. It only comes built daily, right? I think, if I could shake the world and have them do one thing, that is what I learned is, get them to be quiet for a minute, be great or be quiet. I think we talk about our problems way too much. And I think people love to be of help. So they allow people to talk about their problems so much. When my team or my kids or anyone, I became a hardcore, I'll only have conversations about solutions type human. In the beginning, they called me lots of bad words because I did that. But in the end, I was the person people would come and talk with solutions about. I'd say, okay, you got a problem. Bring me 3 solutions. We're going to discuss which one I think is the best. I'm going to give you the best advice I can. And if I need to, I'm going to reach out to my other resources and bring in some other solutionists too. So imagine how your life would change every single day if you just talked about solutions, right? Like whatever happened when you talk about the thing that was hard or the thing from your past or the thing, right? I've had people give me offers for books and movies and things because they wanted to tell the story of my life. And I said, no, I'm not concerned with my past. I'm concerned with helping people move forward. So if we want to do one on that, I'm happy to do that. Yeah, but your story inspires, but I'm not into staying in the dump. Does that make sense? I left there. So I think people need to start talking about only what they want, only where they're headed. And if you do that daily, 30 days from now, you'll be in a drastically different position than you are right now. Drastically. Like what happens good from girls' night that are tempted to like talk bad about things or laugh around things? I know they can be fun. I'm like, what if you just talked about everything you wanted, what you were going to do, where you were going to travel, where you were going to go? You leave there and you'd be on fire to go do it. So it's not only what you can add to your life daily, but what you can eliminate.
So how would you suggest it for everyone that is, watching and they're like, yeah, I get this. I hear it all the time because, we hear it constantly, at least in my social feed. And maybe that's because I'm choosing what I'm curating my feed to nothing but positivity and mindset and the secret and all the things that are going to help me live the life that I know I'm destined to live. But what is the first step for the women that maybe don't have that on their feed and are struggling and are down in the dumps and can't see the light at the end of the tunnel? How does one take that leap?
Right. So I got this question all the time in the beginning. And so I did make a book about it. I'm not selling the book. You can buy it if you want, or you can write it on a piece of paper. I really do not care. But the book is called I Choose Joy. And what this was the 4 principles that will transform your life. Start them today, do it every single day. It's 365 days. And it's the 4 steps that I learned to live that helped me overcome cancer, helped me overcome divorce, helped me overcome being completely alone in this world and having to provide for my kids. And I was so scared, right? I was so scared. And so I believe these 4 principles, not only scientifically do they transform the brain to move you forward, but they help you see opportunity you'd miss if you're not looking. So the first thing is gratitude. It's the simplest thing. It's so easy to do. Most people won't do it, but 10 things you're grateful for every single day. You're going to do it for 10 days. On day 11, you're going to forget. And I'm going to say, there's pattern number 1 that you have to fix. If you can't do something daily, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've got a challenge. Most people, when I ask them what's holding them back, they'll tell me an answer. It's doubt, it's fears, it's other people's opinions, it's self-sabotage. They have an answer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say, great, how long has that been here? And they'll be like, well, as long as I can remember, forever. I was like, great, you want to keep it or you want to move beyond that? 4 steps. Show me 365 days of this. You show me 60 days of this. I'll show you a different life, right? So gratitude, 10 things every single day. It's programming your brain to see gratitude in hard things, to see opportunity in challenges, to see the good in others and life when it's hard to see. The first day of gratitude was the day I found out I had cancer. I was given a journal and they said, write down 10 things you're grateful for. And I was like, I am not grateful. How could I be grateful today? Right? I don't know that I'm going to get more time with my kids. I don't know that I'm going to make it. I'm grateful. And I started writing and it was like, I'm so grateful that I got to raise my children to see me champion this, right? I am so grateful. I started writing gratitude and I was like, wait, I'm completely grateful. This day where I'm not sure if I'm going to make it, the deepest thing I am is look what I got. I got this many years. I got this many, and it totally transformed how I was going to go after this, right? So I always say in the worst, hardest position of my life, gratitude brings me out of a pit. Every single time. On the horrible days, I write 100 gratitudes. I have a vase, I keep them in, and there's a lot of them, right? After 100 gratitudes, there is no way you'll lose any day, right? So that's 1. Number 2 is growth. Learning at some way 30 minutes to an hour every single day. I just wake up, start brushing my teeth, have an Audible on, have a podcast, have something. Get information, new information, something you care about that you're learning every single day, right? Every single day. And then you take one takeaway from something you learned every single day. You write it down. You say, I'm going to apply this. Just one. That's all you need. So if you're learning one thing every day, your brain's always looking for the way, not for the walls, right? That's 2. 3 is goals. You have to write down your goals every single day. I teach a rhythm for how to do that inside the journal, but you have to be focused on something specific. Not I want to be better, not I want to improve, not I want to think nicer or higher. Like it has to be specific. I want to go 30 days only speaking life over myself, my body, my physical, mental, emotional appearance, right? Whatever it is. I want to speak not one word of weakness or hurt towards another for the next 30 days, right? That's a specific goal, right? I want to gain this much muscle, go to the gym every single, sweat daily, right? That's a goal. So you write it down every single day. You're going to see ways to perform it. You're going to see ways that will tempt you to not. You're going to see what to eliminate, right? So goals is a big thing. And the last thing is grace. This wasn't a part of the first journal. It is a part of the second. It's something I learned that I needed was I just say grace is forgiveness that's undeserved. It's things you have to let go of every single day. People seem to go through this life with bags of burden on their shoulders. So and so did this to me. I lost this opportunity.
Yeah.
This is why it's harder. I was mistreated. Yeah, okay. When you learn, or how you treat yourself. I'm so hard on myself. I should have done more, right? And I go, listen, let it go every single day. The only way to win tomorrow is to let go of what didn't go well today. But I write it down. I give it attention. I give it note. It takes 7 seconds and it's gone. I think people spend 24 hours pouting and they're frustrated and they're so offended. This rule of grace made me an unoffendable human, where I started seeing where others might be challenged and how to really be human who just says, hey, it's just one day. Tomorrow I get another shot. I could have died 17 times already and I'm here. So this is the gift. So those 4 things, I call them the 4 G's: gratitude, growth, goals, and grace. And that's where people start. When they can do that repeatedly, you will see someone go from underdog to champion. They'll decide, okay, I'd like to be a participant in winning rather than a participant in pain.
Yeah. How long does one expect to have to do this in order to see that shift? Because it sounds great. Okay. And you talked about the habits, but you do it and then you get discouraged. And how long does it really take to make that mental shift?
Everyone's different. I will say this. I will say some people have done 10 years of growth and they were just ready for this tool and it starts immediately. Some people have never done anything like this, but anyone who has done it for 90 days or more, I've seen radical change in their life. It's a pattern of believing every single day. And if you look at how the brain works, right, it's a little bit boring, but thoughts come into the brainstem. First they're felt, then they're facted. Most people feel their thoughts and then they roll around in them. The journal gets them right to facts. Here's the facts. I'm grateful for this. Here's my next goal. This is where I'm moving forward. Here's what I'm learning today. And here's what I need to let go of so I can learn tomorrow. So it moves you straight into facts and you stop trying to feel your way through life. You fact your way through life and the feelings get to be good. And so if you do that every 90 days, your brain can only revert that far back when you're starting something new. So you have to have 90 days of winning. The next goal you set, you're going to set it with a winning mentality as opposed to a losing one.
Yeah, that's how I start my kids' days. They kind of roll their eyes at me. We're driving to school, and even this morning, I'm like, "So, what are you looking forward to?" And they're like, "I don't know." And I'm like, "No, that's unacceptable. What are we looking forward to?" And recess, hockey, tennis. I'm like, "Okay, great." I'm like, "What are we grateful for? Give me 5 things."
Yes.
Well, recess, hockey, 10. I'm like, no, give me 5 more. Come on, you've got this. But I talk to my kids like this because it's important to see the good, because our mind plays tricks on us. At least I'm learning that, right? It is really, we are what we think.
Yeah. What's crazy is, so my kids have done this too with me. We had years where they rolled their eyes. We had years where they absolutely loved it and we laughed and cried. Now it is a staple in our life. My kids are 16, 16, and 17. And they do it every day. We did 5 on the way to school, 5 home. Now they all drive themselves. But they actually just published their own version for youth of the book for all, because they wanted to share this in a way that kids would understand. So we'll get you one as well. Or
yes,
you need. So the rhythm of I Choose Joy was how I became a champion instead of an underdog, right? And it was, I could choose a lot of things today, but I'm going to choose joy. I'm going to choose happiness. I'm going to choose that I am a ray of sunshine, right? I'm going to choose whatever it, right? Because I just wasn't willing to choose death. Not any day. If I didn't know how long I was going to live, I was going to live it like this, right? So I Choose Joy became a rhythm that people all over the world would text me about. There's not a day I don't get tagged in somebody doing this journal somewhere around the world that I don't even know. And they're like, thank you. I chose joy today, right? So the kids wanted a statement and a rhythm. They made it a little bit, they still do 10 gratitudes, not 5, right? They're like, why would we did 10. Why would we teach people to do less? They have a very powerful statement. So they explain why they do. Each of our kids took a section. There's 4 of them, right? So they each took a section that they mastered the most. and explained it to kids, but they wanted this statement where if kids were being bullied or upset or losing in a sport or having a hard time at school, or just any challenges mentally, personally, how they thought about themselves, they wanted a statement like I choose joy to remind them none of this is going to matter later in life, just move forward, right? And so they named the book I'm Going Places. And so these kids are moving through life and they go, just remember today, I'm going places. Have gratitude. Okay, I'm going places, right? You missed getting on the team, but I'm going places. And they needed a mantra to win. And I think I Choose Joy was our family legacy and how we really overcame. And we hope that this gets to be one for the next generation. And so it matters, right? Our moves matter to everyone around us. It also made them hold me accountable because some days they look at me and they're like, "Are you choosing joy today?"
You gotta love when your kids parent the parent, right?
Little accountability angels. Yes, I am. But that's what we need too.
Oh, 100% we do, because we're only human, right? We're imperfect beings that do need to be held accountable, and we do go through ups and downs, and nothing is, kumbaya all the time. Although we can choose it to be, like you said, as long as we can revert back to choosing joy. So these women that are on, we probably have some entrepreneurs on here. We have women that work in corporations. We have some stay-at-home moms. We have, all walks of life. But we're all, money makes the world go round, and you have been coined the millionaire makers. So how does I Choose Joy equate to dollars and cents so you can buy as many shoes as you want?
Right. And I do love a good pair of shoes.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's funny is, as I was starting to build all of these strategies, it's the same thing in all areas of life, right? If you want to become more fit or you want to lose weight, there's a system to do it. It's very simple, right? If you want to build a business, there's a system to do it. But I knew that I'd given the system to so many people. Why weren't they activating it? It worked for me. And what I learned is this step one of I Choose Joy and building your life on a foundation of solid truth is the only way you can actually ever implement anything. So we have corporations who use, engage training to help their employees become better executors, right? Once they have this foundation, I tell people you got to fill all the cracks in your life, all the mental outlets, right? When you fix this with the foundation of I Choose Joy, these 4 things will solidify your brain that you could build anything with it. You can get the dream relationship. You can build the fit body. You can implement a new tool at work and get the raise. You can do all of these things. But I learned that strategies alone without mental performance capability, you'll lose. And so it was step one. So even these big giant CEOs that I work with bring me in for millions of dollars, right? I'm like, that's great. You want to work that strategy. We're going to start with this book. They're like, this is dumb. And then they're like, oh no, this is exposing every area that I needed to adjust. And so it's the foundation of our brain that's just been beat up a little bit through life and experiences, that if we can build a foundation that tells the truth, and that we commit to doing every single day, you can do that with every area of your life. So it really is a foundational element of making however much you want and having whatever you want.
Yeah, maybe this is the next question I'm about to ask you is kind of a selfish one, because I'm sort of at that point where I'm 7 months out of one of the worst and best experiences of my life, because it's made me who I am, and I'm so grateful for it. I am so grateful that I got to be put to the test and I got to choose to rise, regardless of what was thrown my way. But okay, so I'm 7 months out. I've done at least 90 solid days of mental toughness, fixing my thought process, not just to choose joy, not just gratitude, but the way I speak to myself, so on and so forth. How long does it take to build that million? How long does it take to get that first big win and take that foundation and actually activate it if you are working at it every single day?
Yeah, what's funny is I always say you can change your life in 90 days if you work it, right? If you really get over your own BS, you can absolutely make a decision and change everything is in 30 days and in 60 days. It depends how long you've been doing the process, but
Yeah.
or when you decide to fully commit.
Mm.
I have a couple of systems that does it, but the problem is I think is most people go, how do I go from 0 to 1,000,000? And I go,
Yeah.
no, how do you go from 0 to 10K? Then how do you go from 10K to 100? Then how do you go from 100 to 250, 250 to 5 to 1,000,000? Once you get to 1,000,000, great. How do we do 1,000,000 in a quarter? How do we do 1,000,000 in a day? Right? Life is at scale. And I think people dream so big, they can disappoint themselves. All I did was say, hey, if I've got 30 days, what could I deliver that would blow my own mind? And this is where I teach people about the 30-day difference. If you can pick one area of your life that you go to make an exception in every 30 days, people start to recognize, oh, what's going on with your health? Oh my gosh, wow, you have just been on fire doing this. You've been on social media, right? Whatever area it is. I said, I've just been on a journey that every 30 days I wanted to be unignorable in an area of my life, and people started noticing change. And so when you commit short term, you'll do better long term. So what's as far as you can think today? Finish that.
Yes.
And your mind will start the next thing knowing you could win. And then you're going to have another win. I call it win on repeat, and win and win. And then you'll actually start setting goals and investing in yourself in a way that you're like, well, I did it all for 90 days. I hit a finish line. Now I can invest in myself because I know I'm going to activate whatever I learned.
Yes.
Does that make sense? So it's kind of it's like a game of chess. Am I going to do what I said I was going to do or not? When I prove that I can, I'll invest in myself and bet on it.
I say this all the time, and when I work with corporations on the customer experience, disappointment is expectations not met. So what I'm hearing out of what you just said is to set expectations so that you do win, and that you do want to repeat that because you feel like a champion and you're not disappointing yourself. Because I would assume that when you don't reach that goal, it's really hard to get back on that horse.
Yeah, and I just tell people they have to go until they finish, right? I said, okay, let's say you set a 90-day goal and you're not done yet. If it takes 120, don't you dare hit the brakes until you cross that finish line, because your brain's going to either call you a loser or call you a winner the next step, right? So no matter what you do, you want it done faster, get moving. You want it done slower, it's going to be painful, right? It's like the ripping the Band-Aid off. But I always help people set goals, not shoot for the moon, but I go, what would change your life right now? What would help you see a different perspective? Great, then let's write a plan for that. And in 30 days, when I help them believe because they've crossed a finish line they didn't know they could, then they actually tell me the real goals that they want to hit. They're like, okay, I'm more capable than that. You know, I think too long we've all had people around us or experiences around us that confused what we were meant to do. But in our hearts and souls, and when we're surrounded with other people like that, we remember, we know. I drew out myself standing on a stadium, and it was just like a silhouette in a stadium full of people years before it actually happened. And then I stood there and I was like, oh, I knew this. And it was before I even started speaking. I was like so shy. So like deep down, we know how our story's supposed to go. I firmly believe it. Not being fluffy. It's like gangster.
Yeah.
We know. And it's getting all the other things, moments, and experience out of the way. So that would be the only thing we would execute on.
So I have that exact same photo taped to my wall that I drew. I have the exact same thing. But yeah, it's so true. And you have to get all that other stuff out of the way so you can actually realize what your destiny is, which requires focus. So that will be my last question I'm going to ask, because yes, 30 days. Yes, I get it. It's a mindset shift. But we look at the social media. We look at, the white picket fence syndrome, or the imposter syndrome that's out there, especially for women. You're constantly bombarded with all the things that tell you someone else is doing it better, or I'm not pretty enough, or I'm not good enough, or I'm not capable. You have all these doubts that are flying at you, not even from you. It's not coming from you. It's coming from an outside source. How does one stay focused and shut out all of the distractions so that you can achieve what you want to achieve.
Yeah. I'm just going to tell you a personal story for how it happened. But I was going through radiation treatments. They were horrible. I felt like I was like breathing fire, like I was a dragon. I was laying on the floor in a tile bathroom, and I got up and I looked in the mirror and I saw a different look in my face, like it was defeated, right? Like I was going to lose the battle. It was really, really scary. And I remember looking in the mirror and say, you're in danger of never recovering. You're in danger of leaving your kids. You're in danger of leaving this dream that you've had your whole life to matter aside at 33 years old. Like it could all be over, right? That's what I was feeling. And it scared me so much. I went to play Google Roulette. I'm just going to Google some things, right? See if something on the internet, like I remember people being like, there's an owl near you. Google what it means to you. Okay. We look for signs. Okay. We're meaning machines. And I Googled, who am I? Right. And the first thing that popped up was, well, what does your name mean? And I was like, oh, what does my name mean? Danelle. Everybody misspells it. They think it's Danielle. They mispronounce it. I Googled Danelle. And it gave me a meaning that I'd never known my whole life. And it said, only God is my judge. And I was like it kind of took the wind out of me.
It just took the wind out of me.
Yeah. And I took a deep breath and I said, all right, if that's the truth, I only have to make one person proud, right? And it's where I tell most people, I go, they set their standards based on their neighbors, what they see on the internet, what they see as possible. And I tell people, you got to set your standards to impress your God, not your neighbor. And that's what I did. And so I started saying, okay, my level is impressive as far as I can think. This is what I can do. This is how far, right? And I built and I started doing all these amazing things. And I was like, oh my gosh, all those things that people had said, they're actually not true. There's no facts. I just disproved them. I disproved my doubts every single day, and it became great. And there would still be fleeting moments of doubt in there, right? Over the last couple of years. And I'd meet my heroes. I met one of my heroes who was an amazing champion, trained incredible people all over the world who everyone would know. I won't say too much. But he always took this liking to me to empower me. And he was kind of like that same thing that I found out my name. And so if you work really hard, you'll impress the right people. Your standards will be noticed and they will honor you. And this was kind of that human. I was getting ready to do a big, huge speaking event at the Academy Awards. And I was super nervous. Like, what am I doing here with all these famous people? This is a rented dress. I have no idea what I'm doing, right? I was like so out of my element. And he sent me a message he goes, today they need to only remember your name. And he was like, get up there and do what you're capable of. And I was like, my name, only God is my judge. I could do this, right? And I texted him back and I said, why are you so nice to me? And he said, I'm just giving you back what somebody took. It wasn't theirs to take. And I was like, how many people and things in life took our spark, our moment, ourselves, and we just lived with it. And we said, oh, this is who I am. And so I go on being a different version of myself. And I will tell you, if you want sheer focus, understand nobody gets to take anything from you. They're giving to you, good or bad. It gave you a reason to rise. And you have to raise your standards to a level that impresses whoever's the most important to you and something that you will stand on and not quit on.
Speechless.
I don't know why I was so blessed with the right people in the right moments and the right Google predictive text. But I will tell you, we all have a story that's waiting to unfold. And we do things like this. We're brave like you and send me a text and say, hey, would you do this? And I say, yes, right? It's moments like this that change other people's lives forever. I was the person who was just watching one of these that somebody spoke and I was like, that could be me. And lo and behold, it was. And so I think it's time for all of the ladies to go from underdog to champion, raise their standards, live it well, and create.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm wow.
I hope you give it back. Whatever's been taken from you, take it back and get to work.
Get to work.
Life. Yes. Thank you, Katie, for having me so much.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Danelle, so much for being on, and I'm so glad I was brave enough to ask because, as I said at the beginning in your introduction, not only have I heard that you have changed the lives of many, you have changed my life too. So thank you for impressing your incredible aura and energy on every single person that you come in contact with, because you are changing the world. So thank you so much for being you, and thank you for being on, and this is such an honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all your work in the world. You're going to be so blessed. I love this. I can't wait to see what you do this year. I'm going to be blown away. And everybody who's here, connect with me. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Katie. Thank you guys on the whole event. I can't wait to see it all.
Thank you. I have one of my favorite women on planet Earth here with me, and I don't even think she knows, and her name is Lisa. I'll introduce her in a second, but I don't even think Lisa knows how much of an impact she has made in my world. I first met Lisa at Celebrity Cruises as I was helping design a guest experience many, many years ago. It feels like a lifetime ago. And I just watched the way she led her team. I watched the way she promoted and lifted up women. And I was so honored to be part of the opening of the Edge, the first Edge class ship. And that opening ceremony, I just watched how she inspired a room, and how, the women and the men they just wanted to do good because she was her leader. And I was one of those people that sat in the audience and wanted to make her proud. And so, Lisa, I am so excited to have you here on Ladies Take Control, the Power of Her event. And I have to tell you, I have a list of 300 things I want to achieve in my life.
Oh, wow.
And on that list is to have Lisa, and I literally wrote it, Lisa Lutoff Perlo will speak at the Ladies Take Control event. So you have made a dream of mine come true, and I'm so excited for you to share your wealth of knowledge with all the women, and we have a few gents on here too, about how you've pivoted in your career, how you've, in the cruising industry, I mean, it's very male dominated, how you've been able to break those glass ceilings and continue to rise and help women rise. And I know we're going to talk about your book, Making Waves, which, that is what you do. You make waves everywhere you go. So everyone, I'd like to welcome to the virtual stage, as I said, one of my most favorite women on planet Earth, Lisa Lutoff Perlo.
Wow, Katie, I don't even know what to say after that. I remember the day we met, and I remember how much energy you had, how much enthusiasm you had, how much positivity you had, how great you were at what you did. And it was always such a pleasure to not only work with you, but be around you, because you just exude that and radiate that. And I think that has a lot to do with us being able to take control and take charge, right? It's that positivity that we choose to embrace versus some of the negativity that can come at us in any way on any day. So right back at you, my friend. And you gave me goosebumps, and you made me tear up a little when you were saying all those amazing things. So I am honored to fulfill one of your 300 things that you wanted to accomplish.
Well, it is a blessing, and not just for me, but for every woman that is going to sit here and learn from you, because I mean, I've had you up close and personal, and I was able to watch you for a few years. And so this is such a treat. Let's talk about, you've made a huge transition, actually maybe two big transitions in the last couple of years. And one of them leading to this book that you've written, Making Waves. And let's talk a little bit about why you've made these transitions, what have pushed you there. And of course, I mean, what's your book all about? I mean, I know what it is, but let's talk to everybody else about what it's about.
Well, okay, let's start with the book, because there was a lot to unpack there, but let's start with the book. So yeah, I wrote the book because I remember being on stage one day when with two other people. One was Captain Kate, and one was the newly appointed CEO of the company. And someone in the audience asked all of us, what is the thing that you value most? or enjoy the most about being a leader, because we're all leaders. Captain Kate was the leader of our ship, Jason was the leader of our company, and I was the leader of Celebrity. And they got to me last, and my answer is very simple, and I don't stray from it, and it is making a difference. Every day of my life, I try to make a difference, whether it's for my family, my brand, my company, my employees, our crew, or the community at large. I always want to make a difference. And I guess the book goes into the community at large category of trying to make a difference, because there were many people that I encountered on my journey, like yourself, who told me I needed to write a book for a lot of different reasons. What I was able to accomplish in this male-dominated industry, as you described, and also how I led. And I think it's important to note that we're all a work in progress. I'm a work in progress still today.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're a work in progress. I know all of our listeners are a work in progress. And as I continue my journey of being a work in progress, which is still going on today, I've learned so many things along the way that I was hoping could be helpful to other people that are navigating their own journeys. And pardon that terrible cruise pun, but it's kind of true, right? We're navigating our personal journey. We're navigating a professional journey. And I wanted to give back a little and share the lessons that I had. And I wanted people to know I rose from the bottom to the top. And a lot of people write books, and they're very leadership books. They're prescriptive. They're based on research. Mine is not prescriptive. Mine is based on real life, and it's messy, and it was hard. And I had to pick myself up and dust myself off so many times. And I wanted people to know that, because some people look at, someone who's a president and CEO and they don't even, they disregard it, and they think, I can't do that. Something great happened for her, that, she got lucky. And maybe I did. Luck has a lot to do with it. But at the end of the day, it was hard work. It was a lot of stops and starts. It was a lot of rejection. It was quite a few failures, but in the end, it all worked out. And I just wanted to share that story in the hope that it would help people.
I feel that, because, I often stay, and I was keynoting last night, and with a group of 100 women, and we talk about resilience, and a lot of times, resilience is taking a look at that CEO or at that person who's on these massive stadium stages, and they have the, rags to riches stories. And we look at that and say, that's resilience. And so, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing big things. And the reality is, resilience is every single day. It's dusting off your knees. It's, the choice to keep moving forward, regardless of your circumstances. And if you do that enough, and you work really hard, and you show up in excellence, that big moment does come eventually. You just can't give up along the way.
No, it's building blocks, right? We're building our blocks all along the way, and it's one example of resilience at a time, and it's one situation at a time. But people used to ask me all the time, what's your favorite space or room on the ship? And my answer again was always the same, and I don't stray from it. It's the sum of the parts, and because it's the sum of the parts that made it so magical. It's the sum of the parts that made it so wonderful. If one thing was missing, it probably wouldn't be as good. And I think that about our lives and about our careers. If, it's the sum of the parts. It's the good times, it's the bad times, it's the successes, it's the failures, it's the tragedy, it's the sadness, it's the joy. It's all of these things that come together to make us who we are and make us want to wake up and, live to fight another day. And I know we all go through different situations in our lives, but no one should think, looking at someone, let's say like me as a president and CEO, or now doing my really cool World Cup thing that I'm sure we'll talk about, should ever say, she didn't overcome a lot of things as she was making her way there. And those things I carry with me, they're part of who I am. But, I learned how to deal with them one day at a time.
Well, you say, just like you said, it's part of who you are. It's the sum of your parts, right? It's the sum of what makes you up, all those challenges. And so for the ladies listening, I like to say that what has happened to you, your missteps, your failures, and you know what? Even your successes, they don't define you. What defines you is what you choose to do next. You know, we can't always control the hand of cards we're dealt. We can't control every obstacle that's thrown in our way, but we sure as heck can control how we play that hand of cards. And that finding purpose in what we can control really helps make taking those steps and making those steps forward in order to, and I love the name of your book, but make waves in your own life. Because unfortunately or fortunately, the loud ones, the ones that crash and show up loudly and tall and proud, are the ones that get noticed because they don't ever give up. And so I'm so aligned with everything you're saying. And of course I am, because I've learned from you. So I am completely aligned.
You've not only learned from me, from me, Katie, you've learned from so many, including yourself. But I have this little thing on my phone. I know you can't read it or people can't see it, but my sister and her husband and my nephew took a little, road trip in Florida, and they went to this, I have to put my glasses on so I can read it. They went to this little place called Weeki Wachee Springs. I'm like, where the heck is Weeki Wachee? Only in Florida can you find a Weeki Wachee Springs. But anyway, it's a town, I guess, that has mermaids. I don't know. I guess that's kind of what they're known for. But she found this little sticker that I now have on my phone case, and it says, "Strong women make waves."
Oh.
How perfect for me, right? And how perfect for all of us. But that's true. That's what strong women do. And that was why I just felt that title for my book was so appropriate, because I always tried to make waves, and I tried to do things that were different. I tried to do them in a different way. I tried to focus on things that maybe other people weren't focusing on, again, to make a difference. And in order to make a difference, you have to make a few waves.
I love that. So I know I gave you a loaded question at the beginning of our conversation. You've made some transitions recently. Part of that was the book, and part of it was, stepping down, making a transition within, the Royal Caribbean family. And now we're going to get to the FIFA, the really cool and exciting and different thing that you're doing right now. But what made you make that move, make that new wave, that new splash, that change? And why did you make that move? And for any women out there that might be thinking, or making a move, might be too afraid, what piece of counsel can you give them?
Well, the subtitle of Making Waves is A Woman's Rise to the Top, Using Smarts, Heart, and Courage. And throughout the book, I talk about all my different lessons, and interwoven into every one of those lessons is probably a little bit of smarts, a little bit of heart, and sometimes a lot of heart. But in the end, I think it's mostly courage, because as I have to think about them, and as I was winding down the book and trying to wrap it up into 3 big ideas that I believe are really important in life and in our career, I think it's smarts, heart, and courage. But courage is always at the top of the list, because it takes so much courage to do anything, especially be a leader, especially lead 20,000 people, especially make it through COVID. And I really tapped into my courage when I made the decision after 39 years to step away from this brand company that I was in, and a job that I loved and a crew that I loved. But I knew that it was time. And you know how we all have situations in our lives where we think about doing something for like a long time? For me, it was probably 2 or 3 years. But one day you just wake up and have the courage to say, today's the day I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. And I actually had to rewrite chapter 10, because when I finished it, when I finished the book, when I thought it was quote unquote a wrap, I didn't plan to step down. But when just before I had to submit it to the publisher, I went in and rewrote chapter 10, the end of chapter 10. And the end of chapter 10 really is all about courage. And then I end it with the ultimate act of courage, which was to step down from a role that I loved. And a lot of things went into that decision. I got the brand back to where it needed to be. It was going strong. We were shut down for well over a year, 15 months or so during COVID. it was a terribly stressful time for me professionally. And I lost my sister this at the same time to
Oh my
COVID,
God.
to cancer. And that's, chapter 1, sailing through the storm. And I remember thinking so many days during the time she was so sick and we were shut down that, I wanted to just stop. I wanted to give up. I didn't want to do this anymore. It was like, what am I doing this for? Who knows if we're ever going to start back up? My sister's, has this, terrible terminal disease, and, just give it up, Lisa, walk away. And there were so many emotions going on at the time, but I decided I couldn't, because I couldn't leave the brand and my team in that situation. I needed to see it through. I needed to get them back to glory. I needed to get them back to glory. But when they finally were, and when it was time to finish the book, I decided this is it. I'm going to be done. So again, I made that tough and courageous decision to finally do it. But once you do that, it's liberating, isn't it? Right? Once we make any decision, then you have that weight. You don't have to worry about it every day anymore, because you finally have clarity and you've made the decision. And then I knew I had to launch my book, and then that was a big deal for me. Again, another thing in my life I never thought I would do. And I had this transitionary role for a year, from president and CEO of Celebrity to vice chairman of external affairs in the company. And it was a really nice opportunity for me to think about what, if anything, I wanted to do. And I was really leaning toward get my book launched, finish my year, and just put my feet up and just like breathe.
Not you. You don't do that.
And then one day on this little phone, I got a text from someone who said, do you have 5 minutes? And of course, that 5 minutes led to me now being the CEO of the FIFA 2026 Miami World Cup host committee. So I'll be running the 7 matches for the FIFA Men's World Cup in 2026 here in Miami. And oh my God, it's full time, total stress. It's 2 years, but it'll be here before you know it. But I thought I had one more thing in me left and a little more gas in the tank. It's a 2-year gig, so I'm sure I'll be fine.
Oh my gosh, you're going to be more than fine. And of course you didn't just put your feet up. I don't think you'll ever put your feet up. I don't think, because you care about the community at large, you were going to do something, some way to help better every person in your path. I mean, I don't think you'll ever give up. I'm going to have you on in 2 years, and I'll have you speak this. I'm going to scratch out the 300 saying on my virtual, and I'm going to have you on my real stage. And I'm going to say, okay, so what's next for Lisa? Because there will be something next, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There might be. I'll just, again, take it one day at a time and one courageous move at a time. This was, I'm busier now than I ever have been. But for the first time, I've been with my husband since 1983, 41 years. No. Yeah, not married the whole time, but with him since 1983. He's never complained that I've been too busy. I've got too many phone calls. I'm working too hard until now. I think he kind of thought I would, because he's always been so great. I think at this particular stage, he kind of thought he knew I could never not do anything, but I think he was hoping I might do a little less. But he's after 41 years, he should kind of get me, right?
Right. Well, let's break down courage a little more, because courage is doing something in the wake of fear, right? It's not being fearless; it's doing it when you're scared. Do you have any advice for women that are like, I'm afraid to make this decision? Like, what have you done in your career? Because there's been tons of moments, I'm sure, pivotal moments where I'm doing it scared. I'm doing it anyways. I'm going to raise my hand. I'm going to ask the question, even if I fall on my face. I'm going to, put myself up for that promotion. I'm going to stand up for what I believe in. Do you have any advice for women that feel that fear? Like, how do they, tip themselves over the edge? How do they get themselves to walk through it?
Honestly, it's a mindset. That's the only thing I can tell you is it's a mindset. We could go for days on your podcast and I could talk about every time I was afraid. But I choose to put it aside, because if I let it be the one overriding influence, I would have never done anything. I remember talking to my team about making changes at Celebrity and how we priced our brand, how we articulated our brand, how we advertised our brand. I remember when we were bringing out Edge, and I wanted to significantly raise the prices because of all the feedback I was getting from embargoed press. And I remember every one of those times my team being afraid to do it, because they were afraid we were going to fail. Like, I remember the head of sales looking at me saying, "Your boss, you're setting us up to fail." And I remember thinking to myself, I would never set my team up to fail. Quite the opposite. My intentions have always been for my team to win, because I wanted them to win. They deserve to win. But what I told them one day is, I know you're not agreeing with me, and you're not wanting to do this because you're afraid. And I would always coach them to say, we can't let fear dictate what we're going to do, because if we do, we'll never do anything and we'll never progress. And then I also admitted to them that just because I was willing to do it and had the courage to do it, it didn't mean I wasn't afraid. And that I also didn't have some fear. Hell, I had fear when I asked 3 times to be president and CEO of one of our brands, and I kept getting told no. I remember the day I finally got told yes. And I remember sitting in my office in the chair on my first day saying to myself, be careful what you wish for. And I was like petrified that I wasn't going to do well, or that what makes you think you're going to be successful when so many others before you have maybe not been so successful. So I always had this underlying fear, but that keeps you on your toes. It keeps you on your game. And it also probably makes you a little smarter when you finally have the courage to suppress that fear and do what you're going to do, because you've factored in the fear, you've factored in the risk, but you're willing to do it anyway, because you believe that the reward is much greater than any fear or any risk you might feel.
Gosh, yes. That's all I have to say. That, yes, I think every single woman needs to be able to switch that mindset. And a lot of that is how we talk to ourselves as societal. It's how we have been raised and for lack of better words, but been groomed to, there's the 60% rule where a man will raise his hand if he embodies 60% of the qualifications. So whether that's for a promotion or a job or really anything in life, he's like, I've got this, I'm going to say yes, and I'll figure it out later. They take that risk. Where women, it's 100%. If we don't feel we have 100% of the qualifications, we aren't taking that risk. We are not walking through fear. And I think it's high time that if we want, and I'm sure all of us on here want to build our own tables, we want to make waves. The only way to do that is to start showing up at less than 100%. Not saying we don't show up at 100%. We've got to show up in excellence, but we have to raise our hand whether or not we, sooner than us feeling like we meet that 100%. And if we do get that no, like I didn't know that you had 2 no's before a yes. And that is something I did not know. 3 no's. There we go.
3 times I had to ask. And that wasn't the first time. So it was only the biggest job that I choose to recount, because I have too many other examples. So I picked the biggest example to share.
But and everybody watching and every woman listening, first of all, there's a few lessons here. Number 1, Lisa asked. You're not going to get anywhere unless you ask and you raise your hand. You have to take control of your life, your destiny. You have to raise your hand, and you can't be afraid of the no. I think I saw a slide, on social media, and it was about sales, and it was just going through, the first call, rejection, second, third, 5th through 8th, 8th through 15th. And then it was like 15 plus. And at the bottom of that slide, that's where the sale was made. The 15 plus outreach. And a lot of us, we just give up. We never get to the sale. We never get to that yes, because we just, I don't want to, feel the rejection. I don't want to feel that fear anymore. I don't want to do the hard work, do the hard, the hard things in order to get the results that you actually deserve. We give up and we fall short.
Well, it's easier to just give up. You know, it's so hard to fight for it every day and 15 times or 3 times. But I always say anything worth getting is worth fighting hard for. And, you know, and taking a few no's along the way. I remember when I was going to New York, when the statue of Fearless Girl was in the financial district. I was going to New York, and that our CMO at the time, I don't know if he was there when you were there, Katie, Peter Georgie. I remember he called me. He's like, yeah, he said, LLP, if you're going to New York, you've got to go to the financial district and you've got to get a picture of you with Fearless Girl, because that's how everybody, you know, thought of me and Fearless Girl. So sure enough, I went there. I had both hands on my hip, and it's one of my favorite photos to this day of me standing in the financial district right beside Fearless Girl. And then I was out, you know, shopping, and I saw this great t-shirt, and it says Fearless. And, you know, and it describes me so well. But again, I just want to make sure everyone understands that even though I wear that t-shirt or stand beside Fearless Girl, doesn't mean I don't have fear.
But that's the thing. You have courage.
Right. Oh, I have more courage, way more courage than fear.
Yeah.
You know, and every time I say, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, you know, then I'm like, what if it doesn't work? I'm like, that's all right. You know, that's okay. But that little thing does nag at me too. So again, courage is not the absence of fear.
Yeah, it is not. And I, you know, I'm going to circle back to the, you know, the asking, because, you know, while having you on here is on my 300 list, it would not have happened if I didn't ask. And I can tell you, I was like, maybe she doesn't remember me. Maybe I didn't make an impact on her. You know, you have all these things that go through your head. I reached out. Captain Kate and I are good friends. And so I was like, Kate, you know, can you fly this by Lisa? Like, would she be okay if I stepped through that fear of rejection. I stepped through that fear of maybe she won't remember me. And here we are. I asked. And so I think that's a huge lesson that's come out of our conversation today. In order to make waves, you have to do it through fear and find that courage, and find the courage to raise your hand and ask for what you want.
Yeah. And I think the thing is that, you know, what you said was interesting, and it sparked just a thought, is that, you know, I guess you felt like you had a 50-50 chance, but you were willing to take it. You know, it's like, what's the worst that could have happened? I could say, no, Katie, I'm too busy. Sorry. Thank you. I don't remember you. Well, first of all, there's no way I wasn't going to remember you. Number one. Number two, you know, you think enough of you, and regardless of how busy I am, I made time. But at the end of the day, so what? If I had said no, so what? You know what? You should feel better for having the courage to ask than the worry that I might say no.
I agree 100%. That's and is it Michael Jordan that said you miss 100% of the shots that you never take?
Yeah, there you go.
Michael Jordan that said that, and
yeah,
it's true.
The other one I love is, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right.
Right. Exactly. Yep. So, yep. I mean, the worst thing is you get a no. And then, like you said, with getting the CEO and president title of Celebrity Cruises 3 times before you got your yes, and you still got back up, dusted off your knees, kept working, kept, you know, harnessing and sharpening your skills, your ability to lead a team to the point where you got the yes. And that is courage, courageousness, that is resilience. And that is what every single woman needs to embody every single day, in the home, at work, as a daughter, as a mother, as a wife, as a friend, as a partner. You know, we wear a lot of hats, and it takes a lot of courage to do what we do.
Yes, it does, for sure.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask you this question, you know, young Lisa, if you were to go back and take right when you're starting out your career, what piece of advice would you give her, knowing all that you know now?
There's probably 2 things I would tell her. Number one is, don't let someone else believe in you more than you believe in yourself. And I think that's what I learned earlier in my career in the company that I was in for 39 years. I was in sales, loved being in sales, and always wanted to be in sales. But yet I worked for a gentleman who took me out of sales and moved me into marketing. And I was really devastated by that. I never wanted to leave sales. I thought I was destined to be the head of sales. And it was the beginning of a trajectory for me where I then got to experience and gain experience in so many different parts of our company. And I ran so many different parts of our company that no other woman had run before me. My CEO position was actually the third position that I held in the company, where I was the first woman to do it. And without him having forcing me to make that first move, I never would have. And you know, like he always says to me now when I see him, how did that work out for you? And I think, you know, I think that I wish I was more proactive about that. I wish I was more positive about that. It took me 30 years to get from sales rep to CEO. Maybe it would have happened sooner, maybe not. You know, you can never second guess anything. But if I were to do, you know, have opportunity again, I would say that I wish I believed in myself as much as other people believed in me. And then the only other thing I would say is I should have dreamed bigger, because as I just said, my highest ambition was to be the head of sales, and I ended up as the president and CEO of Celebrity. So even in my ambition, which I thought was quite big, it wasn't big enough, because I accomplished more than I had set out to. And so I always tell young girls, believe in yourself and dream big, and don't take no for an answer.
Oh my goodness. I like, this is such a treat for me. I mean, I've heard you speak, and I've, you know, and I guess you know, years later, I'm coming from a different point of view, a different point in my life. And, you know, to hear you say, you know, dream big, because anything is possible. And I'm at a point in my life where I'm dreaming the biggest I've ever dreamt, and trying to accomplish things that if you had asked me 5 years ago, I would have laughed, cried, and hid under a rock maybe. And here we are. And so that advice is so key. And, you know, there is that saying, you should find somebody in your life that believes in you more than you believe in yourself, because they'll push you. But I do agree with you that if you have that belief within yourself, you don't need anybody to push you. You are going to walk through fearlessly, and not fearlessly, with fear and courage, and accomplish all the incredible things that you're meant to do when you're put on this earth. I'm so grateful for you, Lisa. You have, as I said, and this is a bit of like a gushing moment for me. It is as I mentioned, this is a dream come true for me, and I have learned so much from you, and I know everyone watching has as well. But let's tell everybody where they can get Making Waves.
You can get Making Waves at Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, or a local bookstore near you. If you're part of any organization and you want to buy a bunch of books, you can go to Porchlight.com. My book is pretty much available where anybody would just go online and order something. And you know, back to that other comment, I used to tell my team all the time, why do I believe in all of you more than you believe in yourselves? Because I have always pushed myself to do more and do better. And so my tendency while pushing myself is to push others along with me. And, you know, I've done it with my sisters. I've done it with my teams. I've done it, you know, with all the people I worked with every day, because I believe we can accomplish so much. And I always wake up thinking, what else can I accomplish? What else can I do? And that's probably why I'm still crazy busy, because I never think we're done with that, right? I never think any of us are done with that. And yeah, but if you dream big and we push ourselves to do things that we didn't think possible, imagine where those roads will lead.
So I know I'm closing up, but it did spark what you just said. It sparked something. So I have this leadership quote, and I'm sure you have heard this, but I believe a leader is somebody that knows the way, shows the way, and makes the people around him or her know that they are capable of achieving more than they ever thought was possible. And so that is something that I've embodied as a leader myself. And now I completely understand why I'm like, I gravitate towards you as a leader, because that is exactly what you do. You find the way, you pave the path, You've shown people how to walk down that path. And when they think they can't, you tell them they can. And I know every person that has ever been under your wing has done nothing but excelled and been grateful for it. And so I'm so, so grateful that you're here today, Lisa. And yes, just, I mean, I just can't, I mean it. I'm going to have you on a live stage. I'm going to be like, what is next? Because I know it's doing something else.
All right. That's a deal. That's a
All
deal.
right.
I'm
Cool.
looking forward to it.
Amazing. Well, have an amazing, amazing rest of your day. Thank you so much for being on here. And I know everybody, everyone who's listening has taken so many golden nuggets. So thank you so much, Lisa.
Wonderful. Thank you,
All
Katie.
right.
Great seeing you. Bye, my friend.
Bye. I am so excited about our next speaker. This woman, I saw her speak on stage for the very first time at Women in Automotive was it last year? Not this year, last June. And she spoke on something that really struck my heart space. And I am so excited for her to speak to you about what she truly and firmly believes in, coaches and trains and develops the women around her on. And that is the power of saying yes. That yes is the thing that's going to get you to the next point in your career or in your life. And she is a shining example of what saying yes does for you. So ladies, you are in for a huge treat. She's a dear friend of mine, somebody that I absolutely look up to and adore. Let's welcome to the stage, Judy Farkas. Hi, Judy. It's so nice to have you here. How are you doing?
Hi, it's really great to be here at the Ladies Take Control Summit. Thank you so much for the invitation, Katie, and always wonderful to see you. And I was so excited to see you speak last week at the 2024 conference. So that was awesome. Yeah, I remember my first time up and meeting you last year. You also had the stage and were a keynote. So it was a wonderful time. And I'm so glad we've met each other. And I think there's very, very big reasons why we're here together today. I'm sure of it.
I so agree. And I remember, and I'll say this and then I'll let you get into your talk, but I remember sitting in my bed just a few weeks before the very first Ladies Take Control event. And I reached out to you and I was talking about the event and you're like, I'm going to bring my entire female team. I'm like, no way. And I don't know if you know this, but that event literally gave my kids a Christmas. So you saying yes, you've had a huge impact on my family and more than you'll ever know. So thank you so much for being here. And ladies, get ready to say yes once you hop off this event after you've heard Judy. Okay, Judy, I'm going to let you take the stage.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Yes, I did not realize that, but I am so glad to be a part of your wonderful, wonderful sessions. So thank you very much. And, I have been now in the automotive industry for 38 years, and I am currently running onto my 28th year with Headquarter Automotive. And I started 38 years ago as a cashier, and now I'm a COO, CFO of an automotive group. And how does this happen? So again, like saying yes, the power of yes is what we're going to kind of go back and forth with today, and how these pivotal moments of saying yes have changed my career. But I want to talk also about how they can change yours. And yes, the more I think of yes, it comes in different shapes and it has different reasons. And sometimes even saying yes means saying no, believe it or not. So let's start talking about it and let's think about it. So I hope I've already spiked your curiosity, and I wanted to ask you a question. Are you taking notes? If the answer is yes, then we are on the right track. So let's keep going. And I had this whole thing set up for today, which I was going to go over with everybody. And I got stopped by an article I read yesterday in Automotive News. And I want to quote Lisa Drake from Ford. She's a Ford's VP of EV industrialization. And she was talking about conferences and women's conferences. And this was at the women's conference in, I think it was the Automotive News Conference this week. And she says, these events are necessary. This is the minimum that we need to do, but there's got to be something more. It is way too hard to get a seat at the table. And then quoting Kim Patel, Group VP of Ford, about women being a bargain. I think we work twice as hard for half the pay and longer hours. I'm tired of being a bargain, and I don't want you to be a bargain either. And I feel the same way. So, the conferences are so important, and these events are very, very important. But I think that there is so much more to do, and this is the work that we can all put together and do it together. So, when you are making your decisions on where to work, there are many things you're going to contemplate. You're going to contemplate the leadership in the company's culture, making sure you fit. Those are really good reasons to say yes, right? You're finding a good fit for you. You're going to figure out where you are in your career, and then you're going to start figuring out and maneuvering through your company where you can say yes, where you can receive or accept promotions or different career tracks until you really align with what you're doing and who you're doing with. So saying yes to those two things are important, but you need to figure out if you're where you need to be. And going back to Kim and to also to Lisa, so something more. And I learned something last week at Women in Automotive 2024. A young lady, she's 14 years old, and she spoke and she said, we're not reaching her. We're not reaching her generation. So that's some work we need to do, is finding enough women or reaching them to show them that we have an incredible career path. But they don't know. They only know usually the bad things they hear, right? So as an industry, we all need to get together. I would love to invite the Lisa Drakes and the Kim Patels to sit down and say, what can we do more actively do to change the gap, to allow more seats at the table for women. And I think right now our odds are so low because there's so few of us that also spears a few different things that we need to be concerned about. So going back to my career, me saying yes to the things I've said yes to, and I don't want to beat it up too much, but going from a cashier and then getting offered a full-time job when I was graduating high school and working with an incredible organization, which was the foundation of my love for automotive, with Mike Maroney. And, I moved through his company and was able to say yes to a couple of promotions, and it was great. And then we got to the point where I couldn't really grow more my career. So I had another opportunity, which I did say yes to. And I left the group and went to another automotive dealer. And from there, I learned, and I was greedy, and I just wanted to figure stuff out and learn more and keep learning and helping people. So I said yes to a couple of promotions at my next job and ended up with my first true official leadership title. Although I was a leader before I even knew I was a leader, and before I even knew I wanted to be a leader. And that was, being the youngest person in an office, helping women that have been there way longer than I was on whatever they needed for whatever, we developed trust, and I was able to offer that help, that assistance, that training to people. And it was just kind of a natural transition into leadership. But if I didn't say yes to that job, I may still be behind who knows how many years. So that was a pivotal moment, learning that I was carrying out the leadership responsibilities without officially having them. And then soon enough, I was offered an office manager job, and I said yes to that. And there I went with my leadership, official leadership title. I signed my first check, and the team made a photocopy of it and framed it on the wall. So that felt really, really good. And what felt even better, though, is my ability to impact the people that were surrounding me. And I still work with people to this day from that job. So there's lifelong friendships and lifelong relationships we forge as we're going forward. And I see another issue where we need to say yes to and then also say no to. So I would say part of my success in my 38 years in my automotive career is I've left my personal attachments to people. Friends, yes, but romantic, I kept it out. And I hear so many stories, so much derailment and setbacks by women, and men making this decision in the workplace. And generally, it's not a great mix. And I hate to hear it because I've met so many incredibly talented people. And this decision, that moment where it should have been a no, and it should have been a no. And unfortunately, it can change the dynamics of your workplace. So I would love to just share that, save that for another space, but stay professional at work. If you want to grow your career as a professional in whatever industry, if it's automotive or tech or wherever you're at, we need to look at why we're at work and what we're doing and who we're collaborating with and what degree. So, I want to just, tell you I was on I was invited to go to a podcast. The mayor of a town where our dealership is near, and he asked me the best question. He says to me, you know, Judy, you're in the automotive business, and it's so male dominated. And what does it feel like to be a woman? You're not from the family of the dealer. You are, you grew you grew on your own from from answering telephones. How does it feel to be a female? And I said, I don't know, because I don't know how it would feel not to be a female. So that's kind of the foundation of what I'm talking about relationships and romantic relationships and pursuing things beyond professional in the workplace. It's served me well. And again, obviously, I've never been a male, and I don't know what it would feel like, and I don't know what my career would be like if I were a male. But it's a place where we can all have so much opportunity. And there's other things that we can do in the space of helping females reach the table, have a seat at the table. And I would say that, again, as employers, we can do such a better job with helping our all of our applicants see the opportunities, and then perhaps being a little more technical, especially in our space, in the automotive space. I would say we're still behind many Fortune 500 companies and the way that they approach their hiring process, and the way we market our positions to the public, to females and males. We need to help everybody understand that the opportunity is here. And again, going back, women are wired a little differently with confidence and with accepting positions that potentially they may have never done. And then they get a little more granular on, am I 100%? Can I do this 100%? Do I know it? And while our male counterparts are wired a little differently, and they will say yes quicker. So I think that a more advanced hiring process and assessment process, which they're all out there, we're just not using the tools and we're not paying attention to help women to bring the numbers closer. So the gap it will evaporate, in my opinion, if we get the numbers closer. So this is a lot of work that we all need to do, and it's beyond conferences and beyond mentoring, which I spend a lot of my time mentoring both females and males, and sponsoring and supporting and sending to training. And we have women's training, and we've had some incredible ladies in our organization which have been promoted from within the company, after trainings, after mentoring, after learning on the job and proving out and wanting to grow. Again, we have to create the environment that helps people flourish. It helps women flourish, it helps men flourish. And I think the more we have this combination of diversity of all types, we sit together in a room where we have different backgrounds and cultures, and we can come together and make big changes and make big solutions by saying yes together and having that discourse, that real healthy discourse of where we want to go and how are we going to improve this gap, what do we need to change things. It needs to be an active conversation, and we need it with everybody, male and female. And that is really, really great. We go to Women in Automotive, to the conference, and there are a few very smart men there. But I think another way that we can go beyond the conferences and this, all of that I've spoken about, we need to have like a super conference, like a Men in Automotive and a Women in Automotive, and then force them to be together. And then we can actually make some solutions together where we can see each other and hear what makes us feel like we can take the chance, or we have the skills to do it. And then the numbers will change, the percentages will switch, and then we'll see this gap just kind of evaporating on its own. I said yes to going to the Women Automotive. It's been a 10-year conference, and I'm happy to say that I've been to I think 7 of them. And I generally bring at least 5 or 6 ladies to them, and I really watch them flourish after attending this. And it's a wonderful way to help bring us out. So saying yes to going to a conference with 6 of our ladies from different dealerships that we have in different positions is really a treasure and a way to help everybody kind of come out of the dealership, come out of the office, and start learning about other opportunities of growth and how to learn and bring it back to our company and bring us and come back stronger and make our company stronger and our culture stronger. Again, going back to um, the seat at the table and the events, I have said yes, and I have gotten my seat at our table at our organization. And my CEO, my president of the company, he has been a huge support. And it really didn't have anything to do with me being a woman, obviously. It just had to do that he saw something in me that was probably more than I even saw myself at the time. And I'll never forget that. I have actually cornered him, and he's not the kind of guy that you want to corner too often. But I said, hey, I'll back off, but just tell me why did you take a chance on me? I didn't even know back then, and I wasn't taking the role obviously that I'm in now. It was an office manager role, but when I was promoted to controller, and then obviously to CFO and now COO, I kind of queried him about a year ago, and I said, how did you take this chance? What made you take a chance on a woman? I'm the only woman leader in the company that's not from the family, and senior leader. We have many leaders that are females at our company. I apologize for that, but it was his way of just saying, I just know people, and I knew you were going to work hard, and that is one thing I have always said yes to, and I have worked really, really hard, and I have put in some big hours. And again, I have helped others, but saying yes to opportunities that potentially will challenge you, they'll put you into maybe a place where you think you're nervous. That's where your growth is going to come from. So we really, really need to do that better job of finding talent and helping talent untap their skills and their superpowers, because we have them. It just takes the right leaders and the right environment to bring that out. So I would love to get in an active group of people that we can sit down, some more thought starters, and we can sit down and help others say yes to these opportunities, and then create the environments where we can see the success, and we can all grow from that, switch the numbers around and see what everybody's asking for and looking for. That seems to be the secret formula that a 14-year-old told me at a conference last week. You're not even reaching us. We don't even know. So let's do a better job of saying yes on that. And I would just hope that we all think about these points and say yes to the right opportunities. And if you're in one and you thought it was, it's okay. And there's places where we can pivot and we can change and we can move on and we can say yes to another opportunity. And I have said yes, so many times over and over, but I have said no as well. I have had offers for other opportunities, and even if your days aren't going great and that might seem like a place to jump to, the decision of saying yes to a big change in your career, it needs to be well sorted out and looked at, and especially not when you're in a bad space mentally or things are just not working. Clicking at work, take a step back, find an executive coach. I have done a lot of work with Melissa Tyson. She's amazing, and I will never forget how much she has helped me, especially in the past 5 years. So the decisions are strong, those big moving decisions, and they need to be looked at. Maybe you have a life's board of directors that you go over things with, people that are hopefully maybe a little higher up in their career or a little more matured in their careers, that have maybe seen situations that you're just facing for the first time, that can give you that feedback and help you say yes to the right opportunities, or go back to where you're at and make sure that you're heard in an effective way. And one of my real strong feelings are, come to the table no matter what position you are at a company. If it's to your supervisor, to your director, to your dealer principal to your vice president. If you have an idea, you need to bring it out and you need to share it. You need to listen, because sometimes listening is better than speaking, because your idea could potentially be a perfect one that could solve so many things. But there are many different items that come into play to bring an idea to fruition that is potentially a change, a game changer, which game changers come all the time. I mean, I look and listen for that. And those are one of my most favorite parts of my job, is to come up with ideas that are different, that are fresh, that really change. And, going back to like one of my favorite things that I've done at my company, the 5-Star Wall of Fame. And that had such a big effect on so many different facets that I didn't even know it was going to do. So we were suffering not getting enough reviews online, and we needed to figure out some more boost for it. And, I don't believe in paying for that. That's not genuine. So not paying for it, that's criteria one, no. And then we're going to recognition, yes. Showing it, giving pride, making a big deal about it, advertising and broadcasting it has been such a great thing. So I have these 5-Star Wall of Fames at all our dealerships, and they're really, really cool looking. It's got our logo. It's got 5 nice big stars. It's the whole wall, and then acrylic frames. And I created a template that it's just a hand holding a cell phone, and we go online. We scrape really good reviews off of Google reviews, let's say. And we have to name the associate by name. And if we find, when we find them weekly, we scrape them off, it goes in a template, and then we send out an email to our entire leadership team in all 4 stores. So we have about 35 or 40 people on that list that get this communication, and every wall gets one person from the dealership. And then they send a picture back to me, and we try to post on our internal social media pages and our external social media pages, and obviously the wall. So the wall is a big deal. And I didn't even know that our customers were like what their effect was. I mean, I knew they would see it. It would hopefully help them say, oh, I'm going to give a good review. This person was so good to me. Let me take the moment and do it. They make a big deal about it here. But, we had a customer come in and say, how do I get on that wall? I did a good review a long time ago. So I was like, oh my God, even the customers want to get on the wall. So everybody wants to be recognized. But my CEO said yes to my idea of getting that Wall of Fame up. And it has definitely increased our reviews, but it's also increased our morale. It's increased it's enriched our culture, because we are recognizing excellence. And that's another part of saying yes, is you need to say yes to really putting in the excellent efforts. And even if you don't see your neighbor doing it, your colleague doing it, it's up to you to say yes to being excellent and to doing your very best, no matter what, because that is the reflection of what you are going to see in the mirror, in your career's mirror, and in where you're going ahead of you through the front windshield. And I would love to also talk about how I have such an incredible team, and they have grown with me. I have watched so many new careers flourishing. And that's another thing I think we need to, as leaders, whether we're male or female, we need to keep our eyes on that. And I do not see a better leader in a company than one that we have grown within, one that knows our culture and our workforce and our leadership team and our executive leadership team. When everybody's on the same page, and we are as leaders watching and looking for our people that are going to say yes to these opportunities, that is a really important part of our movement in our company and the growth that we have seen. And it is all because of that. And going back, I have a story about our fixed ops director, and he came in as a favor from a friend that we were building our Honda store in 2010. And I called a really great friend from the 90s. I said, I need help. I need one person to help me unload this. I need some people to help me unload a truck of parts. We're opening a new dealership. And we had 3 people in our parts department. So we really needed help. It would have taken us, a month to put the parts on the shelves. So he says, oh, sure. So he says, my parts manager, he's great, but he's way too smart to be a service manager. So he actually basically gave me one of our most incredible leaders we ever would learn to have. And so Mr. Gippert joined us in 2010 after a bunch of fun to hire him, and after he helped us unload the trucks with whoever he brought with him. He's another person I would say. So he said yes, and he has grown in his career with our organization. But one of the things I see different with him, just one of them, because there's plenty, his service drive at his Honda store. So that was our third dealership, and that dealership had the most females on the service drive than any other one. And I don't know what part of how that happened, whether it was just something he had in his gut or something from working with a female that his eyes were open to it and saying, well, you know, or just not open or open, however it was. And I would love to get more into that detail when I could get a hold of it. I would say that was like a big catalyst to all of our growth when we saw that drive 50% female with we had about 10 advisors, and big changes happen when you have that balance of 50-50, which is so unusual. And he's grown in our company and done such an incredible job. And now he's not just in charge of our Honda stores fixed ops department, he's in charge of all of them. So it's been fun to watch this career with Mr. Gippert and to see him flourish and grow. And I'm obviously a director. He reports to me, and we speak very, very frequently. And potentially my impact could help. So as a female leader, speaking to a male leader, it opens eyes and opens doors and helps us understand each other and helps us understand how to work with each other. So I would strongly recommend that when you're in your organizations, if you're a leader, make sure you collaborate with all leaders. And this is going to help, especially getting this word out, getting the feeling out, figuring out how we can attract, how we can retain, how we can have a great culture that includes women and men working together, and everybody's saying yes, and everybody is growing in their career. So I like to close with saying that another thing that I always say yes to is helping, and saying yes to mentoring or offering any advice or wisdom or recommendations that I possibly can. And I would like to offer that to anybody that needs it. I'm very, very easy to find on LinkedIn and very, very quick to answer. So just find me on LinkedIn. Send me a message. I will get back with you and help you in any way I possibly can. And I hope you keep saying yes, and you learn and you grow and you're gritty. You got to have some grit, and you succeed. And I thank you so much for watching.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. I am so grateful for you. And everyone who's listening, Judy means it when she says she will get back to you. Like, she does that. I text her and she always gets back. And it started with a LinkedIn interaction. And now she's somebody that I know I can lean on, and a powerhouse woman that I get to learn from, which is just incredible. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us, Judy. We are all blessed to have you on here today. I'm so grateful.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
Hi, everyone. I am thrilled to have Audrey McKinley here, the founder of the incredible not-for-profit organization Be Unstoppable. Be Unstoppable. We are so excited to have you here as one non-profit organization to another that are both out to help women grow and rise and really live the best possible life possible. We got it. Must be Friday. So Audrey, welcome. So excited to have you here. And let's talk a little bit about Be Unstoppable.
Yeah, let's talk about it. I'm so excited. One, I so love what you're doing. Ladies, take control. Katie, you are amazing. And if anyone could take control, you are that woman who knows how to take control. You are fearlessly living, and you are an inspiration to many. So thank you for having me here. You're welcome.
Oh my gosh, it's such an honor. And our paths have crossed in the automotive space a few times. And it's only really recently that we have truly connected. And I know that is God's doing. I know that is, we're meant to be in each other's worlds. And
Yes.
I know because I'm also going to be attending your retreat that you're doing in October. So let's talk about that.
Let's talk about it. Well, we just got off our first retreat here in what was it? In where we in May. And let me tell you, it was sensational where women came and were refreshed. They walked in their purpose. And the retreat is really designed to help women walk in their true destiny and design for their purpose life with God. And, everyone thinks they know what they're doing, but there is a moment when things can take a shift where we think we're walking in our divine destiny, but when destiny and God's purpose meet, that's when we see true transformation and freedom. And so on this retreat, women came for 4 days and 3 nights and experienced worship and experienced breakthroughs and pain to purpose and experience color and life and a private island experience. It's just it's just freaking incredible. That's all I can say.
I
It
can't
rocks.
I can't wait. I literally can't wait. It's going to be awesome. It's happening in October, right? October 31st, you said?
October 31st through November the 3rd, and someone can add on a day to have a shopping experience. But yeah, it's incredible, and it's really where you take yourself out of your comfort zone, because we can go to anywhere in the US, we can go to
Mhm.
other parts of the world, but when you go to Cartagena, Colombia, you experience true beauty. So, and this a part of the proceeds go to Be Unstoppable. It's a nonprofit where we have a soup kitchen in Bogota, Colombia, and we also work with youth to help them in business, leadership, mindset, and faith. That's where Be Unstoppable began. It's an actual little arm, a sister to the Hive Kingdom, which is a sister to my book called The Pathway to the Land of Milk and Honey. So everything's about bees and the Hive TV show and the Hive Kingdom. And so it's all about where women get to help other women become mentors to overcome their fears and walk in confidence. I really believe this is why we're connected, Katie. When
It's so
women
weird you just said that. I was literally like the next thing I'm going to say is this is exactly why we're connected. I literally had those words in my head. It is.
it's what God told me to say, because we are connected. When women
Yes.
can stop competing and stop comparing and start collaborating and connecting and
Mhm.
help each other rise to the occasion, that's when things can change for good. When they can begin to walk in their purpose and to overcome their self limiting beliefs, we
Mhm.
can begin to live an abundant life.
Yeah.
And that abundant life is so important. Most people want it, just don't know how to get it. And so I help women with the Hive Kingdom become confident women who can walk in their purpose. And that's my vision, is to help grow and expand the kingdom the way God intended it to be, not the
Mhm.
way the world sees it. Because if the world had its way, we'd be competing and upping one other. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm. No, yeah, for sure. And as women, I mean, the Mean Girls Club is a real deal. I say it all the time. I've experienced it. I'm sure you've experienced it. And really, I mean, it doesn't get us anywhere. It's shameful that we do that to each other. And so meeting other women like you and the women that have come together on this event and every woman that is watching, that's one step towards helping each other. And I mean, we have over 600 women attending this
That's
event.
incredible. That's
So,
incredible. Do
right?
you know what that says, Katie? That says there's a need.
Mhm.
Women are desperately seeking other women and community. Do you know that loneliness is an epidemic in this world right now?
Yes, I
People don't
do.
know who they can trust. People don't know who they can, speak to, that they're not going to tear them up and use their words against them. I think
Mhm.
it's important what you're doing. I mean, how do you take control of your life is you begin to overcome it, overcome your fears, right?
Mhm.
Walk
Mhm.
confident in your purpose.
Mhm.
Know that
Well,
you're worthy and enough.
yeah, that's what the Ladies Take Control community is all about, is having women inspire other women to find the courage to walk in confidence, to find the courage to look at themselves in the mirror and admit they are enough just as they are right now
Yeah.
today. To find the courage to do hard things, take risks, say yes, because that is what propels us forward. That is what defines our life, not what we have done, but what we choose to do next. And
Yes.
the Ladies Take Control community and not for profits like yours, when we come together and we combine our communities, it allows women to do that so much faster than they would have done all on their own.
We were not created to be alone. I mean, God created Adam and Eve.
Hmm.
He didn't want them to be alone. And I see so much progress with women in communities.
Hmm.
The women, we had 10 women attend this last retreat in Cartagena. And in October, we're going to have 20 women. But let me share that the 10, yeah, it's going to be incredible. And you get to get a good tan like me.
I can't. I'm like so white. I'm like, I need your tan.
I'm like, I'm looking at you. I'm like, I am so dark. That sun in Cartagena is penetrating. It's amazing.
I need a
I
little bit of
just
that.
love it. Yeah, I can give you some because I'm going to turn really chocolatey very soon the next time I go. I love it. But I'll tell you, the 10 women, well, and myself, so there was 11, there were 12 of us actually on the retreat. We connected and we were transparent. What's shared in the group, it stays in the group.
Mhm.
But the transformation that I saw from when a person got there to when they left, boom. And there's a
Wow.
moment, but it takes certain people. I think God has given me that gift to be
Mhm.
able to really hear someone and
Mhm.
peel back that layer, and where
Mhm.
women know I can trust her. I can
Yeah.
trust that she's not going to judge me. She's not
Mhm.
going to say anything wrong. And you get to choose what your destiny is.
Mhm.
And when you're walking in your divine purpose and destiny, there's nothing but pure joy.
I love it. I love it. So how do we find out about how to attend? I mean, I know I have you on speed dial, so that doesn't count. So how do these ladies find out
You
about
have
these events?
access. You have access.
I have
Go to the
access.
Yeah, just go to thehivekingdom.com and message me in there. Go to my Instagram page at audrey.mckinley and message me, because I really think that people want to go, but they need to really we need to have a one-on-one conversation
Mhm.
to make sure it's a good fit, because there's only 20 women and we'll have another one next year as well. We're already taking reservations for next year. But I think that you really need to know why you're going and why you're
Yeah.
willing to spend the money to go, because
Mhm.
if you aren't prepared for life changing alterations in your life, you're not ready for it. You don't want to
Yeah.
waste your money. But if you're seriously wanting a transformation and change, that's it. When you and I met, we met through automotive, right?
Mhm.
Automotive is the vehicle that allowed me to walk in my purpose.
Yep.
But I don't think that many women in automotive, and I know you're talking to women out of automotive and in automotive, but a lot of times we make our job define who we are.
Mhm.
Our careers define us. And when
Mhm.
we realize that our career doesn't define us, it only helps us be the vehicle of where we want to go,
Mhm.
then we can change and transform and really walk in our own purpose. Does that make
Mhm.
sense? And the
So
only
much.
reason why I'm saying this is because for 30 years of my life, I defined myself as a woman in automotive.
Yep.
And when you introduce me right now, I'm not that woman in automotive anymore. Yeah, I'm in automotive, but that's not who I am.
Yeah.
More women need to discover who they are, not what they do.
Yeah, and yeah, who they are and not what hat they wear, I think is maybe more appropriate, because we all
Right?
as women, we wear so many hats: mother, chef, caregiver, a career. We wear so many different hats, and those hats don't define who we are. And because of those hats, we put ourselves by the wayside. And so I
Totally.
think that everything you just said will resonate with every woman listening, because that's why they've shown up. They've shown up to find out who they are, to be inspired to find out who they are, to have the information and knowledge poured into them so that they can move into action and do something different. And so this is just one more golden nugget that they get to take with them, that they are not, the hats that they wear, the career that they have does not define who they are. It is not. So it's our
That
turn
is
to
a
find out who our
huge,
purpose.
and that's how you begin to take control.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you begin to understand who you are and not allow anything to ever control you. It's in that inner peace, it's
Mm-hmm.
in that inner confidence, in understanding who you are as a
Mm-hmm.
woman, as a mother, as a friend. And when
Yeah.
you know who you are in control.
And you are unstoppable.
Baby.
Oh, we will let every attendee know of where to find you in the email that's going to go out after the event. So we'll put all your links in there so that it's an easy access. And gosh, I'm so excited we are connected, and I'm so excited to connect you with this community so that you can help each woman that is ready to find out who they are and walk in their purpose. So thank you so much, Audrey, for coming on and
I'm
being a
all about it.
supporter and a sponsor of Ladies Take Control. I'm super grateful.
I'm grateful. I'm honored. And you can count on me to be there for your women. I'm honored to be a part of this. And I hope that this conversation that we had inspired someone to take control of their life today. And yeah, you can find me. You can find me through Katie. But I'm honored to be here. And I'm
I
so
will give
happy that you and
I
I
will give you the access.
Woo! I'm so happy that we're friends. You're amazing. Continue what you're doing. A special blessing onto you. And for those women that are watching, be blessed and know that you are worthy. You are worthy.
This is so amazing. The funny thing actually is that the other day when I was getting ready for the speech, the power of her voice, I started to lose my voice. So it is back. It may be a little in and out due to allergies in New England, but I'm happy to be here. And I'm so happy that all of you are here to learn from some of the most inspiring people around. So the power of your voice, I think a lot of times we underestimate it. We think, well, what do we have to offer? I'm not this big, powerful CEO. I'm not a millionaire. I'm not a celebrity. So who's going to listen to me? Those are the things that go through my mind all the time. I question what I say. Does it matter? Does anybody care what I'm saying? Does it have an impact? And your voice has a significant impact. It has an impact not only for you, but for other people. Because remember, sometimes when we're speaking up or we're using our own voice, we're helping other people. We're advocating for others. And so you can do one of two things. You can sit behind and be quiet and hope other people maybe will use their voice to speak up, to make a change. Maybe they will do something. Maybe that person will say something. Maybe I'll just sit here and things will change. Or you use your voice and you make a difference. Because I think a lot of people sit there and hope that that other person does it, but they don't. And so you sit there, nothing changes. You're in the same position, or you're working for that boss that you don't like, or your child has a teacher who you're not happy with because you're silent. So today, I hope to give you tools that will give you the confidence and give you the knowledge on how to share your voice. Because remember, everybody has an impact, not only for yourself, but for other people. Your voice is powerful. And not only will it shape you, but it will shape your coworkers. It could shape your followers on social media. It could shape your kids, your family, because they look up to you. So I'll share a story
about a woman who I met a couple of weeks ago. She's going through a really traumatic situation due to a custody situation. And she's been in court for 10 years. And she has pretty much been silent because she just wanted to win the case. And there's allegations of corruption. There's allegations of her ex having substance abuse issues. There's abuse allegations. There's everything you can think of. When you hear her story, you think, how did this happen? How is this possible? So I just wanted to help her any way I could. And she called me last week and she said she lost one of her cases. And so she spent millions of dollars in the legal fees. She had to close her business and she has no job. So she said, Allison, I don't have anything left. I only have my voice. So I said, yeah, well, what are you going to do? And she said, I have to share my story. And I think it's a great idea, but she also could potentially put herself in danger. And I asked her, I said, do you fear for your safety? And she said, I absolutely do. But if I don't speak up and I don't tell my story, this can not only happen to other people, but I may lose my kids forever. So she's taking her story and she's going on social media and she's putting a lot at risk. And she's hoping that by putting her story on social media, maybe the media will pick it up and do a story, and hopefully things can change. It takes a lot of courage. And I can't share her name yet because she hasn't done it. But once she puts her story on social media, I'll share it with Katie and we'll share it with everybody attending today, because you're going to want to follow her. And not only follow her journey, but I can guarantee when she speaks up, things will change. So that's why it's so important. You may not have anything, but you have your voice and it can make a huge difference. And if you think about going back to earlier when I said, will people listen to me? I'm nobody, right? I'm just a mom. I'm just a business owner. I'm just this. If you think about who you follow on Instagram, for example, I look at my list of who I follow. It's kind of like my playlist from Taylor Swift to Chris Cross, a variety of different people. But I follow people like Mel Robbins because sometimes I want to hear some sort of inspiration. I want somebody to tell me, who cares what other people think? Get out of bed, do this. I follow fitness enthusiasts because I need somebody to motivate me to work out. I follow comedians because I want to laugh and share it with my friends. I follow speakers. I follow Katie. I follow people in my business so I can get tips and I can see what's going on. And I follow authentic, real people. I follow people like Kendra Hall, who's a speaker who is writing yet another book because she inspires me. So if you think about the people you follow, why do you follow them? Why do you share their content? Because they all have a different voice. Some are funny, some are inspirational, some are serious. They all have something to offer. Not all of them have 1 million followers. Not all of them are millionaires, but they all have a voice. And they're all sharing different ideas, different tips, different things that you can take away. So why can't you do that? Just like I do that, I go on LinkedIn and I post little snippets for PR and media training. It's not a lot, but people value it. I've gotten clients because of it, just for simple tips. That's it. So you can do that, whether it's on social media, whether it's speaking up, whether it's advocating for somebody at work. Maybe you work with somebody who just got out of college and they don't know how to speak up and they don't know how things work. Take them under your wing. Use your voice, use your experience and share with them. Here's how you deal with a client. Here's how you deal with an angry client. Here's how you deal with drama in the office. Use your experience. That's your voice. So I'll share a story with you. And I was actually thinking about it a couple of months ago when I started writing my book, or continue to write my book. And I was 23, I think I was 23. I wanted to be Katie Couric. I wanted to be a journalist. I wanted to do that since I was 9. And I got a job in Springfield, Massachusetts, a small market. I finally got a reporter job. I had gone back and forth. I'd been in New York. I'd been everywhere. And I was a producer and a reporter. And I was making $17,000 an hour, but I loved it. So I went in to meet with my boss. Now, my boss was a former anchor at that TV station. She had been in the business for 20 years. She was a local legend. Everybody loved her. She was on in the evening. They loved her. She had kids. She was involved in the community. We looked up to her. So she ended up taking a role as the news director. I went in to meet with her, and she said to me, you know, Allison, some people are meant to be in front of the camera and others are meant to be behind the camera. I think you're meant to be behind the camera. It's better suited for you to be a producer. You're just not cut out to be a reporter. So I'm sitting there and I had no idea what to do. I was 23, 24 years old. Here, this woman is my boss. She's a legend. I grew up watching her on TV, and she's telling me that my dream since I was 9 years old, pretty much I should just put it to bed. I wasn't cut out to be a reporter, something I'd always wanted to do. And I'm thinking, well, she knows what she's talking about. She's my boss. She has experience. Why wouldn't she be true? Why wouldn't what she'd be saying true? And I left there and I went and cried in the bathroom. A lot of us at that station had cried in the bathroom because for some reason, I'm not a psychologist, but she always put women down. And I think about that now. I think if I was a boss and I had a 23-year-old young woman who is aspiring to be everything she can, to sit there and tear her down, it baffles me. But she did. And so I went home and I told my friends, and of course they're like, no, you're great. Don't listen to her. You'll be able to succeed. But at 23, somebody telling me I'm not good enough, I didn't know what to do. So after a couple of days, I woke up and something happened. There was like a fire that was lit underneath me. And I said, and it's probably, if a psychologist were to evaluate me, they would say that's probably not the right reason for you to push through. But I decided, you know what? She's not right. Who is she? I'm going to do what I can to get out of this TV station, to succeed. I'm going to use my voice to make powerful stories, to create my resume reel, and to get out. So I worked extra hours. I would go on extra live shots because in TV, when you apply to jobs, you don't do a resume, you do a resume reel, which is a compilation of live shots and anchoring and all different stories you do. So I needed the best because I needed to get out there. So I would go out and I would volunteer to go stand out in the snow. I would do live shots at 4 a.m. I would go in on the weekends and practice anchoring. So I have that for my tape. I took my tape and I sent it up and down the East Coast. I sent it to Texas. I sent it to some of the smallest markets ever because I needed to, one, prove to her, and B, prove to myself. So finally, I got an interview in Providence, and the news director ended up hiring me as a full-time reporter. So I went in the next day, and I have to tell you, it was nice. It was so nice to go in and tell her, somebody thinks that I am a good reporter, and I got hired. Now, not only did I get hired, and it was not a lateral move, this was a really big jump in the TV world. So Springfield, Mass was small. Providence was much bigger. People went from Providence to Boston to New York. I was going to Providence at 24 years old. So I think about that. And I think about if I just sat back and I didn't use my voice and I didn't get motivated and I just thought, well, maybe we'll get a new boss. Well, maybe I'll get an opportunity. Well, maybe I'll just change careers. I wouldn't be here. And 20 years later, I moved to different markets. I started a business, and I'm not Katie Couric, but I did get to New York. So I sit there and I think about what that boss said to me, and I thank her. I thank her because I probably would not have been as motivated to get out of that station. Maybe I would have been complacent. Maybe I would have gotten out of the business. So I thank her for that. And I thank her for telling me that I wasn't good enough, because now I know I am. And I think about, if I just stayed silent, what would my life be? So that is just a quick story about me and using my voice, because there's a lot of times, even now, that I question my confidence. I question things that I say. What am I doing? But we have to get that out of our heads. And you have to think about, what is your purpose? And what do you want to do? And how do you use your voice to change things? So I think about how I was able to use that and how you're able to do that now. And there's a couple things that you have to do. First, you have to believe in yourself. And that's self-confidence. And that is the hardest thing, because you could have a million people, just like my friends at the news station told me, you're great, you're going to be fine. You could have everybody tell you that you are smart and you're pretty and you're successful and you're all of this. But if you don't believe that, then nothing is going to change. If you do not have confidence and self-worth and belief in yourself, then there's no way you can speak up for yourself. There's no way you can advocate for other people. So I want you, when you leave here today, to write down 3 things that you love about yourself. Not like, but love. And tomorrow, I want you to write 3 more. And the next day, 3 more. And the next day. And I want you to read them, just like you do your gratitude journal. Write down. It could be your laugh. It could be your nose. It could be anything that you love about yourself. Because when you read those and you believe those and you start to understand your value and your worth, you'll then be able to move forward and use your voice to help you accelerate in a job, to help you negotiate that contract, to help you negotiate something that you want. Once you have your confidence, speak the truth. It's pretty simple. Be authentic. Just be you. If you go back to the people I was talking about I follow on Instagram, why do I follow them? Most of them I follow because they're completely real. They're not fake. They don't sugarcoat things. They are just normal people. They're people, besides some, celebrities and fitness people, they're people that I want to have a glass of wine with or a cup of coffee. So when you speak the truth and you share your stories, people can relate to you and they listen to you and they believe you because you are you and you're real. The other day, I was trying to write. I was trying to get work done. And I mentioned Kendra Hall earlier. So she's a writer. And I always go on her Instagram because she inspires me. She inspires me for a lot of reasons, but because she's so real and she, good, bad, ugly, right? She will do videos with no makeup. She'll do hilarious videos with her husband. And she had done a post on Instagram. She was on deadline and she had talked about how she hadn't showered in like a day. And the neighbor called her and said, do you want to come over for a glass of wine? And she says, I haven't showered. The biggest thing I did today was make some toast. And that was my accomplishment because she was on deadline. And the picture of her, she's on the bed, papers everywhere, her hair, a little bit of a mess, even though she's stunning, but she was real. And she shared the story. She's like, I didn't shower, but the neighbor still had me come over. So I had a glass of wine. But those are the people that you follow because you can relate to them. So you can do that. And then when you're putting your message out or you're speaking what you want people to know and you're real and authentic, they're going to value your information and your opinion so much more than a celebrity, a billionaire talking about, the same topic, but it resonates. Educate and inform. These are such assets when you're doing anything. So the more knowledge you have, the more confidence you have, the more powerful you are, right? Knowledge is king or queen. So if you are negotiating something and you're buying a car, buying a house, talking to the principal at your child's school because your child is on an IEP and you don't feel that they're getting the services they need, the more information you have, the more informed you are, the better you look when you're speaking to them. So always try and arm yourself with education and information. It's great for negotiating. I've been there where people have said stuff and I'd written things down. I say, well, actually, no, X, Y, and Z. And it's a good feeling. It does build your confidence too. And advocate. You want to advocate for yourself because if you don't advocate for yourself, as I said, nobody's going to do it. You have to be that voice because I think about when I was at my daughter's school committee meeting. I think it was during COVID or right after COVID. And this is when parents were really involved. And I wanted to say something, but I thought, I don't know. What if they judge me? What if, all of these things that cross our minds. But I finally spoke up and, 3 parents came up to me and said, I wanted to ask the same thing, but I was too afraid. So there's so many situations that you're in your job, in your regular life, in any sort of aspect that you have the opportunity to say something or speak up or voice your opinion or ask a question. And all those other people are waiting because they're hoping that somebody else does it. So this can be your huge platform for you to speak up for yourself. You're never going to get that raise if you don't go talk to your boss. You're never going to get that team or the extra assistance if you don't figure out a way and come up with a plan. You're never going to see any changes at your kid's school or on the soccer field if things stay the way they are. So it's really important for you to, once you have that confidence and that education, for you to then go and do what you need to do. Just like the woman I was telling you about who's going to share her story. Not only is she doing it for herself, but she's doing it for other women because some woman out there is suffering, going through the same thing. And because of this woman speaking out and using her voice, which she says is the only thing left, hopefully people watching will have the impact, or they will see the impact and their lives can change. Another thing that you can do too is shout from the rooftops, use your voice. Go on every social media platform you can. So if you're writing a blog, share it everywhere. If you want something to change, join Facebook groups. Find all of those avenues where your voice can be heard. And if you don't want to do video, that's okay. A lot of people are nervous about that. Just write. You find a way that allows you to put yourself out there, whether it's in your job or on social media or in your personal life, that you feel confident and you can put your message out there. Something I also was thinking about is the media. Going back to that woman who's going to share her story. When I talk about shouting from the rooftops, I don't know if you remember Natalie Holloway, but she was the girl who went missing in Aruba years ago. Do you know why that story stayed in the media so long? It's because her mom, Beth Holloway, was vocal and adamant about doing press conferences, about involving the media, because she had to keep that story alive. She didn't have anything else but her voice. She needed the police to continue the investigation. She needed the media to continue to cover the story because if they stopped, people would forget. And all of a sudden, things would start to dwindle. So she had to be vocal. And she was adamant. Months and months and months, she spoke. And she did everything she could to get out there. And so if there's something that is so important to you, doesn't have to be life-changing, but if it's important to you, you have to shout it from the rooftops, because that is what makes a huge difference. And that's when people will see you. And so if you question anything, just go back to what if you sat back? What if you said nothing? What if you say nothing? Nothing will change. Your voice is a gift. It holds power to inspire and to create change. Your voice is powerful, and the world needs to hear your voice. Thank you.
There's nothing more powerful than having control of your finances as a woman. And I have the most incredible person, female powerhouse when it comes to financial literacy, Laurel Langmeyer, with me. Welcome to the virtual event, the Ladies Control event, Laurel Langmeyer.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
I'm so excited to have you. Now, I know that, I learn from you all the time. I know you've got your YouTube channel. Yep. I follow you religiously on Instagram with all your reels. Yep. You're always dropping truth bombs, which is what I really, really love. You do not sugarcoat anything.
No.
And I think as women,
I got more coming. It's just constant.
I love it. And I think as women, we need to be okay with being told the truth, humbling ourselves, looking in the mirror, and maybe possibly growing a little bit thicker skin so that we can take control of our lives. And one of the best ways that I know to do that is through financial knowledge. And I know you definitely preach about this all the time. Yep. Knowledge is key. You've got to start with the knowledge and then actually do something about it. So Laurel, can you share your perspective on what financial literacy truly means and why it's particularly empowering for women to master? Can you drop some knowledge bombs?
Huge knowledge bombs, because, especially women, whatever the story or excuse, whether it's, we don't make as much as men, that's not true. I make 10x what my men counterparts have ever made in their careers. I've got 5 New York Times. My kids' books is everything but a New York Times. It's all the way to Wall Street Journal. It's actually Personal Finance Book of the Year still 2 years later. So it's not about being, scared or fearful or men or blame. This is, what can you do? I did this as a single mom. So by choice, not by victimhood, like, a lot of especially single moms and single dads, but, they're a victim of being that through a divorce versus choosing, I'm going to be a parent. And so in 1999, I knew I'd be a single mom. So I took it on with a vengeance. I was 34 years old and I said, I'm going to figure this out. I went from doing around 10, 15, kind of having fun in my career to immediately saying, I'm going to go and I'm going to make 40,000. And then from 40, it went to over 100 a month. And we've never looked back. Running a 6, 7, 8, 9-figure business is what I've been doing as a single mom. But I think, the stories and the excuses are just tired. I have this saying, Katie, it's like, so what, now what? So what, all this happened. What do you want to do about it right now? My favorite saying is, I'm going to meet you where you are. I don't care how old you are, how much you know, what you've done to yourself, whatever your financial situation is, I'm going to meet you right there and take you where you want to go. And if this is something you want, this is a 3 to 5 year promise, but you have to do everything I say on the time I say it. So all that being said, the lack of knowledge, Katie, it's 100%. When people say, well, it's this and it's time and it's an excuse and I'm a parent, whatever the excuse is. The number one problem with financial literacy is there's no knowledge and there's no right knowledge. So I want to speak more to the right financial literacy knowledge. And yes, I'm a little biased because I wrote The Millionaire Maker. So financial literacy, for some of you that really, really, really have messed it up, I mean, Susie Orman and Dave Ramsey, like getting you kind of on the straight and narrow might be your path, but they're going to tell you not to be an entrepreneur. They're not going to tell you one thing about being incorporated, having a trust, reducing your taxes. I've heard both of them say, if you need more money, get another job. That's not financial literacy. So to me, financial literacy is, how do you take your skill sets and what you're really good at? Like, what's your gift? My gift is teaching, marketing, and sales. I got 3 big gifts and I use them every day religiously. I mean, it's what I'm here to do. And without the marketing, sales, I wouldn't have people to do my financial literacy and my knowledge with. So like you mentioned, my YouTube channel. So that YouTube channel has been going on. This July of 2024 will be 3 solid years, every day, 5 days a week. And it's for 5 years and up. So it's a family-friendly financial literacy channel to get knowledge. And it's about business, finance, kids. My daughter's actually on Thursday coming live to do several teen videos. How do you make money as a teen? What do you do through the summer as a teen to make extra money and side hustle? My kids know that their parents aren't their bank. They've done that since they were 3. Don't ask mom for money because you're going to go figure out how to make some. So as a parent, you have to know it. As a woman, you have to know it. And it is you taking the control. And it's not control like it's negative control. This is confidence. What you're going to get when you actually have financial literacy, the right financial literacy, understanding money. So I'm going to throw a knowledge bomb, right?
Let's do it.
Debt is just the cost of money. And I want you in a lot of good debt, especially on your growth curve, right? How are you going to get here? Earning your way like little trinkets a month, right? And women, you're all going to start shopping for assets and not for shoes and jewelry and all the other things. I always say assets first, then you get a lifestyle. You do not get a lifestyle and all the fancy things until you have assets that prove that you're a millionaire. I mean, why do it that way? And then why, if you're an older parent, would you let your kids inherit any of your money, any of it? I'm that rigorous, any of it, if they don't have the same knowledge base, which means they have to come along on this journey. They need to learn it. They need to be in my channel. I am also, like you said, I'm on Instagram, I'm on every channel. Right. And I have the good, the bad, and the interesting out there because I'm an aggressive entrepreneur. I play hard. I'm still in the streets. I have construction companies. I have real estate companies. I have cannabis businesses. I have a Broadway play that's coming back to life this summer. It's going to be right off Broadway in New York. I have a lot of different asset classes because of who I am. And I've been doing this for 30 years. So I would say knowledge is and everybody says knowledge is power. Like, how about put your knowledge to action? And how about knowledge is really your pathway to a bigger bank account, which is a bigger balance sheet, which is a millionaire. And there's no reason, women, you can't do it in 3 to 5 years. No reason other than you're stubborn. You live in your excuses. And again, this is me, no filter, because, you know, I don't know if it's thicker skin though, Katie. I think it is the willingness to be a truth teller. And that's kind of the new words I've been saying. I'm a financial advocate for your family, and I'm a truth teller, because I don't have time at my age and experience to dance around the chaos. Like, let's get to it. What do you need? What do you want? Do you need to make money? Do you need to keep it? Do you need to invest it? Do you need to do generational wealth? Where are you? Let's go. Today is the day.
I love that. You know, the truth teller. And what I mean by thicker skin is for women to be able to hear what you're saying. So we need some truth hearers. We need some people that are open to actually hearing that harsh reality of where you are. You can't go backwards. You can't change what's been done, and you can only move forward. So there's no sense in looking to, you know, where you were. You got to look at where you are so you can make that game plan to move forward to become a millionaire. How much does mindset have to do with it? Because I now I've listened to The Secret every single
Wasn't
at least 3 times a week for the last few weeks, just to really get my mindset around it. And of course, you pop in there, and I'm like, "Oh, Laurel, she's there."
money comes
How is money mindset?
Yeah, money comes easily and frequently. So, you know, I've done so much work with Bob Proctor, John DeMartini. I mean, some of the greats of the world in the body of the mind. And, you know, I was taught you've got to be in your mind first. And there is a massive truth to how you think and feel, because the reality of how manifesting really happens is not just in your thinking, which then causes the words to come out of your mouth, because anybody can be that kind of a puppet, and I could be here and I can read a little script and I can say the words, but it's the feeling. I mean, it's, you know, all of that manifestation. I mean, it's through your heart energy and your heart chakra. And if you believe in all that's but it is a deep action. So because you don't know enough, right? You lack the knowledge. Why start with the mind doing the wrong things? Because what you're going to do is you're going to do the stuff you were taught, right? And you were taught to be an employee. And we'll add it to our link. We're going to give you a bunch of free gifts. So I will add how to live corporate life. It's a 60-minute on what I'm talking about, because I made up the term living corporate life. Companies make money. Individuals get taxed. So you as an individual, ladies, do not want to make a lot of money. I only make $42,000. I'm a single mom of a 17-year-old. My 24-year-old is becoming a CPA. Hopefully by the end of 2024, he will be up in all 4 tests. So he's an independent, you know, and so it's just me, my daughter. So I make 42 grand. My companies make millions. I don't. And I know that is the definitive distinction of what I teach that others don't, is how do you live this corporate life where your companies make money and then you make a small salary with it. So there's a whole structure. Then how do you employ your kids, and I'm the how-to truth teller as well, like down to your bank accounts, your credit cards. How do you get more money? How do you get lending? How do you do some of this stuff? Because the internet's full of the strategy, the up here strategy, right? How to get incorporated, how to get a trust, how to get insurance, how to do the high thing, but who teaches you to behave in it? So back to the mindset, I want you in the right behavior, living corporate life. And then your mind's going to come along, especially if you get a mentor. And yes, that would be me. I'm not going to have you like wander around to other people, because this isn't about a feel-good thing. Like, it really isn't in the beginning. If you have never made 6 figures as an entrepreneur, it'll be the hardest darn thing you'll have ever done, because we're all taught the schooling. I don't care. It's in the world. I've taught in 6 continents. The only place I have not taught my work is in Antarctica. So I know it works, and I've made millionaires on all 6 continents, but Antarctica easily. But the difference is we get in the right action, and your action in every day. I'm going to give you action. You got a video a day that says, do this now do this, now do this. You got to keep up. And a lot of people say, you know, that I'm sure they tell you too, Katie, you should slow down. No, you need to speed up. My speed works. Your speed is convenient. My speed works. Right.
I get that all the time. They're like, are you going to burn out? I'm like, no, are you kidding me? I got to keep going.
Just keep
how am I going to do it if I don't keep moving?
Well, and it's the same thing with your mind. Like, people say, well, when are you going to retire and be done? First of all, retirement is an agricultural word. It's putting cows to pasture to die. I'm not a cow and I'm not dying. I'm going to be the Bob Proctor, the John DeMartini. I'm going to do this jam that God gave me, this amazing gift, and mentor people till the day I walk off the planet. I got Bob Proctor's last testimonial right here on my kids' book. 7 days before he passed.
All
So I had the last endorsement of his life on my kid's book, and I will be that person for whoever wants it. But I can tell you about the action. So back to mindset. I'm going to put you in the right action. Your mindset will follow as long as I'm accompanying it, because I'm going to be moving you very quickly at my pace and picking up your pace to do the right things. Because a lot of you, especially women, you know, you have home, you have kids, you have all these things. You want a personal life, a professional life. You have a life. So get it integrated. You have a life. The kids have to fit into the whole jam. Right? I take my kids all over the world. And yes, I traveled with nannies. I traveled with home care. Eventually I had that home support in countries. I could fly into a country, know exactly who's going to take care of my kids, and they would come stay at the hotel, and I get them a room, and we just all jam together. So a lot of you aren't even close when I say mindset of being in the action. So we're going to put the mindset over here for a minute. And I'm going to be in it, but I'm going to be driving an action of, do you need to make money? Do you need to reduce your taxes? What do you need? We're going to move the action, and then you'll keep up as long as you're in the presence of other people becoming millionaires, which is why my community, I think you know this, Katie, my community, I started in masterminding and mentoring, high ticket, right? I started in 2001. I'm the longest standing mastermind that has never changed and always stood for one thing, which is how many of these can I make in my lifetime? And we made over 10,000 millionaires. So you may not like what I'm going to do to you, but I guarantee you it works.
You'll like the results.
Guarantee you'll like your bank account, you'll like your balance sheet, and you'll say, yeah, but what about, negative stuff on the internet, or what? The internet's the bathroom wall. I could write, Katie likes doing this woman's take control thing, but she's really just, out for the money and out for herself, and she's a horrible person and blah, blah, blah. And she just talks out of both sides. I could just rip you. You could rip me. And guess what? Neither of us can ever erase what was just said.
Yeah.
So I hate the internet called the bathroom wall, because anybody can write anything and there's no validity to it. So I teach people how to do due diligence. How do you really know what's real? Because half of the stuff that's out there isn't. And since COVID, my God, the scams are insane. So mindset, I would say, yes, it's absolutely pivotal to grow. You don't have to have a millionaire mindset for me to make you a millionaire. I mean, believe me, I have a lot of very specific things you're going to do that you'll get there as long as you're making money, keeping money, investing money, and using our team. But you won't get there standing still going, I need to think about it. No, because you're not even thinking about the right things.
So would that be then part of the switch in mindset right off the bat would be, it's, stop, like you going back to what you first said, like no more excuses, no more overthinking, like you've got to be able to move, you've got to move those obstacles out of the way. That's part of like getting over yourself, that mindset of, okay, I'm going to do the hard work and the action's going to follow. I'm going to gain my knowledge. The action is going to follow. And then with that, the mindset,
it will catch up. As long as you stay committed in it, it will catch up. I mean, one of the things that the author and Steve, who supports me all the time, is behind the scenes, but he actually introduced this. It's in Atomic Habits. It's called consistency compounds.
Yes.
And I love that because it's kind of a new phrase of what manifesting is. It's because you can consistently live in excuses. I'm busy. I don't have time. I have kids. I have blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden, 18, 20 years later, those kids are moved on. You're an empty nester and you still got the same batch of excuses. So I get to have it all. In fact, as we move into this year, I did a whole process, a 21-day integrated life challenge. So Steve, we should add that too. I'm going to add my 21-day life challenge for all the ladies out here. Is how do you integrate your life from having a personal life and a professional life to a life, right? So yes, like you're a mom, you're a partner, you're a whatever you are, all the titles, like, I don't care. I could be the janitor. I'm going to do what it takes. That's my title. I do what it takes, right? If it takes taking out the garbage, I really don't care. Like, we're going to get it done because we're going to get to a finish line with a great result, whether it's for me or investors or whoever is getting a result, the client. But a lot of people, you talk about excuses. It's just, they live and they also, the other word I'm going to give this, Katie, and I don't know if anybody else is interviewed around this, but I've made up this word I call it. A lot of people that have not only excuses, they have a lot of rules.
Yeah.
I can't travel. I can't do that. I can't. Why? Like, I took my kids from 3 months old still today. I drag them around the world. And there are times they're like, do we have to do another business trip?
I do the same thing.
It's like, no, we're going.
Yeah.
Guess what? As like Logan's growing, my daughter's 17, they are thankful for their life experience. I mean, they have literally been all over the world. Their Rolodexes are from heaven with the most world famous people that we've traveled to France, and we've traveled, you name it. And we've traveled on circuits with some of the greatest speakers in the world. And I think a lot of you're trying to protect them. And I'm going to speak to the men, if there's any men that will actually be watching this, is when's the last time you brought your kids to work? When the last time, do your kids even know what you do? Or do you keep your life so separate on the money side and you wonder, well, why isn't it integrated? Because you're not integrated. You've got to start with you, ladies. You got to bring yourself and say, if I want to raise financially literate kids, then you all better get this book, Make Your Kids Millionaires, 87 steps that I did from 0 to 20 to make my kids millionaires on paper by 10. So what I do between 0 and 5, what I do 6 to 8, what I do 9 to 11, what I do 12 to 14, and what I do 15 and up. Like, how do you do it? How do you do the trajectory? And how do you get your kids on board?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's really not an option that I'm going to have financially illiterate kids inherit what I built.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool concept, the integrated concept, because it's something we don't hear. I mean, I haven't heard all the books you read. They say to divorce work from life and life from work, and that you are to keep it separate. But the practical thing, I mean, practically we can't really keep it separate, especially now with the smartphone and working from home. And I mean, we get up at 6, 7 in the morning and we sit down at our computer while our kids are still running around, and we're in our pajamas doing, Zoom meetings with, a nice shirt on the top and pajama bottoms on the bottom. And then of course, dinner comes, kids come home from school, they're running around, and you make a quick dinner, but then you're right back at your desk and there is this complete integration. So I really love, the women that are on here and the men that are listening, I think we do have to have a more integrated life. And I only think life is going to speed up. And so to teach our kids how to have if there's no such thing as balance, but a balance, you're going to have a more balanced life with integration than you are going to have divorcing the two, I would think.
Well, the amount of energy it takes to keep it separate. And most people, to your point, post-COVID, it's even become more critical.
Yeah.
Because what I find is the people who use excuses to work from home aren't as effective. And, it's interesting because unless you are highly motivated, there are studies proven that you're not effective on your own at home, because you walk by your laundry. Oh, I should throw a load of laundry in. Oh, I need another cup of coffee. Oh, I should food prep for tonight. I should get some steaks out for my barbecue I'm having, for the weekend. So you end up doing all of this. So instead of pushing to keep it separate, just integrate it.
Yeah.
Right. It's critical. And that's why when we rebranded the company from Live Out Loud, because I wanted to live out loud about the conversations about money.
Yes.
But Oprah started using Live Out Loud. Try to sue Oprah. Right. I mean, because she's on, I owned the brand, I own the trade. But then you have a Christian artist, a country artist, a rap artist, all do songs called Live Out Loud.
Yeah.
So anyway, we got rid of that name. It's still the name of the company, but it's called Integrated Wealth, because that's what we do. We integrate your wealth. And because of who I am as a mom and the way I do family life and generational wealth, I teach how to have that integrated life. You get to have it all. You just don't get it all at the right moment. Right. Like when I'm with my daughter, she knows if she has all of me, or she knows if she has part of me. But we go into our conversation. Like, if she needs an hour of mom time, then it's just that. And guess what? There's no client time. There's no other things going on at that moment. So I believe there isn't such a thing as balance at all. I think you get to have it all at the moment. Like right now, everybody's listening to this getting 100% of you and 100% of me.
Yes.
So we're not doing other things. Yeah, I might drink some water here, but my phone isn't even around here. I don't have it. I'm not texting anybody. I'm not taking notes anywhere. I'm not scripted. So you get 100% of me. And then in the next hour, somebody else is going to get 100% of me. So if you live from that time block standpoint and you self-manage that, then you get more successful. Because I actually don't think, I know since COVID, success behaviors are not what they were when, we were growing up and taught, and I'm older than you, but I mean, the Jim Rohn, the Zig Ziglar, the Bob Proctor, even the Stephen Covey's, successful highly habits. I mean, that's still relevant, but in an integrated life, like, how are you bringing this all to life? And the one thing I have to tell women around knowledge is also, is living by a calendar. I mean, so many people don't live by a calendar. They live by their phone and little tiny reminders, and they may or may not make.
That was going
Like
to be my next question. So, like, how do you schedule your time to ensure an integrated life?
a calendar. I live and breathe and die by a calendar. And you say, well, that's not fun. Now, I also plan no plan time, right? So, right where there's no plan to have a plan, like that is my time to do what I want to do.
Mhm.
And like when I ski, that is my thinking time. And I can tell you as an entrepreneur, and as you become more and more successful, the time you need to think, process, and prepare is critical. And if you don't put in thinking time, like really block it, like, you know, like my workout time, people say, why don't you want to work out with us? Or, you know, like I'll go to hot yoga because you can't talk. I love that. But to go to a gym and somebody's like always ask me about a money question, or if I'm working on the treadmill or wherever, like I don't want, that's what I do on that. That's the difference. This is my time, me time, and thinking time, processing time. And a lot of you as entrepreneurs, you're not doing that. And I want you to think about this. You say, well, how do I do it? I calendar like crazy and I compartmentalize. That's the second skill I do. I really compartmentalize. So like, I mean, there's times where, I mean, I'll say people have been dying. Somebody had just died. There was a big injury. So like something was going on. And because I know how to get in state, I could put that over here, put it in a little box, compartmentalize it. Is it emotional? Is it painful? Is it something I got to do? Yes, but not in this minute. So I put it up on the shelf and I said, I'm gonna come back, and then I calendar, when am I going to come back and get it? So I'm not stuffing a bunch of emotional crap that's not getting handled, or just issues that need to be handled.
Yeah.
I think compartmentalizing is a key skill set. Like if your kids are having a whole meltdown, then where's your support? And I gotta tell that to women. I mean, the first thing I did when I got pregnant is, I mean, before my son was born, 2 weeks before is when I started my nanny, because I can tell you their narrative had to follow my narrative. You're not raising my kids with, we can't afford it, and we don't, like, none of that narrative my kids have ever heard. It's, if you want something, then let's go get it.
Mhm.
So I was conditioning them for several weeks on how I'm going to raise my son. This is you're going to support, but your values aren't going to become my child's. These are my values. And if you don't live by them, that's fine. But in my household, you will.
Yeah.
And this is how we're going to eat. And this is how we behave, and all of those things. So women, you got to get your life supported. So you say, how do I do it? I calendar, I compartmentalize. I have a lot of life support. I mean, a lot of life support, in-house, out of house. I don't do appointments. I mean, it's pretty rare. I would do an appointment. I have people handle all of that. I hate shopping, thank God, because I have a personal shopper. So like really segment your life to get support, so you get to do the thing you're the best at. And I know all of you out on the other side of the screen are saying, but it costs money. Exactly. But that's the point of your company, is to make money, right? Is to make money, support lives. I don't know how many thousands of humans in their lives I've supported by them being on payroll or owning a contract with me or however, but it's my job to drive that revenue to make sure these families are supported, including mine. Mine's just one of many families that get supported by this enterprise. Your first 100,000 will be the hardest money you'll ever make. And the faster you get a mentor and the faster you cross that line, and I have a guarantee that I'll get you past 100,000 in less than a year. In less than a year, guaranteed to get money back. I'm the only one who's willing to risk it. Now, the thing I can't guarantee is your behavior, which is, what are you getting up? And I have to say, the other thing I do is I get up typically mentally for sure, but I get up way before my kids. I always have.
Yes, that's one thing I've always done, is to have that time to get myself, prepare myself for the day, because once that whirlwind and tornado starts, I mean, you'll just, it's almost impossible to catch up.
Well, and to that point, I think that's where I was going to go, because you know me, I have an on switch, not an off switch, so I could go a lot of places in that narrative. But it's not only catching up. What I find most people wake up to, because they don't do that mental state of setting, and even knowing, okay, I have some tough stuff to deal with today. But like for Nat, like I'm recording with Katie today, like we're doing this, and I'm going to be completely present to this interview. Yet I got stuff over here, and I got stuff over here, I got stuff up there, I got stuff everywhere. But my point is, like, that's being managed, or it's held, or it's okay for now to be held there. But when you wake up late and later, and then you're reacting all day, you can't get ahead, and it becomes a domino that's almost impossible to stop. The negative, again, consistency compounds. So now you're in catch up and you're reacting. Yeah. And again, you don't have enough support. Who's answering all your emails? I don't have an email anymore intentionally. I have a group email that is looked at by a variety of people. because I won't. I'm not going to do it. I will text, I will call, I'll be on the phone. What I'm best for is a connection on phone. I'm doing it my way. I know it's effective and I know it works. So I think a lot of you have weird rules. You react more. If you actually journal this, I mean, here's an activity: journal how many time block your hour. How many hours are you responding and reacting to requests of you versus hiring a team to do all that, and you're driving revenue? Like, I get up and drive revenue. I drive investments. I drive forward, and I have a whole team who handles what needs to get supported in the back, which is, yeah, I promised you a link. I promised you this. I promised you this. I don't do any of that.
Well, so
And-
this goes, I guess, back to the question of good debt, right? So if there's entrepreneurs on here, which I'm sure we have a ton of, or I mean, we should be running our own little businesses anyways, to your point, right? To live a corporate life. So either way, we should be looking at our life that way.
Well, I'm just going to say they will never pay lower taxes unless you are running some sort of a side hustle. Side hustles, in my definition, are below 6-figure ventures. And too many women sit below there and get comfortable. Get over 100,000 and your life will change drastically. And let me help you get over 100 grand a year, because it is the hardest money to make, because you don't know how to market, you don't know how to sell, and you don't understand cash flow, the 3 largest skills of an entrepreneur. And my son just went through a bachelor's in finance, a bachelor's in accounting, a master's in accounting, and said there was no one that has ever taught me anything, even in all that schooling, how you teach corporate life, Mom.
Wow. So what, I mean, you know, we're talking about good debt, and if we're going to have all this help and all this support, you know, what would your counsel be on where do you start to get support? Where do you start, you know,
So
whether it's employees, whether it's, you know, where do you, you know, because there's women on here going, hey, it does take all the money and I don't have all the money to get it off the ground. Like, where do they start?
Well, you got to make more money. You have to have that intention, which means you have to time block. And don't tell me you can do that if you have young kids that are constantly interrupting you. I'll tell you a little strategy I did with my kids, because I was, you know, they would come up to me, and if they had a question, they knew. And if Mom was coaching or presenting or what Mom was doing, they would put their hand on my arm, and that was their cue that I have something, and I will get to them. Like when I finish a sentence and can breathe. And I mean, I've been seen on massive stages where, whether it's Logan or Tristan, my kids come up and they would put their hand in something. I mean, they know when it's important or not, but they're not constantly interrupting. But you have to train your kids to do that. So where would I start hiring? I get home help immediately. You do not need to go grocery shopping. It's the same darn grocery store every week. You'll actually spend less money. Let that person then go home and food prep, clean your house, clean up after you. Do your laundry, like get your home life handled as fast as you can. So then you're focused on revenue. Then the first person in revenue, in my opinion, is somebody to set appointments for you. Because if you don't have appointments, you're not making sales, which means you're not making money. So you're not going to go behind the scenes or write a book. No one's paid you for a book. You're not writing a book. Again, I'm about revenue first. So how do I get you to revenue first, doing the right behavior? We'll get to your book. We'll get to your YouTube channel. And if you're looking at, you know, all my assets, if I was you, I would do a podcast first, number one. And if you're like a new entrepreneur, I do a podcast with basic social channels. And I would wait till you have enough content to then think about a YouTube channel, because it's a heavy lift and you better have a lot of content to do what you've just seen me do on my YouTube channel. And then you write your books. So do a bunch of reports, do a bunch of little chapters, do a bunch of segments, but you don't start that way. And interview a ton of people. I love what you're doing, Kate. I'm watching you grow, right? You're following a lot of my lead. You're watching me closely.
Oh, I am.
So,
I have been for many years. Yes.
So if you don't have the content, guess where you're going to get it? You're going to get it by interviewing other successful people. You just have to be out. If you haven't figured this out, it's so prevalent, but you have to have time to focus. So if your home life isn't handled and you're too distracted, it's critical. And I'm going to go to the women on the far end who are super successful, right? And you have hired people, and I'll speak about it. I mean, I've been in litigation. I've been in lawsuits. I just finalized my a divorce, which is fabulous. So happy I'm free.
Congratulations.
My freedom day. Next chapter. But all that stuff takes a lot of time. So the other thing I'd say all of you, in addition to home support, there's this middle support called, oh my gosh, I'm going through a divorce, or I've got a kid with, you know, or a parent with disabilities, or that needs home or health care. I mean, you've got to have some support for that. And guess what, ladies? You're the one that needs to make the money to pay for it.
Yeah.
You should not be the home care provider, the health provider, if you are not in that profession. It hurts you more than it hurts them. Go do your job, make enough money to pay for it all. And I mean, the sequence of how I do it is so tight, Katie. You know, because I watch it and I've been amazingly blessed and successful at doing it, of picking the right nannies, picking the right life support. You know, when I say life support, I'm talking home life support.
Yeah.
Total life support is handled by a bunch of amazing men and women who support me. And I support their families. I pay them well. They take care of me. I take care of them. So it's a philosophy you'll just start living with. And then, you know, for those of you who do have litigation or negative issues going on, get help. Because you've got to do this. You've got to turn on and switch and say, oh my gosh, I'm going to be interviewed by Katie for the next hour. And I can't sit over there crying and feeling sorry for myself. I got to like get in state, perform for the clients who need my time. And you've got the gift to give it to them. So it's a really service-based heart. And I know people don't see a lot of that from me because I got to kind of wake them up. And I've done
I love that though. Well, we do. We need to be woken up. You know, we're all sleeping. I mean, I'm not. I can tell you I'm fully aware, and I am fully aware of every aspect of things that need to be done and things I need to own and the excuses I make and the excuses I'll no longer make. But the majority of the world is sleeping, and we need to wake up and realize that we aren't even scratching the surface of the gifts we've been given and the potential we have to be millionaires, but also to have a fulfilling life.
Yeah. And I can tell you, I mean, my kids have never gone on a vacation, but they have been to 6 continents and multiple, I don't even know how many countries. I mean, we started that whole, you know, put a little pin on the map. It's still sitting upstairs in one of our big, you know, extra rooms. And it's like, yeah, we'll catch that up some year. Cause you know, you end up in one place and it's like, oh, let's just jump over to Spain. Now we're going to jump down to Portugal. And now we're going to go to Amsterdam before we head home. Like, it's a lot.
Well, my kids, so I'm, my twins are 14 and my little one's going to be 11. And even we were just having the conversation last week. I'm speaking in New York in a couple weeks and then they're out of school. So I'm like, you guys are coming to New York with me. And then we're going to be flying here. And they're like, yes, they love it. They love that their life is just so adventurous. And I think that is one of the best things we can give, but you've got to do what you have to do in order to make it happen. And I think that goes full circle back to the excuses. There's always a reason not to, and we have to start looking for the reasons to do it and moving into action.
Well, and again, there's so many books written about what's your why, what's your why, what's your why, live your passion, the why, passion. Yes. And you know what? I did a lot of stuff that wasn't my passion, but they were training grounds, right? They were training grounds. Like I was an exercise physiologist and did health. My whole first chapter, Bob Proctor introduced me to the Rich Dad Poor Dad brand. So 1996 to 2000, you know, I was there. Now, the content was my passion, but it wasn't mine, right? Kiyosaki's and Sharon Lecter's, and it was theirs. So, but I knew I wanted this industry. And if I didn't get mentored and if I didn't watch everything, I mean, down to inventory controls, how they build their game, where they build their game in Asia. I didn't do it that way because theirs was ripped off because they sent it to one central place. I sent my game into 10 different Asian countries to make 10 different pieces. I brought it back here and assembled it. So I never got my trademarks and my IP never got stolen. Like I learned so much at the micro level of how to run a company by being in that environment. Could have I made more money if I had jumped sooner? Maybe. But you need some training ground. And a lot of you are not willing to pay for the proper knowledge, right? And I always say, you know, what I'm going to give you is an MBA, a massive bank account.
I love
and I have had so many people at an MBA program stop their MBA going, because I said, why are you spending 50 and 80,000 a year at Stanford or Harvard or wherever, executive school of business? Like, because you want an extra couple letters behind your names to get a bigger salary, or are you doing because you want to be a good entrepreneur? Because that's not where you go. If you go to a massive, you know, I call it the Massive Bad Attitude Academy. And I literally have had people from those, Harvard, Stanford, Business School, the Marriott School of Business. I mean, you name it. I've had people literally say, I've learned more in 2 days from you than I've learned in 2 years of getting my MBA. And I'm going to drop it because why am I spending all this money on an education that isn't going to be an entrepreneurial education? You need entrepreneurs make entrepreneurs. What university says they have entrepreneurial training? It's a sexy new name and the people teaching it. If I was a parent, and I'm telling you parents, you have to lean in when your kids pick schools. Most entrepreneurial schools, there's a few that actually have great adjunct professors. Like I've come into schools and I've taught, because I'm a true entrepreneur, but that's rare. Most of them are business administration or something.
Yes. And they have no clue.
They've never run a company, and now they're going to teach entrepreneurialism. Like, come on.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
and I agree, but but then that goes full circle. So you back to knowledge, back to mentorship. And
Yes.
so let's tell these ladies and a few gents, I'm sure, are on here as well. How do they find you? Because you're the mentor that they need. And what does that look like? What are those first steps? How do they get in touch with you?
Well, again, my YouTube channel is Laurel Langmeyer, the Millionaire Maker, but I don't want you to go straight there. I want you to go through and go get a bunch of gifts first, listen to them, then go over there. So if you go to asklaurel.com, it's in the show notes. I'm sure it's in the description on the chat. asklaurel.com/take control. I'm giving you 2 tickets to my Millionaire Intensive, which is an 8-hour event. I teach you how to live corporate life for 2 hours, how to drive the best engines inside your entrepreneurial company, how to build a funnel with the right prices. And then for 3 hours, we put you into a marketplace where you can sell anything you want, as long as it's ethical and legal in the country that we do it, which is on Zoom. So we're giving you 2 tickets to that. And then you're getting all my 5 best-selling books, my 5 New York Times. They're all ebooks. You'll get all those. You're getting one-on-one session with my team. So that is invaluable.
Amazing.
Again, my YouTube channel is Laurel Langmeyer, the Millionaire Maker. My podcast is Real Money Talks Podcast with Laurel. It comes out every Friday. So those are just 2 assets. And the 2 things I just made up that will add on to that will be the 21-day life integration. How do you integrate your life? And then just how to live corporate life in a quick 60-minute video. So if you can't go to the Millionaire Intensive and use the tickets, we do it once a month. So, I mean, the next one we're recording in May. So it's June 6th. So that'll be after. So July 15th, August 8th, September 12th, Integrated Wealth Systems. I have a whole calendar of events. They also, Katie, can go to asklaurel.com, ASKLORAL, ask a question, make a request. I would say if you can't read my books and come up with 100 questions, it could be clarifying questions like, I don't think I was taught I shouldn't have debt. Help me understand why you say have good debt.
Yeah.
And for the moms out there, the entrepreneurs, I mean, I can help you get 0% financing in good debt for 21 months. That gives you plenty of runway to learn to make money, pay it all off. It was zero. It did. Yes, it'll come in the form of credit cards and loans and things like that, but it costs nothing. Again, debt is the cost of money. Get a bunch of it, use it right, make it an asset, and you'll never look back. I mean, your ability to grow and compound in a healthy way financially is right in front of you. You just have to say yes and let me take you on the journey.
I love that. Well, everybody watching, I mean, if you do not hop on that link and gain all that knowledge, then you're just one big excuse sitting there, and we can't be saying anything about where we are in life if we're not doing that. So get on the link, gain the knowledge, ask the questions, and choose to act, because that's really where the rubber hits the road. Thank you so much, Laurel, for your...
Well, thank you, Katie. And I could talk for hours. So.
I know I could talk to you for hours. I know. But I'm so grateful that you're here pouring into the ladies of the Ladies Take Control community and providing them with the steps they need to have financial literacy and take control of their lives. So thank you so much. And ladies, get on that link. Get all the knowledge you need. All right, cool. Ciao. We'll see you later. Bye. I am so honored to have Mr. Eric Awesome Swanson, the Habitude Warrior King, here with us today. Not only because he is legitimately awesome and he does so much for humans in the world to help lift them up, and women. He's definitely doing a lot more for women, which we're going to talk about, but because he is a dear, dear friend and somebody I care so, so much about. And it's always amazing when you have your community support you and what you're doing. And so I'm just so grateful to have you here, Mr. Swanson. Welcome to the Ladies Take Control. I should say welcome back to the Ladies Take Control virtual stage.
That's right. Thank you so much, Katie. This is amazing. Hi, ladies. Hi. Where are they? Are they behind you? They're behind you. Where are they?
There's a lot of them here too. So
you
awesome.
Promised me a bunch of ladies. Where are they?
Oh, well, it's nice to have you on, and I'm I'm really excited about the conversation we're going to have. And I actually just want to, this is something different that I don't normally do on this virtual stage. I kind of want to like toot your horn. I want to raise you up. And yeah, because you're doing so.
Who's
Yours. I
All
want
about it.
all the ladies to know what this gentleman here is doing for women and how you are helping them, step into their power and help them find their voice. And that's a big deal for women to be able to use that voice and share their stories and find resilience in those stories. And so I'm going to start right off the bat with the opportunity you gave me on the Los Angeles.
What was it?
Okay, can I finish?
By the way, ladies, if you're driving, toot your horn right now. Especially if you're in traffic, do it.
Oh my goodness. On the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week, you pulled together a panel of women and you gave them this incredible virtual stage in front of thousands of people. And so, talk to me about that. Why did you decide to do the women leadership panel? And talk about the impact that it made in those ladies' lives.
So great question. Thank you so much. So I think there was a question in there. So
there's two.
If you're just tuning in, so Katie and I have been dear friends for forever, and we figured that this would be a great opportunity just to have a conversation. And because she and I were talking about like what, let's prepare about this. Do I want to do a speech? Do we do, a list of questions? And we're like, let's just have a conversation about how we're uplifting each other. And whether it's male or female, but I'm going to speak more into how we're uplifting females because it's, I think it's needed, right? It's needed nowadays or it's needed every single day. So your question is about the LA Tribune. So Los Angeles Tribune called me up and they said, Eric, you're the best. I'm like, yes, we're both in agreement there. So like, it's always good to start off with an agreement on a phone call, right? And I said, yeah, what can I do for you? And they said, well, we see the power of what you're doing. We want to bring you and your tribe, your team, your followers onto the LA Tribune. So I literally had two different panels. One was, I believe, called the leadership panel, and the other one was the female empowerment leadership panel. And the reason why is because honestly, most of my clients are female. and I believe that's because, well, first of all, you guys all rule the world. Okay. So females, you rule the world. There you go.
We do.
And yes.
We do. Yes.
So I just think it's so powerful to empower the female movement so that we can even out this world in such a great way and equate it into a unity of beauty, really. So the opportunity that you were talking about, Katie, is the Los Angeles Tribune. It was I believe a month ago, and it was amazing. We had there were so many powerhouse speaker friends of ours that were on there, from Dr. Joe Vitale to Sharon Lecter to so many different people, and the opportunity was amazing. So I mean, honestly, if you really want to know the behind the scenes were the fact that I was supposed to do a whole speech and so forth for a good hour. And I flipped it back to them and said, look, to the president of LA Tribune, I said, look, I want to bring in my team. Do you mind if I do that? And they're like, I'd love it. That'd be beautiful. So I don't really want to show up alone. I want to show up with a team of supporters. I'm supporting them and they're supporting us. And that, I believe that's what it's all about. I really believe that it's cheering each other on. Like, I'm a cheerleader. Like, I'm not good at sports, but I'm definitely a cheerleader. And when somebody's up there, like I have an event coming up at the end of next week, I think it is. And, we're going to have a certain number of people in this ballroom. And I always remind myself, like, always look at the stage. Like, even if I'm walking towards like a break or restroom or something, like, I'm going to walk sideways so I can always look at the stage. So I'm always eye contact with the individual so I can cheer them on no matter what, and just like, even the energy, even if it's a quiet cheer or a quiet prayer for them, they can still feel that frequency and energy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's a lot of the reason why Ladies Take Control exists, is that community, and it's to cheer each other on and to come together and learn from each other and pour into each other. And I mean, I always feel so blessed because I have friends like yourself, and we have Laura Langmeyer on, and we have Captain Kate McHugh, and we have Lisa Lutoff-Perlo. We have all these powerhouse women that are here to support me, but they're supporting everyone that is on here. And so it's really about community, and it's about how we show up for each other. And I thought it was really awesome that you took that opportunity that you could have, had the floor to yourself and sung your own praises, and you gave it to a lot of women. You gave women a chance to shine.
Well, that's what I do. There you go. Yes, you're right. Ding.
What was some of the feedback that the ladies give you from being on there? Like, how I'm assuming they were so grateful, and
I have a list of it. I have nine proposals. My emails, I mean, it's amazing. Roses, they're sending me roses. I'm kidding. I don't think that was your question. Your question was, what's the feedback? So what's the feedback that they're giving me about being on there? I mean, it's really showing their voice. It truly is. It's and you said something a second ago, which I know what you mean. People are here to support you, but yes, they are. But I think of it differently. I don't think that they're supporting you. They're supporting the audience through you.
No, that's what I was trying to say. 100%. I'm saying through the fact that we've my little community, our community has come together supporting. We are now able to support hundreds of women. And I think it's really cool what community is. It's so much more than a network. Network is almost very transactional, point A to point B, and it's your book of business. But when you build a community, you build something far more tangible on a way deeper level. And so that's what I meant. I meant that each of our communities are now coming together in order to pour into hundreds of women that are listening right now.
More than hundreds. I mean, I'm talking about, this is a movement, because if you look at it, one individual takes that and goes and builds a mountain, and walk up a hill and come down a mountain. That's a great Hugh Grant movie, by the way, years ago, before your time. But it's like building these movements, and I love that. And if you take the word network, work is in that word. I don't, let's make it net fun, or net community, or net human. Let's make the human beings and cheer them on. That's what it's all about, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And so this is going to bring me right into your event that's coming up, and that I am so grateful to be co-emceeing at, and I'm super, super excited.
Here you go.
It's been a minute since I've been an MC, but I'm really, really excited about it.
This just in, I just got a thank you card by myself for myself. So are you thanking yourself? You need to send yourself thank you cards every single day.
I love that. That's really, no, but that's important. It goes in line with giving yourself grace, and thanking yourself for all the hard work you are doing. And no matter where you are in life.
The courage, the rock of courage right there as well. Yes.
So Speaker Hearts. There, right? Perfect transition from the heart, the courage rock that is shaped like a heart.
That's right.
Let's talk about Speaker Hearts, because I think that's another really cool thing that you're doing. You are helping men and women harness their stories and step into that confidence of using their voice to share those stories and to impact other people's lives. How did Speaker Hearts come about?
Great question. So Speaker Hearts was created by this amazing individual, me, years ago. I like that fun, by the way. I hope your audience knows that. So I created it years and years ago. I thought about it when it was a combination of two things. One was a great friend of mine who is a dancer and a singer on Broadway in New York City.
Jessica, yeah?
Jessica, exactly. Yeah. She's a dear friend of mine. I've known her for 30 plus years. And I used to bring her to school, to the ballet school in San Francisco on my motorcycle. It was so much fun. And then she moved to, New York City, and she was on Broadway on Phantom of the Opera for 21 years until the end of Phantom of the Opera off of Broadway recently, last year, I think it was. So what we did was she started something ever since pandemic. She started something called Broadway Hearts, which took singers from Broadway to cancer patients in hospitals and sang to them, which is amazing. So she just called her friends up and said, "Hey, I want you to come and share your beautiful voice and go over and join me at these hospital wards." So forth, and the pediatric, for kids, for cancer as well. So that really inspired me. And I asked her one day, I said, I called her up, had a lunch with her, and I said, look, I'm so inspired by that. I'd like to share this with the speaker world as well, because speakers have a voice. That's where Speaker Hearts came into play, because it's all about speaking from your heart. And what we do is Speaker Hearts is there's three components. One is a online training course that I teach because of 25 years of experience speaking on and off stages. And then the second component is a live in-person event, which you're coming to, which is amazing. And that event is a 2-day event. We hold them everywhere. This one's coming up in Scottsdale, where we have them in Toronto and in Maui and San Juan, Puerto Rico. I mean, you name it. Where are you calling in from? That's where we have it. We have it, we have it everywhere. And it's a 2-day event. Our next one, I think, is going to be in San Diego in September. And it's 2 days. So day one is strictly for the speakers to learn, to grow, to learn the ins and outs of building a speaker or a coaching career. And we teach it and we mastermind that whole day. It's amazing. It's so much fun. And then day two is when we bring in the audience, and because they're waiting outside the door the day before. Just kidding. We bring them in day two, and we do the whole day as a speaker, like a TED Talk speeches, throughout the day. And we sprinkle in, I like sprinkling things in. We sprinkle in the keynote speaker friends of ours that are amazing. So all of them are amazing. So we have about 23 speakers that speak on day two. And that's cool. The third component, which is even more, thank you for saying it. The third component, which is even better than all of that, is we don't ask, we require every single speaker that comes onto my stage or is involved in any way to reach out to someone who is recently, not ongoing, but recently diagnosed with a cancer, some form of cancer, and be there as a voice, as a speaker voice to them. Which means calling them on the phone, let's say, and just sharing time with them, or going and seeing them and bringing them something, maybe it's be their Uber driver, maybe it's go grab the meds, maybe it's for them, whatever you can do, to reach out and help the individual. So, and I say recently diagnosed, because if you already know somebody who's been diagnosed, you're probably already doing this anyway.
Yeah.
So we want to reach out, because I'm hearing that with cancer patients, from what I've heard, is there's the friends before you receive the news of cancer and the friends that are after that you're, and I don't want to fail anymore, where I literally failed a few times, where I didn't know what to say to my friends who did get diagnosed with cancer. I didn't know what to do. So I want to learn the ins and outs of what to say, what not to say. And I'm learning, just be yourself. And that's it.
Yeah. Wow. That's really cool. I love the 3 prongs to that. And I love that it's all about giving back, and that is really who you are as a human. You are really about helping people rise. And that's why I needed to have you back on the Ladies Take Control virtual stage, because there are not very many humans out there that put themselves before others. And we have to build that community, and that I like your net human. I like that better. Not network, but your community of individuals that do truly care and want to, help people, rise up, I should say. And for every woman that is listening, I've said this a gazillion times. If you follow me, or you've seen me on stage, or, read any of my posts, it's our sworn duty, I feel like, as women, to raise up, or smooth a pathway, pave a smoother pathway for the women to come and create that community. Because if we don't do it, then we're just failing. And so I really wanted to come on and highlight the things that you're doing to help um, give women a platform
Mm.
to use their voice and be part of a community, because that's
Mm.
what you build. You build communities.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Well, everyone listening here, look me up and let's get you on Speaker Hearts. We need more hearts there.
I love that. So if there's any woman here that does have a story that wants to get on stage and learn how to speak and learn how to, harness her voice and then use the powerful voice that you have, Eric is definitely the one you want to talk to. And so I wanted to really just bring Eric on here more. I mean, we can talk about so much. He's so full of knowledge, but I wanted to give his awesomeness a platform to shine because, he's given me that platform in life. And I was actually on with John, my co-MC, just before this, and we're getting ready and getting prepped. And we're like, okay, what are we going to do? We want to banter back and forth. And what is that going to look like in the first 15 minutes? Because it's a pretty jam-packed day. And I said, it's kind of insanely cool that I'm back with Eric at one of his events, because when I was a speaker starting out, Eric, I mean, I'd had a few stages before I met Eric, but Eric gave me one of my very first stages. And Eric's a reason why I have a voice that I have today. And
sweet. Thank you.
well, it's true. It's true. And you've been, one of my biggest fans ever since. And it's not just one of my biggest fans. You are everybody's biggest fan.
Oh, thank you.
And when you put awesome in your name, it's
and there's a reminder back here, right? Let's just be honest.
it's true though, because you are awesome.
I remember what I whispered to you right before you went on. Don't tell anyone here, but right before. So I always whisper something to someone right before they're getting on stage, just to inspire them. So that was fun.
Yes. Yeah. It made me even more nervous.
Yeah. Yes.
I was so nervous.
But
You're like 15 minutes, no slides, handheld mic, go. And I'm like,
no. You know what's fun about that? And if you really think about what I did, so I whispered something to you, which again, don't tell anyone here, but I whispered one thing to you right before you went on, like 10 minutes before you went on. And the way I figure, if you think about why I did that, because I don't know if you actually, because you were in the moment, you freaked out and you're like, oh my God, really? And then if you really think about it, if that's the worst thing that can happen is me whispering something in someone's ear, then the stage is going to be easy. And that's another reason why I do that. It's kind of fun.
Well, I'm glad you think it's fun.
Oh, it's awesome.
We grow from it. We grow from it, but I'm glad you think it's fun to watch. But no, I wanted to take this time and you're like, we should prepare for this conversation. And the reason I didn't want to prepare is because I really wanted to take a moment of pure gratitude on a virtual stage and give the kudos that you deserve. For everything you do in this world. You help everybody, and including myself.
Oh my God, are you going to give me an award? Okay, well, here.
Wow,
my
let's look at that. I know that was recent, right?
What is this? The Lifetime Achievement Award given from the presidential office. What? Thank you, Katie. This is amazing.
Yes, that's how awesome he is, everybody. Okay, mic drop. The end. No.
Thank you from the president. Wow. All right.
Anyway, so and this is not what I normally do. It's going to stir things up for sure, which is great. It'll make this virtual event interesting. But ladies, from the bottom of my heart, anybody that does want to learn how to harness her voice and get on a stage and get practice, and one of I would like to call her a mentor now, but one of my mentors that I met through Eric, which is Sharon Lecter, she says it's, and I'm going to botch this, and I should know it by heart, but passion. I know everybody needs this book, by the way. She's not on this event. She was on last one, Think and Grow Rich for Women. Everyone needs to order that. But it's the power of association. She says when you mix and marry together your passion and the association you have, magical things happen and doors open, and people, it's not what you know, it's who knows you. and that's what Eric does. He creates a community and gives a platform to people so that people get to know their stories and give them an opportunity. So anybody watching, man or woman, but ladies, and most definitely, you've got a supporter here that can help you open up so many doors. And so I do think, I know you all need to check out. I mean, you have a multitude of websites, so we'll put everything in the
just
show
go to
notes.
follow MrAwesome.com. That's
There
the
we
easiest.
go. And
Yeah.
you'll get everything there. And everybody needs to check Mr. Eric Awesome Swanson out, because he's here ready to serve and help you find your voice. And so I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank you for all you do. And I know it's not what you were probably expecting. So it's less of a conversation and more of a gratitude.
Have we started the recording yet? Are we on? Are we live?
We are. We are.
It's a pleasure
So-
being here. Love it.
So let the ladies know you gave your website, but how do they get a hold of you? And if they want to get on Speaker Hearts?
Yeah. Follow MrAwesome.com is an easy one that goes to a website. I believe it goes to all of my social media. And if you would like me on one of your shows, your podcasts or something, interview Mr. Awesome. That's an easy one as well. .com, of course. And let's see, Speaker Hearts. Just go to speakerhearts.com. It's pretty easy. And reach out to us. I mean, we have like literally about a year waiting list right now to get on our stages, but go there now, reserve your spot, and join us.
And maybe if I do a good enough job, you'll see me there again, and we'll be able to meet you on one of his stages.
Well, I want your whole speech on the stage next week to be this. This is awesome. You just praised me the whole time. Here, Mike's on yours. Go.
Well, I meant every single word, and I truly think that sometimes, those who do incredible things without expectation of receiving deserve to be highlighted. And I wanted to highlight you, so you deserve it. And so I'm so grateful for you as a human, as a friend, as a professional, and every single woman that's listening to this right now and watching this. If you want to find your voice and you want to learn how to use it, Eric is the person to help you, and Speaker Hearts is the place to be.
Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate
so
it.
welcome. Okay, can you leave the ladies with,
Yes.
I don't know, 3 tidbits of
Like a prayer or something? What
well, you could lead a prayer if you'd like to. I'd be all down for that.
No
But three pieces of, counsel in finding your voice, harnessing your voice, using your voice.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Okay, so it's really simple. Find 3 ducks, okay, and get them in a row. So here, I've got 3 right here. There's the little tiny ducks. I'm being serious, so check it out. Can you see it? It's a little.
They're so cute.
Tiny glass little hi. Mwah. Okay, so I have 3 of them right here. Okay, and they're laying down now. They're sleeping. But I have 3 ducks, and I literally have them right here at my desk, like facing me in a row. And what I would like you to do is find 3 things, 3 ducks, 3 little tiny whatever. Maybe they're little stones that you like, or something that you can actually put in your pocket and hold on to, and really make 1 duck for your awesome day, and you're going to hold it, and you're going to give gratitude towards it, and you're going to squeeze it, and you're going to say, this is going to be an amazing day. Thank you for this little duck. And you put it down in order. And then the next one is going to be for love and gratitude towards others. So you really want to harness that and think of 3 people that you want to share this with out there in the world. Okay. So that's the second duck. And the third duck is to get the fear out of the equation. Just get rid of fear and go with confidence in anything and everything you do at 100%. And what I do with this duck is I'll carry this with me as well in my pocket. And if I feel any fear, if I feel, at this point in my life, I don't technically feel fear, but I feel anxiety, right? You are like that, right? So you don't call it fear. Maybe you call it anxiety. You're a little anxious, or something's kind of, the frequencies are a little weird on in your body, or your energy, right? Katie, you and I were talking about energy recently. So with this, I have it, and I just hold on to it, and nobody can see it. It's in my hand, and I squeeze it, and I can feel the heat from it. And it's just saying, you got this. You got this. about it. This too shall pass. You know, Tom Hanks was talking to us one day about something about this too shall pass. Remember the this too shall pass? Like if something's really bad, this too shall pass.
Mhm.
Guess what? Same thing if something's really good. This too shall pass. So keep
Yeah.
on striving to be better you on a daily basis. Those are my 3 tips. Mic drop. Here we go. Boom.
That is awesome. The last part there, I think, is something we need to repeat. The good times do pass for sure, just as fast and frequently as the hard times.
Mm.
And so, being grateful for the good times and keep working at it, because we can't expect that that'll always be there, and we have to show up as the best version of ourselves. I think that's a huge message that everyone on here needs to hear.
And one thing that I do in my mind for my frequency is I change the verbiage. And I know you just said that, which works for you. For me, instead of saying keep working at it, I say keep awesoming at it. Right?
Yeah.
Everything's awesome for me.
Everything's awesome for you. I know that.
and the reason why I bring that to your audience is find your word. You know, maybe it's keep being graceful towards everything. And maybe that means working at it. But verbiage is really important. You know, the words that you use, because the person listening to you might be listening to you, but you're listening all the time.
Yes.
So if you're in, you know, my friend from The Secret, John Assaraf, talks about this he wrote a book called Inner Size, and it's behind me somewhere. Oh, there it is. And it's all about like making those pathways, the neuro grooves of pathways working in your favor for success.
Yeah.
And that as we do the little things, as we do the big things. And that's why I have the tiniest little ducks. By the way, I think I'm going to start selling these ducks. I already have the website. I don't care about the money or anything. I'm just going to donate the money. But I think I'm going to call it 5ducks4$5.com. And then I'm just going to send people five little tiny ducks. So and then I'll send some really cool energy with it or something.
Amazing.
Kind
Well,
of a cool idea, right?
oh, well, yeah. I mean, if it goes to a charity too, people will buy them. That's for sure. That's a really cool gimmick. You're all full of ideas. You're full of ideas all the time.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna have 5 ducks, because then it goes with my Habitude Warrior, which is this. A lot of people see me with my hands like this when I'm taking a photo or something. I just keep my hands like this down low, right? But people don't realize I'm putting them in order. I'm going patience, passion, strength, leadership, and courage. So there's 5 major key areas, but that's a whole nother summit.
That is a whole other conversation. We'll tackle it another time. You know what? I should actually have you on the Ladies Take Control podcast, and we could talk about that. That would be fun.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time. You're amazing. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your community and the love you bring everybody, and the positive vibes and positive energy, and the little duckies.
So cute.
Oh, I know. Everyone who's watching is probably laughing and being like, whoa, what was that? But it was amazing. So thank you so much. And I'm just so grateful for you. And as I've said it at least 10 times during the last 30 minutes, ladies, if you want to find your voice and you want to get up on a stage and share your story, check out Speaker Hearts and get in touch with Mr. Awesome Swanson. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I am so excited to start this session off just a little differently with Dr. Carlin Costa, and she is a clinical sexologist, a psychotherapist. She is also the host of the Spicy Fat podcast and a dear friend of mine whom I admire. And before we came on here, we were having conversations. I'm like, what is this dating game at 40? I'm like, I don't understand it. I'm like, you get from your girlfriends the lean into your femininity and don't text him and let him chase you. And I'm like, I don't want to play games. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want to start a relationship off of being second guessing and being someone I'm not. So I was, talking to Carlin, Dr. Carlin Costa about, well, like, is this normal? And she's like, well, we should just put this on camera to start my session. So here we go. How do you do that? How do you date at 40 and not play game? Like, I don't want to play the games.
Yeah, then don't. Like, you know what I mean? Then don't. And that's part of the problem, is that we've created such performativity around dating and around like what we need and who we are and all of that kind of stuff. Just eliminate it. Let's stop like giving energy to that stuff, right? Let's stop like playing the game. Let's start setting standards, right? As to where do you want someone to meet you, instead of being like figuring out and playing the game of like, where do you want to meet them? Because when I hear this whole idea of like, text them, don't text them, like 3 days or don't, or any of first of all, I'm exhausted. I don't have time for this.
Well, yeah,
Right?
and it's like it screws with your head.
Yeah. And then secondly, you begin this whole process of like, it's not gaslighting yourself, but you get into this whole sense of performativity that diminishes and demeans your intentions, right?
Yeah.
So then it becomes, who do I have to be in order to be worthy of a relationship?
Right.
Versus just saying like, hey, here I am. I'm worthy of a relationship. Do you want any of this or not?
Yes.
Right?
So I should just text him.
Yeah, just text them, honestly, and just be honest. And here's the thing about this though, right? Is that now we have to kind of undo this whole app-based social media style of dating.
Mhm.
And part of that may mean that we have to not only reteach ourselves, but reteach the people that we are interacting with. And reteach men, right?
Yeah.
How to do this and how to date with us and how to meet us.
Mhm.
So part of that is also reconciling. You might have to be single for a minute, but that's not like the worst thing ever. You
No,
know?
it's not. It's just when you find somebody you like, it's like, what are you supposed to do? Like, and you read all these things, and what I'm hearing you're saying is just show up as you, authentically you.
Yeah, just show up as you, authentically you, because either they will meet you there or
Yeah.
they'll show you very quickly that they're not ready for you,
Yes.
right?
Ah,
And if they don't meet you there, then you don't want them. And if they're not ready for you, then you don't want them. So,
Yes.
so why are we trying to create this whole thing
Yes.
to get this guy that you like? It's like, sure, but you know, there's 7 billion people on the planet.
Yes.
3.5 billion of them are men, right? I would say about, I don't know, 1 to 2 billion of them are in dating range of some kind. Why are we trying to play a game
on one. Yes.
one guy?
One.
There's a lot of dick in this world, girl. Like, you know what I mean? And he's not the only nice one. And he's not the only one with shared interests or common interests
Yes.
or
Yes.
any of that kind of thing.
Yes.
And this idea of us having to like perform in order to like get the guy, or like, you know, I really like him. And it's like, that's great. So what I say to you is, what is it that you're liking about him? Because I can guarantee you what you're liking about him is all of the things that he's reflecting back to you that you like about yourself.
Oh,
Yeah.
mic drop. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah. That's
It's
what it
so
is.
true. Oh
And
my
you're
goodness.
right? Well, you're finally allowing yourself to be liked. You're finally
Yeah.
allowing yourself to step outside of yourself in a new way, right? So yeah, you like him. I'm sure he's a swell guy. But what you're really liking is
Is
who
me.
you are allowing yourself to be.
So why would I play games, right? Why
Yeah.
would I wait to see if he's going to text? He's either going to meet me there or he's not. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. And that's all a mindset, right? That's a new
Yeah.
mindset and a new
That's it.
shift, which is going to take us right into the conversation that you're going to have with these ladies about that shift and stepping into her powerful mindset. So I'm going to let you take it from here.
All right, you're gonna let me take over. I'm gonna tell everybody a little bit of a story right now. I'm going to talk for a minute, but I'm going to share with you a couple exercises, actually, a couple reflections. There's going to be a little homework for some of you as well, but that's okay. Let's see where this takes us today, all right? Because I have been where many of you are right now or have been. I myself am 40. I'm about to be 41, actually. I'm about to be 41 years old. I've been single quite successfully. I'm going to call it successfully single for the last 10 years. And this whole journey that I have been on and these learnings that I have embraced have taught me so much about the value of relationships, how I want to be in relationships, but also what is love actually? And I had a lot of undoing of what I thought love was, and I thought love was meant to be. And my big first lesson, well, not first lesson, but definitely a very lasting lesson happened in a relationship that I was in about 10 years ago. Because they say, you know, you won't move on from that big relationship, from that big heart-wrenching relationship, that big heart-anchoring relationship. You won't move on until you're ready. And I also didn't know at that time that on average, a woman tries to leave her partner 7 times before she succeeds, especially in an abusive relationship of any kind. And I was in that relationship. And I was in the relationship that I thought was it. Okay. I thought this was my human. We started out as friends. Then we became fuck buddies. I'm not going to lie about it. And then one day he invited me over for my birthday. He invited me over for my birthday and told me that I was the love of his life. And I believe I was until I wasn't. And it wasn't, you know, a particularly abusive relationship, traditionally speaking, you know, but it was a manipulative one. I had an idea of being in a team in this relationship, but he decided to fuck the cheerleaders. And I wept, I yelled, I numbed. I rescued a dog and I nursed it back to health. I collapsed on my spongy mat. You know, those ones that you get from Costco, right? You could step on them for a really long time. And I collapsed on my kitchen floor with a bottle of wine, a fat joint, a scraggly dog, and an empty house that was supposed to be our first home. So my book, the book that I wrote because of this relationship, is called Love, The Women's Guide to Not Fucking Settling. That sounded like a tongue twister. The book is called Love, The Women's Guide to Not Fucking Settling. And it's what I needed to learn in order to get through that relationship. And from that book, I created this program. I call it the Goddess Program. And I called it the Goddess Program because I want it to be aspirational. I want every woman that is enrolled to feel as if she's becoming a powerful version of herself. And that begins with self-exaltation. And I apologize, you'll hear my dog, not the one I rescued. This one actually rescued me. You might hear him barking in the background, so stick with me, friends. But I wanted today to share some of the words from that book. Because my goddess, do I ever love falling in love, you know? I love the rush, the butterflies, the bullshit romance, and the little things that mean everything. These moments and minutes where you feel yourself falling in love are the natural high that I live for. I have fallen in love and I have fallen out of love with the right guys, the wrong guys, and everything in between. And I am no stranger to love stories, but neither are you. You want to fall in love with the right person, right? But girl, so do I, you know? But I've come to learn that it actually doesn't work like that. Some people get lucky in their alignment, meet one of their soulmates, and go on to live a large part of their lives with them through the good, the bad, and the real. And if you're reading this, well, you're probably not one of those people, but neither am I. My dream used to be that I'd meet this love of my life, okay? Hustle in my work, pop out a couple kids, volunteer when I could, bake the best cupcakes for a school fundraiser, have the best dog ever, invest in my retirement, and live my golden years sipping tea on the front porch with the one I love. But okay, I'll be honest. Parts of that are still a big part of my dream. The hustle, the dog, and the porch tea all sound pretty awesome and doable. But like, I am shit at baking cupcakes. And at the time of writing this book, I hadn't met the person that they call the one yet. When I moved out on my own, among the hustle and bustle of undergrad, being the first in my Canadian family to go to a university and truly being free to figure out who the fuck I was, I crashed hard. I put on a ton of weight. I adventured with multiple sexual encounters that would leave me crying all night, and none of it felt good anymore. Needless to say, it wasn't the healthiest environment I created for myself. However, I was on my own and determined to make my own life choices. Because you see, as a good straight A student and Catholic Portuguese girl, you know, president of literally every organized group that she joined, I didn't see many choices other than to serve. What I also didn't realize is that the big detail I missed was that I didn't learn to serve myself. I didn't know how I needed to be cared for because I was so consumed with caring for others, as most women are taught to believe is their mission in this world. And to some extent, this isn't completely wrong, but it's not all that we are here for. Somewhere I missed that I needed to learn, somewhere I missed that I needed to learn to take care of myself first so that I could be of better service for others. Then, the first love of my life happened. After years of late night visits, I lost 120 pounds, and then I was finally being seen as valuable for having completed my degree. I was finally seen as enough for someone. But my long-term crush picked me. What a rush. It led me into a deep dive of giving everything I had to prove, and that he made the right choice. Hi, Panda. You coming to join my story? Because I needed to prove that I was enough for him and of value to someone. In my eyes, that relationship was the proof I needed. Fortunately, and I say that wholeheartedly, after an incredibly tumultuous and wickedly unhealthy whirlwind of what I thought was the definition of love in this relationship, 6 years, a perfect house in my favorite area of my city, and the best dog for, it all came to a rushing halt. After multiple affairs, hazy drug-fueled nights, more lies than I could count, and the gaining back of some of that weight I worked so hard to take off, I finally heard a soft voice whisper in my mind, "It doesn't matter what they say. Keep going." Those words are actually the words of my grandmother. It was something she used to always say to me growing up. But in that moment, with a face full of tears, sitting in my office, having been screamed at inappropriately for the last time on the phone with him, I ended it. And then 3 degrees later, the launching of my new career, and a wood table that I had designed, and a dead dog were all that I was left with after that, which is a lot. But I leapt into the fear of the unknown, and I decided that this was not my life. I decided that this was not my life. And I changed the course of my life forever. Marianne Williamson, in A Course of Miracles, discerns our humanness with a separation of the ego mind and the spirit mind. The ego mind, which is where most of us become conditioned to operate from, rests in a mindset of fear and convinces us that we are all separate from one another. It tells us that we must always seek our happiness and our love, that we are never enough. And according to the ego mind, so we need to work and to achieve and to prove our wholeness and to play these games that we just talked about at the beginning of this. The spirit mind, though, grounds us into our souls and reminds us that we are all one. We are, therefore, we are whole, just as we are. It is the liberation of our egos from the cells of our thoughts and into our oneness with each other, with our natural world, and with the magic of this universe. And this is why I developed my course and some of my work and my career. And I created a program called the Goddess Glow Up. And it works through the labyrinth of your being, using the sacred and the science to bring you into your highest state of natural exuberance. My kitty panda is just all over this conversation right now, friends. But this program that I've developed allows you to show up for you so that you can better attract what you think is best for you and then discern whether it actually is. The result of this embodiment process is to show you how to conquer your life confidence, be empowered in your relationships, and unapologetically embrace your womanness as the goddess you are meant to be. Remember that part about exalting yourself, right? But why do we continue to play these games? And it's because that discernment piece is missing. We constantly sit back and wait for somebody to like us versus deciding whether we even like them at all. Because you, my goddess, are a channel to all other women, those who came before you and those who are yet to come. A conduit of sacred spirit, a descendant of the mystical and magical divine feminine and sacred goddesses and women that have walked this earth and blessed our skies. But all we need to do now is activate you. We need to turn your frequency up and have you surrender to the power of love in a most profound way. But we first of all have to learn how to discern what love is. After a few delicious love affairs, a few bouts of mindful abstinence, and a solid dose of psilocybin, for me, she was born. The goddess. She came through me onto my handwritten pages in my tiny nest home on a solidly sunny day. I still remember this day. And I stopped thinking about what I wanted and decided to shift into wanting to live, but how I wanted to feel. So less about the mind, less about wanting, and more about feeling. And girl, I want to feel magnanimous. I want to feel powerful. I want to feel truth. I want to feel conviction. I want to feel magic. I want to feel honored, and I want to feel faith. I want to feel confident. I want to feel passion. I want to feel desire, and I want to feel fear, and I want to feel unapologetic. And I want to feel feminine, and I want to feel pleasure, and I want to feel like the woman I know I am. I want to feel like the woman I am every single day and never look back. I want more, and I knew that if I wanted more, I was going to have to become more and demand more. They say loving others is easy, and it's loving yourself that's the hard part. It's easy to put other people's needs before yours, and it's easy to dismiss your needs for the right relationship. It's easy to dismiss that you want more out of love and relationships and that you're worthy of it. It's also easy to desire change, but of all of that, what's love really got to do with it? You know, a friend of mine said to me one time, love has no desires. And as the stubborn woman that I know myself to be, I had felt really perplexed by this. It didn't make any sense to me. I want my partner to desire me. Actually, I need them to desire me. I need to be needed. I need to be wanted, because that is what I was taught love was all about. But love has no desires. What I didn't realize was that the desire I was craving, the longing lust I have been requesting from all of my relationships, wasn't about desire. It was about love. And I'm really good at loving others, okay? Really, really good, as I'm sure some of you are. People come into my spaces often as a calling for healing, either consciously or subconsciously. But this skill has come with the experience of sacrificing and giving away parts of me just to prove my love in one way or another, or rather to prove that I was worthy of the love that I wanted. So I loved hard. I've given it everything and often sacrificed myself in the process. And at one point, I even convinced myself that if I lived in perfect flow, then the love of my life would be ushered in with ease, right? If I just flowed with it, he'd come knocking on my door. But I thought that if I wasn't present always, the best would be thwarted from entering my life. I put a lot of pressure on myself to live perfectly, okay, in some weird, magically forced alignment that didn't even acknowledge that the divine is in the authentic living process of being human, which means making mistakes, coming in and out of your flow, and exercising your discernment wholeheartedly. And it can be scary to admit that you might not love yourself as fiercely as you love others. You might even be unable to find the words to express that your desire is actually a sign that the balance of love is off in your relationship, because it is off with yourself. What you want isn't to be desired. What you want is actually to know love in its deepest and most intimate, soul-revealing forms. But how do I know when it's right? How do I know when I'm not settling? What's love got to do with it when I'm out here trying to live in and create my best life without trying to fuck it all up at the same time, But there's this crux in the world where self-development and self-demolition meet, okay, often disguised as one another. And an example of that is, I love a late night juicy booty call, like most of us, okay? However, the intention behind that love exchange in the form of sex is often what is out of bounds. Because sex is one of the greatest expressions of love, and I wholeheartedly believe that. But are you expressing your love to develop yourself or to demolish yourself? It's time to get real about where you stand in the game of loving yourself. I think one of the hardest statements for someone to say is, I feel safe to be me. How honestly can you affirm that to yourself right now? Most days, the world doesn't feel safe, so it is understandable when neither do you. Most days, men don't feel like a safe space either. And my concern for our natural world is that we have all been starved of love and safety in that space. We have become love-starved, touch-deprived, and lonely. We have grown distance between ourselves as humans. And when people are afraid to touch one another, to hug one another, to kiss one another, or to pay compliments for fear of being creepy, fake, or needy, then we have a big problem. The colossal move driving the separation of humanity from one another has left us with these gross appetites for connection and space for projective behaviors to flourish. As women, connection to our community, our sisters, our families, our loving partnerships and relationships, and ourselves is of the utmost importance, because our connections are what motivate us to love fully. And they nurture the spaces in between that allow us to feel safe, to express, and to desire with our whole selves. That is where I have learned. It is in my relationships with my community, with my sisters. There is this thing, though, and if you've heard of it, that's great. And it's called the scarcity mindset. Okay. The scarcity mindset is where this wanting lives. And it is a direct line from the root of your fear. It's the, I want to be in a relationship. I want to be loved. I need to be these things. And it's not in the space of, I don't feel like I'm enough. It's that I'm afraid that there will never be enough, or I will never be enough. And that's where that scarcity mindset is born, because it convinces us that there isn't enough. It is the belief that there will never be enough, whether that's food, attention, money, love, or men. And it motivates our behaviors and thoughts to stem from a place of lack and births us into the state of wanting. It's what makes us stay with shitty, shady, and subpar men. Because when we function from this mindset state, we justify that our mistreated manner is how things just are. That life is like this for everyone, and that there aren't any good men left out there. That's scarcity mindset thinking right there, okay? So we stay in bad relationships. We allow fuckboys to take advantage of our bodies, and we cry over being single. The scarcity mindset clouds us into believing that things will never change, no matter how bad we want it. And it's also what feeds our loneliness. I'm big on engaging my clients to complete reflections and sessions. So we do a lot of homework. In my therapy practice, we call homework love work, right? Because it comes from our hearts. And in one particular session, I asked a client of mine, I turned to her and I said, "Do you love yourself?" And she responded, "Yes, of course I do." But I quipped back, "Then can you look at yourself in the mirror and say, 'I love you'?" Immediately she shifted in her seat, because my job is not only to hear what you're telling me, to also read your body and your energy, which tell me that there's much more about your truth than the words coming out of your mouth at times, right? So I pulled out the full-length mirror in my office. I pulled it out and I placed it in front of her in between us. Boom. And I said to her, say the words, goddess. Look in this mirror right now and say, 'I love you.'" Whenever I spring this exercise on my clients, it becomes the hardest 11 minutes of their day, if not week. Because you see, many women can't look at themselves in the mirror fully. They avert their eyes, they shift uncomfortably, and they backtalk a lot. Men can, though. The dream man you want to be with definitely can. And they don't settle for shit talking themselves. They step into their power and raise themselves up. And so can you. If you're going to meet your love in a relationship, then you need to see the love in yourself first. We have become ashamed of the women we have become and the women we have needed to be. Because when we look in the mirror, we can't hide from that reflection facing us. And it is often said that people and our relationships are mirrors to who we are in the present. So if we feel frustrated about a person, it's because we are frustrated about something within ourselves potentially. And if we are afraid our partner is cheating on us, well, maybe are we afraid that we might actually want to? If we are in love with somebody, it may be because they are showing us the love that we already have within ourselves. And seeing the world around us as a constant mirror of our inner state of emotion and mind is how many of us connect with our own accountability of self. And when we are faced with everything of ourselves in our reflections, we actually become one of the most provoking, healing triggers that excels us into exceptional growth. So if you're watching this right now, wherever you are, I want you to find a reflection, either in the mirror, in your computer screen, on your phone. I want you to see your reflection really quick. Turn on your video on your phone if you're watching this from your laptop. Look at yourself. Look at that beautiful face. Look at those scars, those marks, those aging spots, those wrinkles. Look at that smile. Look at those beautiful eyes. Look at all of that hope and potential. Look at her right now, wherever you are. And if you can't say the words out loud, practice starting to think it. And when you start thinking it, then you can start feeling it. And look in the mirror right now and say, I love you. And then say it again. Let's try it one more time. Why not? I love you. And see everything that she has been and everything that she has yet to become. And look in that mirror again and say, I love you. When Katie invited me to speak for this event, I chose the topic of her mindset. You know, it makes sense. I'm a psychotherapist, right? But why did I choose to speak on this topic? And it's because for me, my mindset has fostered determination and will that has navigated me to healthier places. Because in that past relationship, in the relationship where he told me I was the love of his life, the one thing that continued to happen in my relationship over and over and over again was when every time we were fighting, he would stop whatever he was saying and he would threaten to leave me over and over again. He used that tactic to manipulate my empathy and trigger my safety by making me feel like being alone was the worst possible outcome. I needed to be nice. I needed to be nice, or else I would be alone and single. Ugh, what a horrid way to live, right? Not at all, actually. Because I told him a few times, and I repeated it every time he threatened me. And I said to him, I said, you may be using our ending as a means to keep me, but I will warn you right now. You may be threatening to break up with me, but I will only break up with you once. And I mean it with every fiber of my being. I won't threaten you. I won't trigger your safety. I won't threaten your safety. I won't manipulate these conversations. Because when I say it, I will mean it. And that's exactly what happened. Because when I was done, I said it, I sold everything, and I didn't look back. Well, almost everything. You heard me a minute ago talking about this table. I had commissioned a table from his cousin at the time to make me, a table that I'm actually sitting at right now. I went and hunted this beautiful, deep golden wood from a tobacco kiln in Sleepy Hollow, Ontario. I drew up the design, I communicated the things, and I paid for it. This is my table. And I took it after that breakup as a symbol to never forget for myself that it is my table. And only I get to choose who sits with me at my motherfucking table. And this table has since moved with me to 7 different homes, as either my dining table or my desk. At one point, I even had it in storage while I redetermined what kind of tables I was welcome to sit at and also wanted to be a part of. It's very symbolic, this table and me. We have a little bit of a connection here. But this table has also reminded me of one of the most important lessons of love, which is boundaries. And my boundaries help me to continue to build my story. And I think of personal boundaries as literally like the boundary lines of any sports game. You know, the game wouldn't be the same if the rules of play didn't exist. That's what boundaries are. It's how well we perform within these boundaries that makes it exciting and takes true talent, you know? Brené Brown says, daring to set boundaries is about having the courage to love ourselves even when we risk disappointing others. I hope you heard that. Even when we risk disappointing others. Boundaries are the lines that define our limits, and boundaries are a message to you and others. To yourself, they say, I know myself. I am aware of all aspects of me and my capacity to show up for me or allow you in. And when we identify and own our boundaries, we are communicating our value to others. Boundaries can look like asking questions for more information before responding, saying no to sex or negotiating safer sex practices, saying no to being hugged when you don't want to be touched, or not working on your vacation time and sharing chores with your partner. Boundaries are about building bridges, not walls in your relationships. Many women have been convinced that they are here to serve others, as we just discussed, even at their own detriment. And I myself have a servant's heart, but I'm not going to hurt myself in order to hold space for you. That's not happening. We are allowed to choose that. How many times do you say sorry in a day? How many times do you say yes when you really mean no? How many times have you paid the price for someone else's mistakes? Because we feel guilty setting boundaries. And why? Well, no one wants to come across as a bitch, okay? And we want everyone to always be happy around us, even if it's at our own expense. But you get to choose. You get to decide if you are settling for that kind of life anymore. So here's some tips for setting boundaries. Firstly, define, like literally like write down what's most important for you. Is it money, time, feelings, or safety? What's most important are the values that you treasure and the boundaries that you communicate to others, and to demonstrate how you want others to treat you. Number 2 is practice baby no's, okay? Setting boundaries isn't easy and it isn't natural for many of us, especially those of us with a servant's heart. So start by practicing baby no's. Start practicing with people who get you, or with your own daily tasks, like saying no to sugar, but yes to honey, you know? The act of discipline is kind of what I'm talking about when it comes to yourself. And if something rubs you the wrong way, it's about addressing it when it feels right, not necessarily having to address things in the moment when you're heightened emotionally. Number 3, assess your power. Recognize your own feelings of shame, fear, or guilt when setting boundaries. These are all signs that you're on the right path. Lean into them. When you can be honest with yourself about these disagreeable feelings, then it's an indication to set a boundary around them so you can better understand them. Number 4. Be okay with letting people go who can't respect your limits. Let people know what it means to you, what respect means to you. If they can't sway with your swing, then they don't deserve to play on your playground. And that is point blank, period. And don't worry, there are other playgrounds for other people to play with. Remember, it's your table. And number 5, when it comes to boundaries, go slow. Recognize that setting boundaries is a process of self-love and actualization. And if you're feeling the pendulum swing of extreme emotions, then it's time to start asserting some of those boundaries within. And maybe one of those boundaries is, I'm not going to decide anything when I'm in a heightened emotion. I like to say yes means yes, no means no, and maybe means I need more information. And when I'm heightened, and I get pretty heightened, that's a maybe for me, because I can't discern properly in that moment. And I respect myself enough to allow myself to say, hey, I don't need to decide anything right now. Nothing that I do is brain surgery in the moment. There is nobody open on my table. If I need to take 5 minutes, if I need to take 24 hours, if I need to take a week to think about something, I will. So go slow. Because my boundaries help me build a story in an affirming way, where they build bridges in my healthy relationships and help define my limits. And one of those limits has been about understanding what the difference between love and fear is. In that relationship that I've told you about today, that I wrote the book on, I learned from that relationship that my love came from a place of fear. But love isn't actually like that. Love is peaceful. And I was always in fear of losing him, of not feeling good enough, of not being a good enough partner, that I would lose this one thing that I wanted more than anything, which was to be loved. So I went into that relationship already with fear. Most women already exist on a level of fear that we don't talk enough about. But love doesn't do that, man. Love has no expectations. Fear, though, fear is full of expectations. We fear we do things because we expect that we have to. And we expect that others are going to do the same. And that's why fear hurts and love doesn't. Love inspires. Love is safe, but can also be exciting. Can also be challenging, though. Love can be challenging and growth promoting. And nowhere in the book does it say love is the same, okay? It isn't easy to love or to be loved for all of us. But love is whatever I am. And whatever I am is already good enough and deserving of love. Fear inspires as well. Okay, don't get it twisted. This is why love and fear get confused. Love inspires, but it's safe. Fear inspires, but it triggers protection mechanisms. Okay, it sounds like doing things like I must look a certain way, or I need to be this way, or I should say this or not say that. I need to be something to be seen and loved. I should. Stop shoulding all over yourself. That's not love. And I share this because fear can often be confused in our bodies as love, especially if we have only known love through perpetual abandonment, being parentified, emotionally starved, or a witness to the anxious attachment values, such as overcompensating, overly concerned, overtrying, overthinking. So many of us have learned that that's what love is, because that's what we learned from our childhood. That's what we learned from other relationships. We have to continue to grasp and try and find and claw through, or be and work hard to be deserving, to look a certain way, to serve them at the expense of ourselves. That's not love. We have confused fear for love because that's all that has been served at the tables that we've been invited to sit at. And this is why I'm inviting you to build your own table. And I want you to kind of think about even, just like a cute little reflection right now. What would it be made of? What is its design? Who gets to even sit at it? Then get clear about what kind of love you're serving at that table. And get clear about who you want to sit with it. But not only who you want to sit at it, but how you all want to feel as you serve one another at that table. Because most people live their entire lives in the track of fear. They are in relationship because they feel they have to be. They are in a relationship where they have all these expectations about their partner and about themselves. And in the track of fear, they have so many conditions, expectations, and obligations that they create a lot of rules just to protect themselves against emotional pain, when the truth is that there shouldn't actually be any rules. There should not be any rules in relationships. Boundaries, okay. But rules? In the track of love, there is justice. Because if you make a mistake, you only pay once for that mistake. And if you truly love yourself, you learn from that mistake. And in the track of fear, there is no justice. You make yourself pay 1,000 times over for the same mistake. And you make your partner or your friend pay 1,000 times over for the same mistake. That is fear. So get clear. What does fear look like in your body? Right? This is the discernment piece. This is your homework piece. Because fear can look like stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline being released, right? Your blood pressure and your heart rate increases. You start breathing faster. Even your blood flow changes. When you're in a state of fear, did you know that blood actually flows away from your heart and into your limbs, making it easier for you to start throwing punches or run for your life? Don't some of those things also sound familiar, right? Heart rate increasing, breathing faster, a little blood flow change, right? Kind of also sounds like love. But both love and fear are deeply interwoven with the adaptive management of stress and disease. Love and fear share common roots, and both can play a role in reproduction, survival, and perceived safety and well-being. Love and safety are components of the body's allostatic systems, and humans are inherently more attentive to danger than to safety. I'm going to say that one again. Humans are inherently more attentive to danger than to safety. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. Because we are all born with a deeply rooted biological fear, the instinct that protects us when we are in real danger. And as we grow older, we start to develop psychological fears, which can be harder to detect and tame. But for some of us, these fears manifest as stress, anxiety, ongoing mental loops, controlling behaviors, or perfectionism. For others, these fears are so severe that they become the source of panic attacks and strong phobias. And while fear may be invisible to others, for the person experiencing it, fear can be overwhelming. The pressure in our chest, the weakness in our legs, the difficulty breathing. We all know that feeling, and most of us don't like it. While we all experience fear, for some of us with depression and PTSD and other deep emotional psychological challenges, fear actually even takes on a different meaning because it is a constant feeling that cannot be suppressed and takes ongoing professional support to be processed and released. Again, Brené Brown, love her, discusses in her book, Daring Greatly, how our need for love and belonging is at the root of all of our fears. And that's why we get it so confused. The more we love and long for something, the deeper the fear of losing it becomes. So when we feel so much love for someone or something, it can be challenging to relate to that person or project with real openness. Instead, many of us try to hold on to it or even control it. And this is why it's important to learn your mind and your heart and ask yourself, like literally write this down. What does anxiety look like and feel like in my body? What does hunger look like and feel like in my body? What does fear look like and feel like in my body? What does overprotection look like and feel like in my body? And then from all of those places, ask yourself, but what does love look like and feel like in my body? The only way to master love is to practice love. Practice creates the master. It's from The Four Agreements, another really great book. So I'm inviting you at this point to look at, have I been loving from a place of fear? Or have I been loving from a place of safety and knowing and acceptance and respect and trust? Not that they've got me, but that I've got me. That's what I learned. That's what my story is about. My story is about affirming that I got me. Regardless, people will come and go. They always have, they always will. 40 years old, you need to know that lesson by now, that people will come and go, and it is okay every time. But love, and when you are in love, or full of love, like when you are with your beautiful family, like when you are with your sisters and being supported and being heard, that's love. So this is just an invitation to discern and get clear so that you can fuel your mindset in order to do, be, and love however it is that serves you. And that's it.
Okay, so like, oh my goodness. This was incredible. I have like a gazillion notes that I've taken, and I mean, it's a message every single woman needs to hear. And we take I'm like literally at a loss for words because we
Okay.
don't take the time or feel the need to find that worth within ourselves. And then, you know, the one thing you said once about, you know, like the second guessing of what you're doing, and, you know, it's really just being confident with who you are and what you are and showing up unapologetically. And we've been so conditioned to show up so apologetically that it's like I'm thank you. I'm literally speechless. Thank you. That is like the therapy session I didn't know I needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
Oh my goodness. And your
Inviting
story
me.
is amazing. And I love how real and raw you are, and unapologetically show up as the fabulous goddess that you are, because every woman needs to step into that power. And I know every woman that has listened to this right now is like, okay, I've got this. I can look in that mirror and say, I love you. And I love that you said, you know, when it comes to love, is somebody showing up for what you need and not manipulating yourself to show up for the way someone else needs. And I think that is, we don't do that. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
you're
you for sharing those golden nuggets, because we all needed to hear that. Oh my goodness. I was like sitting in going, keep telling me more. I'm like, just
Yeah.
go. It's amazing.
Yeah, I have a whole book. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah, so you are giving the book away, a free digital copy, right, to everyone here?
Yes. Everyone here
Amazing.
gets a free digital copy.
So all the ladies, and I think we have a few gents watching, but everybody is going to get a copy of this book. So after the event, you'll receive an email with all the giveaways from the speakers. But this book, I mean, if you love it so much, you got to also order the copy so you can like highlight it and make your notes and do all the things. But thank you so much, Carlin. Like,
Thank you.
I am so grateful for you. And I know that every woman on here is like, yes. How do they find you? I know we talked about the Spicy Fat podcast they can listen to, get more of the fabulous, very real, very authentic Carlin. But how else can they get a hold of you or watch you or, consume your content?
Things. Yeah, so you can hang out with me on my website, carlincosta.com. That's CarlenCosta.com. Instagram, TikTok by the same name, carlin.costa. And you can tune into my podcast at spicyfat.com, which got some really great guests coming on. So I'm really excited to share some of those conversations. And the Spicy Fat podcast is all about the intersections of different ways to love yourself, but through the next chapter of my journey, which has been about the intersections of my body, but also my mind, and being a little bit spicy in there. So yay.
I love it. Awesome. Well, we are all so grateful that you poured into us today. Thank you so very much. I have with us Annie Mae James, and I asked her at the start of all of this, before we jumped on, is it Annie Mae or Annie James? And she's like, well, I always put the Annie Mae in there. And I'm like, I think it's so pretty. So here we are. I want to welcome to the virtual stage Annie Mae James. Actually, I just met Annie a few weeks ago, and when we were talking, I knew instantly that I needed to have her on the Ladies Take Control virtual event, because near and dear to my heart, at least if anybody knows my story who is on here, this is how Ladies Take Control was conceived. It was conceived out of trauma. It was conceived out of pain, but we've made this most beautiful community of women supporting women, finding the courage to do hard things in dark times, and really choosing to rise regardless of your circumstances. But your circumstances are real, and they're there. And so Annie is an empowerment coach. She is also a specialist in trauma healing. And so when I heard that, when we were talking, I knew selfishly I needed to have her on so I could learn a thing or two. But I also know that there's trauma in all of our lives at one point or another. And so it's always good to learn how do we deal with that? How do we heal from it? And how do we grow from it? So Annie, let's start the conversation. And I guess the very first place to start is what is trauma?
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Katie. I'm so honored that I get to be a part of this event and just speak life into women. I'm so passionate about just women feeling empowered from the inside out, right? Because that's where all of our power really is in the choices we make and from inside out. And trauma it's usually a deep event that has happened, and there's a lot of energy stuck in that event. And so I often say, we can look at trauma and we can take all of the pain out of it. It's never necessarily going to be completely healed. So that's one thing. It's we can feel super empowered and we can go into it and feel it and releasing all the energy out of an event or situation. But it will always be with you, but that's okay. That's okay. And that just makes us who we are. And I think it's the lens at which we view it through. So trauma is definitely a big life event that has happened that really almost brings you back to what is the most important. Who am I? What am I? The most important us. Yeah.
So it's a big event that's happened to you. It's something that sticks with you, stays with you.
Mm-hmm.
I do know that trauma can cause post-traumatic PTSD is something which I think at least in my research, I've seen that is like a singular one-time event, something that big trauma can cause a post-traumatic distress. But then there is complex PTSD, which is trauma that's happened over and over and over again. Both forms of trauma are real. Am I correct in saying that?
Yes. Yes.
And they both impact. But how do you start helping and healing women to release either the one-time traumatic event or the complex PTSD, the trauma that somebody has endured over and over and over again?
This is the biggest thing that we can all do, is to get really honest with where we are right now. Is to like, where am I right now? What situation am I in right now? And how did I get here? And that can be like a really honest look in the mirror. And I always tell people 100% when I'm working with anyone is we're not going to blame, shame, guilt, anything. We're not getting anywhere when we start with because when we start going down the path of self-awareness, we can very much get closed off because we're like, all of the shame and judgment on ourselves comes in, like, how did I get in this situation? And how did I stay so long? And then we have to get to a place of the deepest healing, I think, is to really go to the place of like the awareness of the self-abandonment that took place to stay in that constant situation. If it's a constant situation, like to get to a place of like, that's like the deepest place to be, is like, I constantly chose to abandon myself to stay in this situation. And why did I do that? Why did I do that? And then it goes back to how we perceive love from childhood, and like, was yelling at me or was like, that was love, and it's okay, and we're not going to make that awareness wrong. We're just going to look at it, because once we look at it and open it from a lens of no judgment, and we're just going to look at it and be aware of it. And then we have all the power to then choose differently next time. And if there's really deep trauma embedded in that, then we get to go in there. Because what happens, the way I like to describe it, is like all this trauma, and then we put layers and layers of protection necessary. Yes, 100%. And then we have all these shields that are built up around us. So when we are willing to, in a safe space with somebody safe, and you get to a place where you get to do this on your own. It's so empowering to get to walk through these steps on your own. And I'll tell you like some powerful steps to walk through a trigger. But when you get to the place of that self-awareness, and like just to sit with each one of our shields, which became like these protectors. And then the more, because I feel like we get so hung up on the behavior and I'm not going to do this anymore. And I'm like all the patterns and beliefs. And I'm like, if we could just go in, no judgment, and we're just going to sit with each one of these shields or walls that we've built. And we're just going to sit with them. And we're going to like, why were they necessary? How did they come to be? And then the more we bring love and compassion to each one of them, it's not about like ripping them away or throwing them away or like they were there, they were necessary. And you're not even going to really notice when it happens. Slowly, you're going to be like, oh, I haven't felt the need to control.
Yeah.
Like it just kind of dissipated because you took all of the power in a sense out of that trauma, like because it can have such a hold on us until we go back in. And I'm very big on, we get to feel it to heal it, but we get to go back in and feel all that crap in a safe space, of course, all that stuff that was like, because that's where the energy is stuck. And when we take that out, it's like, oh, it's like a festering wound, if you will. Like it's a festering wound, and we're just gonna, and it's like growing every infection, and we're just gonna put another Band-Aid on it because I'm gonna choose different. We're gonna put another Band-Aid. I was like, let's go to the root of that. Let's go all the way in that grimy yuck, and then let's just look there. And then when we get to the root of it, then we come back out, and then it can actually truly heal. And then there's a scar. But now when somebody walks by us and presses that, like let's say it's a trigger, presses that wound, now it's not a festering wound. So now it's like, your reaction is not going to be explosive. It's going to be like, oh, I feel that, but my reaction is not Oh my gosh, which is what triggers are, right?
Well, that's a perfect segue. So let's talk about triggers, because I can personally say, you know, for example, most recently, I had a friend over, and he pulled out a toothpick, like one of those little toothpicks, like the green gum ones that, you know, are plastic with the little flosser, like just a little flosser, not a toothpick, a flosser. And I had a complete panic attack, a complete panic attack. My body, I felt it in my body. Well, it's because my ex, in which I have deep-rooted trauma with, he would walk around with those in his mouth all the time. And so when I saw this silly flosser, I was like, I didn't react, at least I didn't think I reacted, but my body did. And so is that an example of what a trigger is?
100%. And and triggers are, I always feel like triggers come up when they're ready to be healed. So we're not going to run away from them, and we're not going to pretend they're not there. But they can be, they're yuck. We don't want to feel triggers all the time. And the biggest thing I can say on the forefront of this, which was so powerful for me when I really learned to embody this, is when our brain, when we do get triggered, and not everything, we know what a trigger is. That was a trigger because that was an embedded memory. That was a trigger. But when a trigger happens, our amygdala gets hijacked for like 24 to 48 hours. So give yourself so much grace. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to know. You don't have to
24 to 48 hours?
Your amygdala has left the brain. Adult brain is not active, and that's where the beauty of the work is. And then I'm going to tell you how to work through if you want to, like, steps to what questions.
Yes, let's do that.
Powerful. So when your brain gets hijacked, your amygdala gets hijacked. So you're going to give yourself grace. So much grace and compassion. You don't need to answer the big questions. You don't need to answer the big. Hold on, breathe, do the things you need to do, but just be aware that I am in a trigger, and I will come out, but right now I'm in it. And so the first thing you can do is really sit with yourself and ask yourself, how old do I feel right now? It seems like such a silly question, but like, how old do I feel right now?
Okay.
And then just see what comes up in your body, and you'll be like, oh, whatever it is. And then what is the event that happened? What happened at that age? Or when it can be 6 months ago, it can be when I was 5. Like, what is the event that happened? And then just the awareness of it. You're just going to sit in that. Okay, that's the event. And it doesn't matter how silly it is. For some people, it's like, oh, my kids made fun of me. I wore a tie-dye shirt, right? So, and that's the big thing also about what we experience as traumatic events. For some, it's like, it's seemingly like, whoa, but it's whatever it is to that child is perceived like an 8-year-old child got made fun of for wearing a tie-dye shirt. To her, that was traumatic. And so that gets to be real and acknowledged, because that was real in her brain, if it's him or her.
Yeah.
Anyway, so then how old do you feel? What is the event that happened? And here's the biggest one. Once you have the event, what did I start believing as a result of this event? Whether about me, whether about them, whether about life. What did I start believing as a result of this event? And that's where all the juice is. Because once we can hit that nail on the head and get in there and be like, and it's not just about like, I don't want to believe that anymore. I don't know. We're going to really just look at it. Like, what did I start believing? And is that true? Like, is tie-dye bad? And then whatever it is, and we're not going to, again, I'm so big on, we're not going to judge it, and we're not going to try to rip it away, because it's a deeply embedded trauma, right? For me, for instance, when I was younger, I was trafficked, and what the men would always say to me is, you're so beautiful. That's why we picked you. You're the prettiest, and you're so joyful, and you're so happy, and you're so playful. So we picked you. So I had this embedded in my brain. So here comes teenager Annie, right? Here comes teenager Annie. The boy said, we go on a date, or like the boy said, you're pretty. So to this day, I have done a lot of work around this, but you would think to have that belief of I'm so beautiful is a beautiful thing. To me, that meant, if this man wants to sleep with you, you are not allowed to say no. That is
Yeah.
the belief. It can be anything. It can be good or bad. So I have always, my whole life, people have told me, you're so beautiful. I'm like, I know. Because when I was 4, the man told me, and I believed it. And it was true in my DNA and in my body. And so, but I had to really, really learn to rewire that process of like, you're so beautiful. And like my whole body would freeze. And I was like, if he wants to sleep with me, I have to sleep with him. There is no, I would just freeze. So like any kind of language that was spoken over you as a child or as any time in your life, if there was high energy involved in that, like just to, the awareness is profound and just to.
I'm sorry. I'm shocked. I did not know this about you. Thank you for being so vulnerable. Like, let's hold some space for that right now, because that is, wow. I mean, that is.
Well, I grew up, well, let's do backstory,
Yeah.
just to give context, because, it's really great to hear people's story. But I grew up, my dad is very, very, I think still very connected to, I don't even know how to word it, the drug cartel in Mexico. I don't know what that looks like. Super extremely abusive to my mom all the time. I had like guns held in my face from like 8th grade, like 8 years old. I mean, knives, choke, like all of it. And so I'm often like, it seems silly, but I'm like, that is very normal to my nervous system. Like if you were to threaten my life, I'd be like, oh,
I
okay.
got this.
Well, yeah, but where I have to work on is if somebody wants to love me, like, oh, then my body takes off into fight or flight. I'm like, love. I can't do love. I have to receiving love. Somebody wants to love me. And then that's where I'm like, ooh, let's do guns and all the like chaos. And I'm like, so that's where I've really, really honed in and worked on, I would say for the last few years is like, oh, and then I noticed it in the moment when my body wants to run away in a sense from love or receiving or anyway, sorry, we went like sidetrack a little bit.
No, I think it's really important context, and I'm going to butcher this quote that I have heard, but we are most qualified to help those that have experienced what we've experienced. And so it is no wonder that you specialize in trauma healing, because you've experienced so much trauma. I need to have you on my podcast, Ladies Take Control. Okay, so that has to happen. We need to talk about that. That's going to happen. So everybody watching, watch out for that episode, because I'm going to have Annie Mae on Ladies Take Control podcast without a doubt. And we're going to, if she's so willing to be more vulnerable with her story, I'd love to talk through that with her. But we all have a version of trauma. Like if I think all the way back, I'm listening to you about the tie-dye shirt. When I was in elementary school, they'd make fun of my head, that my head was so small. If I wore pearl earrings, they would. So now I have a bit of a complex around, my head size. I won't wear hats. I do like silly little things that I've got to, continue to evolve from. So trauma can be little or huge, and it's real based off of that person's perception. Is that correct?
100%. If it feels real to you, that's like when a child comes and tells you this story and you're like, I was there. That is not how that happened, but that is how it was perceived. So that is real to them. And so we get to meet them where they're at. And along with that, like back to the steps of the triggers is like after you get the event and then you get the belief, then you can go in and be like, what was the unmet need? What did I need in that moment?
Yeah.
What did I need? And then you can give yourself that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The way I do it is often through a meditation, and we go and we give ourselves that. And whether it's a hug in that moment or whether it is whatever it is we needed. And along with that, I just want to say something that you were saying, I was going to say, is what is so painful when we experience trauma, this is one of the most painful things, is that we're often alone in our pain. So the isolation is what is like the most painful thing. So when we get to a space of somebody witnessing us in our pain, that is truly one of the most beautiful healing modalities, is because we can make it so complicated. But often if we just are willing to be witnessed in our pain, so much healing comes, because now I don't feel alone in this anymore.
I can speak, just from my personal experience, but yeah, I was so isolated, and it was all up in my head and all in my journals, and, pleading to God, like, why can't I be good enough? Why can't I be better? Why can't I get it right? And I wasn't pleading to anybody else. I wasn't, talking to anybody else, until I did. And that's a whole other backstory on there, and then it ended up being a blessing and a curse, because I overshared with somebody I shouldn't have. And the blessing is I'm out. The curse is I shouldn't have done it, right? Like I shouldn't have shared. But when you're so alone, and you're so alone for so long, having anybody see you and see your pain becomes it almost feels like it will never happen. And all you want is for somebody to hear you, see you, feel you, because you're so isolated within yourself, your heart space, your own mind, and you're isolated. Like, I mean, I don't even have the words, because I'm feeling it in my body right now. But it's I can say it's also truly freeing when you do say it out loud. And when, like, that's why Ladies Take Control was conceived. That's why I created the podcast. That's why, 77% of women, stay silent, who are in domestic abusive situations, or in situations like you were in. Nobody says anything. They feel the shame. They feel isolated. They feel afraid. They fear for their lives. They fear for judgment. They fear that they won't have finances. They fear the outcome of speaking up. But when you do choose to do that, and this is where, this event and having people like you on and the podcast is so that someone in this audience, and we have well over 500 women in this audience right now, and someone in this audience, because 1 in 3 women are, I think it's 1 in 3 women are in domestic abusive situations. 1 in 4 women have been sexually assaulted. And so unfortunately, a lot of women are sitting here feeling heard right now. And I think it's really important, because when I started to speak my truth, the truth that I was continuously told I was making up, that was my fault, I was able to start releasing it and letting it go. And yes, but it takes looking in the mirror. From experience, you really have to humble yourself and be like, okay, but why did I choose that? And, how do I not choose that again? And what was that missing piece, so that I don't walk into yet another relationship like that, so that I can properly heal myself. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Once you have acknowledged what it is, how do you, when you sit there and say, and I'll go back to the toothpick story, what did it make me believe? What was that belief? I don't know so listeners here are thinking, well, like a toothpick, what did a toothpick make me believe? I have no idea. So how does one walk through that without having a coach? And I hope everyone who needs it reaches out to Annie, but how do you walk through that? What was my belief over a toothpick that caused, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. No, I would first go to, it's not even it's like, what was the feeling inside of you when the person, was it an ex or something, when he had the toothpick? Like, how did you feel around it? Because it's not even the toothpick. It's never the thing. It's always underneath the thing, right?
Yeah.
So like, it's not even that, but like, what was the feeling that was coming up inside of you when you were around him, when he had the toothpick? That's where we're going to look at, like, what was coming up? And you're like, oh my gosh, I feel unsafe. I feel like, oh my gosh, I don't know what's going to happen. I feel anxious. I feel out of control. I don't know where this is going. I don't know what's happening. And your mind is like spinning and spinning. And so the toothpick is just like a little gateway of like recognizing that this still is happening. This still is happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what in the exercises you're saying, once you've sort of unpacked that, are to give yourself or discover what it is you needed and give that to yourself.
Yeah. Well, and first, whenever you realize what is coming up, like how did I feel in that? Okay, well, let's go in that. Let's go in that. What is unsafe? Where do I feel it in my body? That's yuck. And what is coming up for me? And like, what is like when I'm feeling that? What is the belief that's there? Like, I feel unsafe. I feel unsafe. Like I'm never going to be safe. When did I learn that I'm never going to be safe? Like anything that comes up. I mean, you just go, anything that comes up. And then when you get to it, and sometimes there might be a deep release. And like, again, we're not going to sit in shame and judgment, but there might be like a deep release that comes up of like, this feels yuck. And I hate this. And it might be like anger, and it might be tears, and it might be, so just to let that come up, and like whatever that is we're just gonna release it. We're just gonna release it. And then you can move on to like okay, so what did I need? What do I need right now to feel safe, or what is it I need? And and then we just walk along that. And it can be, I mean, sometimes for me, and I do this all the time, I'm very big on integrity and embody what you teach, right? But so like sometimes for me, it's like, I want ice cream. I'm going to go have some ice cream. I'm just going to, not to like numb or suppress, but like the little girl in me is like, I just want light and ice cream, and I just want to be. Or it's like, I want to feel held, and I will just hold myself. Or it's like, I want to dance. Like dance is such a beautiful form of release because it's movement, and when you go into like the way I do it, into deeper things, is I often will do the last 20 minutes of my sessions in meditation, and we just go deep into the meditation because we already innately know, like our minds and bodies know. We don't need somebody else to tell us. So what I do is I just guide, and I just ask good questions. And so it's like, we can feel super disconnected from ourselves because we've done it our whole lives. Like I've abandoned myself my whole life, so this is normal. And so like often if someone comes in and they are really disconnected from self, and we can go in there and look at like, well, like where did that start? Where did I learn this, that I'm not safe with me? Or like, and how can we get to a relationship of like, what does safe feel like with me? And we get to connect with ourselves, connect with our heart. Like brain-heart coherence is huge. I always do heart coherence. You got to be able to connect with self before you're going to go anywhere else. And then you can go into different, it can be reparenting. It can be the inner child. It can be people that are spiritual in any capacity. It can be relationship with God. It can be anger. It can be just kind of, and we just go along that. And then in the meditation, when the need comes up, like it's so powerful. But like, let's say you needed a safe father figure and so we're going to have a safe father figure, someone that you currently know, someone you used to know, that comes in and speaks over you what you needed. And the brain is just phenomenal and so powerful. All the healing that happens when it's like in that moment, we went back and we did that moment again.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. So I want everyone to know where they can get a hold of you. Are you active on social media? Do you give these tips out there? And if someone who is listening is like, yeah, I need to be healed and I'd love to have a few sessions because I want to understand this a little bit more, how do they get a hold of you, Annie?
So on Instagram, I have the time to know. So like, and the reason I did that, the time to know, is because we just can't afford not to know anymore. Like we can't pretend to not know anymore. We get to know, and we get to be, and with that is such empowerment. So the time to know on Instagram, and then I just have Calendly scheduling link on there. And so that's where I do some of my scheduling. And I'm also very big on if you to get on the phone and connect, and like huge. So I'm very big on connection.
You called me up right away instead of text messaging. I'm just going to call this girl. I was like, I love it. And that's how I knew. And that's how you're here. And I'm so glad that you called me, and we're going to be together at some point. So I'm so excited to meet you in person. And I'm so honored that you are on here and you shared those steps with us in healing and trauma. And I can't wait to have you on the Ladies Take Control podcast. That will be fantastic. And you heard it, everybody. The time is now, or the time to know. The time
Yeah,
to know.
the time to know.
There we go. The time to know is the Instagram handle where you can find Annie, and she has her scheduling link up in the bio. So schedule a time with her so she can get on the phone and help you out. And again, I am so grateful that you were vulnerable and you showed up here with us today. And I'm sure all the ladies and the few gents that are on are grateful as well. So thank you so much, Annie, for coming on to the Ladies Take Control community. And thank you for joining the Power of Her virtual event. I'm so grateful.
Oh, Katie, I'm so, so grateful that just happenstance, all perfect, right? That we got to connect and meet, and that this was wonderful. And so I just thank you so much. And the work that you're doing here in empowering women is phenomenal. So
thank you. I couldn't do it alone. It's with lovely women like you and Laurel Langmeyer and Danelle Delgado and Captain Kate and Lisa Lutoff-Perlo. Like, we just have all these incredible women that have wrapped their arms around the ladies that are watching, and it's incredible to see the community growing. It is just it's heartwarming. So thank you for contributing to that community.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
I remember when I met the next speaker. It was like a larger than life moment. She is an incredible force in an extremely male-dominated space, and she has a heart of gold. I just felt so, so blessed to get to know her, to learn from her, and now I am honored to have her share her story with you on the Ladies Take Control virtual stage. So I'd like to welcome the very first female captain of a mega cruise ship, Captain Kate McHugh.
Hello. It is an absolute honor to be here with you all today. I'm Captain Kate McHugh, and I'm so excited to share my journey with you and hopefully inspire you to find the power of your voice. When I was promoted to captain in 2015, I was the 5th woman to ever hold that position on a mega cruise ship at sea, and I had never worked with a female captain, much less met one in person, because of the 1.25 million seafarers worldwide, women make up only 2% of the maritime industry, and less than 1% of the cruise ship captains at sea are women. It had always been a goal for me to be the first American woman to captain a mega cruise ship, but I honestly didn't think anyone else would care. Boy, was I wrong. The external spotlight that was put on me when I was promoted to the position was overwhelming. Every day I was getting interview requests through PR asking the same question. Can you tell us some of the challenges or horror stories coming up through the ranks? Or how did you get to where you are? Honestly, I found these questions intrusive, negative, and distracting. So initially I asked our PR department if I could step away from the interviews and just focus on doing my job well, because I had just entered a new company on a ship I'd never worked on with people I'd never met in a position that I had never done before. And I just wanted to be as good as my peers and colleagues, if not better. And what I found was when I stepped away from the spotlight, every day I was getting asked the same questions from my guest and the people that I met on the job. That's when I realized that I had been given a platform, and if I used my platform to my advantage, I could normalize a woman in this position, and therefore the women that come up the ranks behind me won't have to answer the same questions or fit into the same stereotypes. Social media was a big part of that, and while it's a strange accomplishment, I am very proud to say that I am the most followed mariner on the planet with over 4.6 million followers across all social platforms. Not the most followed female mariner, but the most followed mariner. Social media is an invaluable tool to reach the masses and garner interest in career opportunities and lifestyles that people didn't even know were possible. You see, when I was growing up, the only thing I saw about cruise ships was when I watched The Love Boat. And as much as I loved Captain Stubing, it's not an actual depiction of the life on board a cruise ship. Through social media, I've been able to show a glimpse into my profession while garnering interest from young women and men. I can't even explain how fulfilling it is to witness the successful progress of a career from someone who started as a complete stranger on social media, and now they're thriving while finding their purpose and living their dreams. This is why my motto is, if you can see it, you can be it. And for me, that saying holds a powerful truth. When I was 12 years old, my parents took me and my brother on our very first cruise. When we got off the ship and we were packing the car to drive home, I said to my dad, I know what I want to be when I grow up. He said, what's that? I said, you know the person that plans all the fun events on board the ship? He said, the cruise director? I said, yes, I want to be the cruise director. And my dad said to me, you can do anything you want in the world, including drive the thing. And that's where the seed was planted. Growing up, I didn't see many women in leadership positions, especially in the maritime industry. But that didn't stop me from dreaming. I dreamt of being a captain, of navigating the world's oceans, of leading a team of people from across the planet. But seeing isn't just about visuals. It's also about the stories we hear, the people we admire, and the mentors who champion our dreams. For me, one of those inspiring figures is part of this incredible conference. Lisa Lutoff-Perlo, the first president and CEO of a publicly traded cruise line, and now the president and CEO of FIFA 2026 Miami World Cup Host Committee. Lisa is a woman who not only broke barriers in the industry, but also believed in the potential of young women like myself. Her leadership, her vision, her unwavering support, and her constant focus to pay it forward paved the way for me to become the captain and the woman that I am today. So I want to emphasize that if you can see it, you can be it is not just about seeing the outward image, but also about recognizing and believing in the stories of those who have come before you, those who have fought for your right to be seen, to be heard, and to be in those positions of leadership. Because no one, and I mean no one, does it alone. But seeing is only the first step. The next step is about using your platform. It's about recognizing that every single one of you has a voice that deserves to be heard. Your voice is not just about your opinions, it's about your experiences, your passions, your dreams, and your vision for the future. And importantly, it's about using your voice to empower other women, to create a ripple effect, a chain of leadership, a generation of women who believe in themselves and each other. We are living in a time where women are taking their rightful place at the table, in the boardrooms, in the pilot seats, in the captain's chairs. We're breaking barriers, shattering glass ceilings, and proving that we can lead, innovate, and make a real difference in the world. But our work is not done. There are still so many women who are being silenced, who are being overlooked, and who are being told that they don't belong. And it's 2024, and I cannot stress enough that the representation matters. No matter how large or small a platform is, it is a platform, and you must get comfortable with being uncomfortable in order to use your platform for yourself and others, because it opens doors to endless possibilities. I want you to realize that you bring something special to everything you do. Your unique personality, culture, even work ethic can't be replicated or duplicated, and that makes you extremely valuable and an asset to the environment that you find yourself in. Every day you wake up with the ability to be better than who you were yesterday. One of the hardest things that you can learn is who you are as a person in the first place. Before I was promoted to captain, I was sent to Sweden for psychological evaluation. It's not something that they did just for me, but anyone who is potentially responsible for over 5,000 lives on board a ship. I went through this series of tests, and at the end of it, a gentleman sat me down to go through the results. He said, everything went well, but I find you tend to smile too much. Well, if I'm going to have a flaw, that's the one that I want all day long. I went home, I told my friends and my family. They said, you didn't have to go to Sweden. We could have told you that for free. But when I was promoted to captain, the company sent me to familiarize on 5 different vessels in our fleet. As I was leaving the house, my husband said, remember what they said in Sweden, don't smile, you won't be taken seriously. For the first 2 weeks, I tried really hard not to smile. But when you've wanted something so badly since you were 12 years old and now all of your dreams have finally come true, you can't help but smile. So I said, sod it, I'm going to be me. And honestly, it's been smooth sailing ever since. Not just because I know who I am, but because I'm also selective in where I put myself and who I surround myself with. Working in a male-dominated industry means that you're going to get asked the question, what were the challenges, those horror stories that you had to go through in order to get here? I used to hate that question because I put in the same time as my male counterparts, and I couldn't think of an answer that satisfied this person's hunger for drama or intrigue, especially working in the unique environment of a cruise ship. I find a strange satisfaction, though, in disappointing people looking for that traumatic answer because my truth is a testament to the people that I work with. About 6 months into being a captain, I stood on stage addressing my crew of 950 from 65 different nationalities. And that's when I realized then and there that we all represent a different race, religion, cultural background, sexual orientation, gender, whatever. We don't pick on those differences, we celebrate them. Because if we picked on those differences, we wouldn't get anything done. But putting myself in a place which thrives on diversity and inclusion with the most open-minded crew is the secret to my success and why I can continue to do what I do. Nurturing others who want to see you succeed will end in just that, success. Therefore, I challenge each and every one of you to take a moment to reflect on your own platform, your own voice, and your own impact. What can you do to inspire, to mentor, or to empower and lift other women up? We all have the power within us to make a difference. Let's use our voices to create a world where women are not just seen, but heard, valued, and celebrated for their unique leadership and their contributions to the world.
Now, I met this individual just a few short weeks ago, and let me tell you, he is amazing. And yes, I said he. We have some males on here because it is so important that we work together and we see other sexes or other people's perspectives, and we start to marry those together with what we need to do in order to show up and be the person we want to be. Now, I know this gentleman works hard day and night to show up as an individual that conquers all through the narrative he tells himself, through the stories and the people that he portrays. Now you might be wondering, what? Huh? Who does he portray? Well, my guest right now is Sean Kanan, and he is an author. He is an Emmy award-winning producer, actor. He's a speaker, and oh, I'm so excited to announce this. He is now going to be a TEDx speaker, and we have become fast friends, and I'm so excited to have you here, Sean. Welcome to the Ladies Take Control virtual stage.
Thank you for asking me to do this. I really appreciate it.
Well, I'm so grateful that you are as a gentleman willing to stand up for women and have, you know, the conversations that women need to hear and also men need to hear on how to empower her to have the best life she possibly could have.
Absolutely. You know, look, I think that this is really one of those it takes a village type mentalities, because, you know, we have to work in synchronicity as men and women together so that we can both become the best versions of ourselves. And it can't really be done in a vacuum.
No, definitely not. I mean, Adam and Eve were put on this earth for a reason. We all have, you know, strengths and weaknesses, and with men and women, it is balanced out. You know, before we hopped on here, we were talking a little bit about, you know, how society has, you know, shaped the role of a woman or the role of a man, and the perception of what we're supposed to be. I'd love to just like jump right in and have that conversation, because I know there's a lot of ladies on here that would really appreciate your point of view.
Well, I think we're all familiar with the cliche assignments that are attributed to men and women. You know, men are supposedly, you know, more solution oriented, more logically based, more driven, and define their sense of self-worth from their work. Women are more emotional, intuitive, all that stuff. And look, there's probably some truth in all of that, but it would be really limiting to say that that tells the whole story. I was excited to do this because, first of all, I'm a big fan of women. You know, my mother is an unbelievable human being, and my wife is amazing, and they have both made me a better man. Some of the very best thought leaders and best of the best in our world are women. And I do think, though, that we need to recognize the fact that there are intrinsic differences between men and women. And that diversity, recognizing it is a strength. You know, I'm not a big fan of this. There's a movement, I would say, to try and homogenize the sexes, I think. You know, I think a lot of it happened as a result of the Me Too movement. And I think, you know, that the pendulum swung a little far with the whole toxic masculinity thing and defining men as being, you know, monolithically one way and women the other. And I think it's time that we come back to sort of a homeostasis, to a middle ground, and look at each other's relative strengths instead of pointing fingers at each other's possible shortcomings, and working together so that we can all learn and all grow.
Yeah, I think that's really important. So I feel the exact same way, and I'm definitely pro woman. I'm a domestic abuse survivor. I definitely want women to, feel comfortable raising their voices, and it is unfortunate that 85%, I think it is the stat, that 85% of domestic violence happens from man to woman, not woman to man. So it is definitely a very polarizing, pointing fingers to stop this type of thing. So I want women to always feel, that they do have a right to raise their voice, in terms of, incidences to that matter. However, I do believe that, we also have, like you said, inherent strengths and weaknesses. And in general, men aren't the problem and neither are women. And I think that we do need to take a look at ourselves and say, okay, these are our strengths, and love them and do more of them, and look at others and appreciate their strengths.
Well, if you want to look at what the underpinning problems, or some of them, of domestic abuse are, I guess on the male end, young boys into young men need to be raised that, every woman is somebody's daughter, mother, sister, to be treated with respect, and learn effective ways of communicating that are not reactive based, that often unfortunately manifest into anger, and at the far end of the spectrum manifest into abuse and violence. I mean, you can't distill it down to one thing, but having effective communication is absolutely critical. And that comes from self-awareness. And that self-awareness comes from each of us knowing ourselves, knowing what our triggers are, knowing, what the prism that we look at life with 1,000 different facets from our own unique life experience tells us, and where maybe we're telling ourselves some stories that aren't completely accurate to reality. And you and I've talked about that before. People glom on to these disempowering stories that greatly influence their perception of life and events, but also how they perceive interactions with other people. And of course that applies in, male-female relationships too. So I think we've all got a lot of work to do, but I think the fact that we're having conversations like this is what is so critically important.
I agree. I think that the world is coming to a place where the awareness is quite heightened. And I like that. I like that we are very aware of what needs to change. And so my hope is that, especially with this Power of Her event through the Ladies Take Control community, is that we start to give women things they can do, take action to make the change. So now we're aware that the change needs to happen. And I'm hoping that with these events and with this awareness, we can start to couple that with action so that we see a change, so that we see something different.
You hit on something so important. You can have all of the discussion and all of the philosophy, but if it's not paired with action, it's impotent. I mean, it's theoretical. Exists in the head. It has to survive the litmus test of the world and see if all of the conversations that are being had are actually effective in day-to-day life. And one thing struck me when you were talking. I know that female empowerment is important, and it's wonderful, especially when it starts with young girls. I think it's important though also to look at it as not as a zero-sum game, but as a win-win situation. And by that, I mean women asserting their power and owning their presence in the world doesn't need to come at the cost of necessarily making men the other. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how can we be empowered, but we also want to have fulfilling great relationships, whether they're romantic or business relationships or relationships with, family members of the opposite sex that are enriching us, that aren't really battle lines that are, occasionally combative.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. So I mean, I work in a lot of, mostly male dominated spaces, one of them being automotive. And that's, something that is the most male dominated space. But that is one thing that, when I speak to women in that space, and I speak to a lot of women in that space, where I try to get them to switch their perception on it being, so we talk about the equality gap a lot in culture and in industries. And it's like men are on this side and women are on this side, and all of a sudden we have this gap, and we can't always control what other people do, right? And it doesn't mean that necessarily these men are doing anything wrong. They might not be moving as fast as we'd like them to move. So then I sit there and I say, well, what can we do differently as women? So yes, we know the obstacles exist. Yes, that's all out there, but how do we close that gap if we can't control this camp, this line we've drawn in the sand? And I urge women to start walking towards the gentleman in the industry. And then we encourage the gentleman to start walking towards the women. And then when we both work together, that gap starts to close far more quickly because we're working as a team. And I think a lot of that, not just team between men and women, men and men need to work as a team, and women, the Mean Girls Club exists out there. Women need to work with other women. So, how do you, because I want this to be about action and not just, conversation, but how would you suggest, because you talk about self-narratives, which I think is one of the biggest starting points is the words, the stories that we tell ourselves, which propel us into action. Because if we are coming from a positive, joyful, hardworking space, we're going to move in that positive, joyful action. We're going to move down that road. But if we are coming from a negative, victimized, pointing the fingers mindset, we're going to move down the opposite end of the road, and we're actually going to be moving away from our goal versus towards our goals. So what can the ladies do that are listening? And I'm sure we have a few gentlemen on here as well, but what can we do that, to help us be more positive, switch that narrative so that we can walk towards our goals, towards the outcomes we want to achieve, equality, working as a team, or just achieving whatever goals these ladies have put into place?
There's a lot to unpack there.
I'm really good at that, by the way. I get that all the time when I'm interviewing. I'm like, I'm the speaker interviewer, but I speak a lot. So good luck with my questions.
I love it. You mentioned the word control. The first thing is, we need to understand as human beings that we are not in control over anything apart from how we emotionalize external events. Okay. Anytime that we try and control other human beings and assert our will on them, they naturally recoil, and you wind up getting the exact opposite result that you want. All we can do is control how we react to life as life throws constant curveballs at us. And if you think you're in control, all you have to do is go out, look at the sun, remember that it's a dying star that is going to someday go supernova and swallow the earth up. And there is no force other than God Almighty that can probably stop that. So, disabuse yourself of the fantasy that you're in control. But when you do that, it takes a tremendous amount of pressure off you. You're only in control of yourself. Now, you asked what are some sort of nuts and bolts strategies. So let's get into that. You use the word victimization. It is critical in life not to allow yourself to be a victim. Now, that doesn't mean that people didn't experience things in their life and in the moment they were a victim. The decision to perpetuate the victimhood is just that. It's a decision. And it keeps you in a state of suspended animation, and you're not able to grow. And, you're now looking at everything that happens from the prism of someone who has been victimized. You talked about your domestic abuse. If you were to engage every man that you met from a place of, well, he's just an abuser, I haven't seen it, but I know he's an abuser, you know, that would put you at such a disadvantage to creating a meaningful relationship with somebody.
Yeah.
So, you know, that comes into the stories we've told. And if you've experienced something horrible, I would urge you to look at the story that you've attached to that. And, you know, one thing I tell a lot of my clients who have undergone really traumatic things, I say, if you can't think of a story, attach this. You say, you know, in the moment I was a victim, but I'm not a victim anymore. I'm strong and I'm getting stronger every day. I mean, it's generic, but it keeps you from walking around with often a chip on your shoulder. You know, people pick up on that. And so, you know, stories can be empowering or disempowering, but unfortunately, all too often, they're disempowering. And here's the problem with stories. Humans are terrible historians. We don't really have the ability to see the 30,000-foot view or see what's coming up over the horizon. We see what is immediately in front of us. And humans do not like uncertainty. It causes fear, anxiety. So what do? We tend to qualify things in a binary way. This is good, this is bad. This is positive, this is negative. He's a nice person, he's a bad person. The problem with that is that in life, a lot of times, things that start off apparently negative and catastrophic with the expansion of time can prove to be incredibly valuable. I'll give you an example. 20-some years ago, I was divorced. And in that period of time, it was crushing for me. And I attached the story that maybe I'm just unlovable. And I carried that with me for a while. But had I known that that divorce was going to free me up to meet my wife, Michelle,
who's amazing, by the way. I've had the honor of meeting her. She's fantastic. Right? Yes.
I wonder if I would have allowed myself to go through so much psychic drama. Now, I'm not saying when something happens, don't go through the feelings. But I'm saying don't allow the story to make you a victim and stay in the present. Don't project into a future what may or may not happen based on any event. Deal with it in the present and understand that with the expansion of time, it might very well prove to be positive. And one place that's really, I've been able to apply that is with the concept of failure. You know, as an actor, statistically, I am probably in the top 5% of successful actors by how much I work. But I also don't get the acting job probably 95 out of 100 times when I audition for something. That's just how it is. Well, if I looked at every time that I didn't get an acting job as a failure, I would never be able to set foot in another casting director's office. So what I do is I reframe it. I say, okay, I didn't get the job, but maybe I got to get in front of a casting director who didn't know my work. Maybe I got to prepare for a role that was outside of my wheelhouse. Maybe I wasn't meant to get it so I could be free for something else. Or maybe I wasn't on my game and need to do a self-diagnostic and look where my process was not functioning at 100%. And one other thing, I just mentioned process. Here's another strategy. If you want results, ignore them. Okay, now that sounds antithetical and oxymoronic, right? But it's not.
No.
I'll give you an example. You know, we probably all drive a car about 99.5% the exact same way. You know, you unlock your car, you sit down, you put the safety belt on, you put something in the nav, you check the mirrors, throw it in reverse, check the mirrors, throw it in drive, obey the street signs, and you expect to get to your destination. You don't drive there like, oh my God, I hope I'm going to make it. The reason is you've built a bulletproof process for driving. And you know that as long as you adhere to that process, you don't drink and drive, you don't text, and with the rare exception of something happening that is completely out of your control, like another driver, you're going to get to your destination. So if you focus all of your attention on creating a bulletproof process for anything, how you relate to your significant other, how you interact and discipline your children, how you study in school, anything, how you work, and don't concentrate on the results. The results will come. They may not look exactly like you imagine them. They might not happen exactly on the timetable when you would like them to happen, but over the overarching curve of time, if you adhere to your process, you apply it consistently and effectively, you will get results.
Yeah, Talk about a lot to unpack. I'm going to start there with the process. I think that's so important because a lot of the times we get hung up on what we want to achieve. We get hung up on the results. I'm totally guilty of that too, by the way. And the timing.
That's the society we live in. You know, we live in a society that is predicated on keeping score by success. And
Yeah.
you know, for better or for worse, material acquisition and financial compensation has become one of the primary benchmarks of defining self-worth. And, you know, we all need to be really cognizant of what our own definition of success is. And I'll tell you that success is not the bloated Instagram feed of celebrities parading their conspicuous consumption across social media. Success is not the impossible to achieve airbrushed covers of women's magazines and fitness magazines. And it's not the constant bombardment of commercials from Madison Avenue telling us what we have to be successful. You have to define your own success. You know, if you think about a guy that's maybe 70 years old, he's an immigrant, doesn't speak English very well, and he's worked as a janitor for 50 years. Not the first guy that we would consider to be at the top of anyone's success list. But what if I told you that that same guy saved all of his hard-earned money? He sent his only daughter to medical school. She graduated, then went on to become a brilliant research scientist, saving tens of thousands of lives. I would say that he was an incredibly successful person. So we have to learn to look for success in ourselves in a way that might not necessarily always conform to how society sees success. And when you do that, you feel that you're adhering to your internal magnetic north in pursuing what your real success is, not what somebody's telling you it is. And that's part of staying in the process and not worrying about external results, which are largely out of our control.
Yeah, you know, I look at Ladies Take Control, and you know, I just had a conversation with somebody today about how, okay, so like, how are you going to monetize what you're doing? And, you in order to be successful, you got to make the money. And so are you going to sell the recording? Are you going to do this? I'm like, no. No, Ladies Take Control is how I'm giving back to women in the world. Like, so my success is not making a dime. My success is inspiring every single human, woman on this, the Power of Her virtual conference. That's my success, is that a woman feels heard, a woman listens to you, Sean, and says, oh, I can change that narrative in my head and I can do it. A woman that sees beyond, herself right now and opens up her idea to a different type of worth. That's success to me.
You're very wise to say that, because I've always believed that the fastest way to get what you want in life is to help other people get what they want. And I just have to thank you once again, because you not only talk about that, you demonstrate that. And, just really quickly, I want to share the story of how we came to know each other.
Yeah.
I was expecting an award for my book, Wave the Cobra, in Arizona. And I met a mutual friend of ours who's a best-selling author, who in turn put me in touch with you. And long story short, you came to Los Angeles, we had lunch together, and without any benefit to you, you completely facilitated my being able to do this TEDx talk. It would not have happened without you, or if it would have happened, at a much later date. And that was one of the goals I wrote down for this year, was that I wanted to do one. And
no way.
Yeah. And as I was reviewing my goals, I was like, I don't know if that's really going to happen. But I think just the act sometimes of writing down an intention and putting it into the universe, it starts to build the critical mass. And when the universe sees that you're doing that, it matches your vibration. I'm a huge proponent of the law of vibration.
Yeah.
Einstein said everything vibrates. And by that he meant at the subatomic level, whether it's a rock or it's a thought or it's an emotion. And if you match your vibration to the vibration that you want, it manifests. And that's not philosophy, it's physics. It's physics, he said. The universe is impartial. It's not good to you or bad to you. It only matches your vibration. And if you're putting out a vibration of victimhood and resentment and things like that, the universe thinks, oh, you want more of that. And it gives you more of that. And when you put out, I'm going to do this, I'm going to make this happen, I'm going to help other people, people get put in your life. Things happen. That with every fiber of my body.
Well, I had no idea. So this is the first time I'm hearing the fact that you had written down that as a goal to achieve this year. So I am so honored that I'm able to be that person to help you facilitate it. But it's you. You're amazing. And you have an amazing idea that you're going to share with the world. And so I'm just so grateful that I got to meet both you and Michelle and we're able to make that a reality.
Well, one of my new goals is now going to be that I want to do something to help you achieve one of your goals.
Oh,
so we'll have to talk about that, and I want you to know,
amazing.
Count on me to suit up and show up to help you do whatever you want.
Well, you're here right now, which is phenomenal, and you're pouring into the women, and that is, without any doubt in my heart and my mind, I feel like this is my calling, is to just pour into women and get out of victimization and use what was not necessarily the best experience of my life to turn it into something to help others feel seen and heard and inspired to find the courage to do things that are hard. Because, like you've said, we get thrown these obstacles that are often, not in our control. And it's really up to us how we navigate that. And I love that we've talked about the process, because I think that's important. Mindset and process, they go hand in hand. And that bulletproof process, I'm even sitting here thinking, okay, so what do I need to do to change my process? Like, go with the results. I'm already like contemplating. I'm learning from you.
Let's talk about that for a second, because there's a lot of benefit in talking about things that are philosophy, okay, mindset, things like that. But you have to have in the trenches, nuts and bolts strategy to put it into action. So, when you're looking at any process you have for something that is allowing you to accomplish something, and if that process isn't working, processes or systems are made up of habits, and you may have in the kill chain of a system 1 weak link. So all of your habits are working for you, but the overall process isn't, and you don't know why. Break it down and look at the habits that make that process go, oh my God, now I know why I'm not doing my best, because I have been staying up later than I normally do. I've been, tired at work. It can be something really simple, okay? Or it could be something more complex. But when you break it down and identify it, you learn what you need to do to alter the habits that make up the process to make the process bulletproof.
So what happens, because I just sit here and I think, okay, and I'm a pretty strong-willed individual. I, have a pretty good, hold over my emotions. Like I can manage them really well. I work really hard at vibrating at a high level and trying not to worry about the results and to, stick to the process or just keep moving forward because I know the results will come. But, it's, you talk about breaking that down. It seems kind of overwhelming, and I'm sure we have women on here going, okay, but where do I even start? That's like, I wear a million hats. I'm a mom, I'm a caregiver, I work, I do all these things.
Okay. I'll tell you one strategy that I use that has made a profound difference in my life. I call it the 100-minute makeover. So I talk to a lot of my clients, and I was really surprised to hear a lot of them say, I don't start a project if I can't finish it right away. And I thought that was really short-sighted, because there's a lot of projects that are not meant to be finished right away. So what I've come up with is this thing called the 100-minute makeover. And usually on a Sunday, what I'll do is I'll write down 5 things that I want to accomplish in the coming week. Okay. Now, it can't be 5 alarm fires. It can't be, I have to have my taxes done by 3 o'clock tomorrow and dropped off at the post office. There are things that you need to accomplish, will not accomplish in one sitting, and you have a week to do it. Okay. So I'll write down the 5 things. Every day, what I'll do, and I'll use Alexa or Siri or, an egg timer. I'll say, give me 20 minutes. and I will work nonstop without distraction for 20 minutes. And when the buzzer goes off, it's like you drop your pencil when you're taking a test, metaphorically, okay? And what that does is it tells your brain that you're not intended to finish this, that you have now put in 20 minutes on it, and that's all you have to do for the rest of the day, and you don't need to think about it unless, of course, new information comes in that dramatically affects it. And you take a break after and, you know, go play Candy Crush, have a snack, call your friends, make something to eat, do whatever, and then start the second task. And by the end of the day, you will have put 20 dedicated minutes, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're not doing it while you're watching TV or 20 other things, 20 minutes can be a significant chunk into a project. And you'll have put 20 minutes into 5 different projects. By the end of the week, you will have put 100 dedicated minutes into 5 different projects in your life. It will skyrocket your productivity. Not every project takes 5 days. So if you knock one out in 3 days, you bring one in from the bullpen. You say, okay, here's my new thing I want to do. And you just keep doing that all the time. And it's a way of both focusing specifically on one thing, but over the course of the day, multitasking. And I find it to be real. And here's the thing, use a whiteboard. I'm a huge proponent of whiteboards. And I don't mean have it in the corner. I mean, put it on your wall where you can see it, because I don't like to see something written in red that I was supposed to do as one of my 20-minute blocks that isn't done. And when it's staring you in the face, you know, it's like a blinking neon sign. Get me done, get me done.
Yes. I love that. Okay. The 100-minute makeover. I'm literally going to hop off this call and start that right away, because I've got I have far more than 5 projects on the go.
Right. Well, when you get really adept at doing this stuff, you know, you can do more than 5, but that would be more than 100 minutes. But yeah, there's sometimes I'll have 7 or 8, but you should be able to do 5. That's only 100 minutes of work into those 5 projects. And what that means is you can do it working a full-time job. You can do it if you're dealing with kids. And one of the really important strategies that has made a profound difference in my life is getting up early and having a morning plan, having a morning routine. So I'll knock out 2 or 3 of those things before I ever go to work. Okay. And then, you know, you knock out another 1 during the day and 1 at night, and you're done, and you have plenty of time for your friends, for your family, for everything else. But you're kicking ass. You're getting stuff done.
Yes. I love that. I love that. I am a early morning girl too, until I realized that I need 7 to 8 hours of sleep.
So important.
So now if I go to bed at 11, you know, I'm not waking up until, you know, so let's say 6 o'clock. If I go to bed at 12, I'm not waking up till 7. So I've actually, you know, done the opposite. Yeah.
You don't have to wake up at 4:30, you know.
But that's what all the gurus say, right? Like you listen to all the gurus. They're like, you get up at 4 in the morning, go to the gym, and you've done a whole days of work before anybody opens their eyes. And I'm like, I tried that. Let me tell you, did I try that? I'm like, sleep comes first.
You know, a lot of your people listening may or may not know, I was in the Karate Kid 3 and Cobra Kai, and I have a martial arts background. And people will ask me a lot, well, what's the most effective martial arts move? And I say, the one that works for you when you need it, right?
Yes.
And so my point is, you know, if you're somebody that works during the evening and you're not going to wake up until 3 in the afternoon, then you know what? Start your morning routine at 3 in the afternoon. Do what works for you. That goes back to what I said about success. Do not conform to what other people say. Conform to what your needs for success are. Look, this is your precious life. You're the architect of your life. Okay. You choose the building material. You choose the way that you build it, the design of your building, your mansion, which is your life. You know, it's great to take advice from people, but at the end of the day, I think most of us intuitively know what the right thing to do is. You know, it gets obscured by the bombardment of the outside world, the monkey chatter in our heads. But when you get quiet, and for me, it comes from meditating sometimes, and you listen to, you know, the sound of the universe and the music in your heart, you get very clear on what you need to do. It doesn't become a mystery what the next step is. You just have to take a moment to get still. You know, we're so busy, bing, bang, boom, like a pinball bouncing off of everything with all of our projects and kids and this and that. You gotta take a second and slow down and just get, you know, go Jedi.
I love that. And that's really, you know, that goes back to, I think, your, you know, not focusing on the results, because I feel like when you focus on the results, while the process is like super important to obtain those results, when you're focused only on the results, you get stressed out and you maybe busy yourself more than you need to. You don't take the necessary time to slow down and methodically think what needs to be done next. And you then get your definition of success. Maybe it becomes skewed.
Well,
And
you're also not living in the present, because if you're focusing on the results, which haven't happened yet, you're focusing on the future. And the biggest reason that people manifest anxiety is because they're not living in the present. They're projecting into the future of what may or may not happen. Oh my God, I'm not going to hit this deadline. Oh my God, I'm not going to hit my quota. Oh my God, am I going to, you know, get the family trip to get blah, blah, blah. Stop thinking about that. Just do what needs to get done, and it alleviates the anxiety. And conversely, you know, if you're ruminating, if you're depressed, and by depressed, I don't mean somebody who's clinically depressed taking medication. I mean kind of Western society, like, oh my God, they don't have gluten-free pasta on the menu, I'm so depressed. You know what I mean? It's because you're living and thinking about things in the past. Let them go. Reframe the story if it's not serving you. Stay in the present. That's the process.
I love it. I love it. Stay in the present. And I love this conversation because I've been able to be present with you for, you know, 35 minutes. And I learned so much.
Wow.
It's been 35 minutes. I can't believe it. And I learned so much. You know, this gift I'm giving to women is also a very big gift to me, because I get to talk to all these incredible humans, including yourself, Sean, where I'm like sitting here learning and I'm like eating it up. I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not worrying about what's happening next, or, you know, the fact that my kids are running around downstairs trying to be quiet. I literally am like right here. And so I'm so grateful for the knowledge you have shared with me and for our viewers today, because there was a lot of nuts and bolts and nuggets in there.
You know, I just want to say one thing. I always tell my coaching clients, and I even say it in my books, before you think I'm living on top of some mountain in Kathmandu, levitating 3 feet off the ground, contemplating my navel, I have acquired this knowledge from banging my head on the wall so many times that I finally got it. And you know, I'd like to help people so they don't necessarily have to do the same thing. And, you know, you don't have to gain all knowledge experientially. You know, there are places in life where you can say, gee, you know what? I saw that person put their hand in a hot stove. I don't want to do that. You know, you don't have to do it to know that.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, let's wrap it up here. And I'm going to ask you, you have daughters, right? I feel like I remember you have all girls.
Well, not all girls. I have one daughter.
One daughter.
My wife has 3 and a son. So when we got married, it was like
I forgot
Brady
about
Bunch.
the son.
Yeah,
it is the Brady Bunch.
I have 4 daughters. I mean, I obviously consider them daughters.
So what piece of advice would you give your 4 daughters? They're sitting here right now to have the most, and I'm sure you give this counsel to them all the time because you're their dad, but what would you tell them in order to have the most fulfilling life?
I would tell them to find out what their dharma is. You know, what is that thing that makes your heart sing? And then pursue it, but pursue it seriously. In other words, if you want to become an actor, that's great, but you better treat it like a business and give it the respect that it's due by learning everything about it. You know, if you want to go and work in the automotive industry, that's great. Then you go and learn everything about it from the ground up and do it to the best of your ability. You know, it's kind of like, you know, Mr. Miyagi said in The Karate Kid, he said, walk on left side of the street, okay. Walk on right side, okay. Walk in middle, get squashed like great. So, I mean, it's like, you know, either do something or don't do it. That's one thing that I would tell them. The other thing I would tell them is to be kind, to demonstrate empathy, because you never know what private war somebody else is fighting, and we're all fighting one. I promise you. You know, I tell a lot of my coaching clients, I said, you know, you see me now as this guy that's on a TV series and this and that, and look very polished. You don't know the mess that I was to get to this place, and still dealing with stuff. We all are. That's the human condition. And so just a little bit of kindness, a little bit of empathy with other people goes such a far way. And it's not about getting what you want. It's about having a better, more connected, authentic life experience. And at the end of the day, I think that the best advice I could give is being your authentic self, being who you are in this world unapologetically, and saying, this is who I am, you know, warts and all, mistakes, flaws, etc. But this is what I'm bringing to the table in this experience of life. And at least, you know, if it doesn't work out, or if you have challenges like we all do, you're being authentic. You know, wouldn't it be awful to go through life, not achieve what you want to achieve, but then look back on it and say, God, if I had just been myself, if I had just, you know, lived my life in authenticity, maybe that would have been the right way to do it, instead of living what somebody else wanted me to do or told me to do.
Oh, so good. All three of those things. Oh my goodness. Amazing. I'm so grateful, Sean, that you joined us. And I'm so grateful that, I mean, I don't know why the universe put us together, but I am so grateful our paths have crossed. And I am, and I know that every listener today is grateful that they've heard from you. So thank you so much for your time, because I know you're so busy.
The amazing women who are watching this, and you know, this was a real honor. And I think it's just so important that we facilitate more of these conversations and not see each other as these monolithic beings. You know, men being men are from Mars.
When men are from Mars, women are from Venus.
I think in reality, we're all like more, you know, it's the nanoshades of gray. So thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Have an amazing day. And again, thank you so much. I am so excited to have the next guest join us here. Jim Gallen is an incredible human, a veteran leader in the hospitality space. And he is dedicated to helping humans, including women, find their career path in a fast-paced, very unforgiving industry, and help them to raise to the top regardless of the circumstances. So I thought he was perfect to be on here with Ladies Take Control, because just before we started recording, he let me know he had 65 direct reports and 0 of them are women. And that's not to his choice. It's the fact that women kind of give up and you know, set sail. And so we're going to talk about how we can keep women motivated in such an industry. But ladies, you can 100% take these lessons every single place you go. So welcome to the Ladies Take Control virtual stage, Jim. I'm so happy to have you.
Well, thank you, Katie. I am beyond excited to be here. This is the first step on an extremely exciting journey for me as well. And I'm honored to take that step with you. So, you know, I would love to just kind of tell you how I started, how I got into this and where I am. So, you know, I grew up in South Jersey, outside of Philadelphia, and the environment there was pretty direct as a kid growing up. And then that part of the country, you know, the East Coast is very much straightforward and direct and pretty brutally to the point, arguably opinionated, but we get through it. And that personality trait is that's where it all started. After graduating a culinary high school, I moved into the military. And while I was in the military, that personality trait allowed me to ascend into leadership roles, although they were small because I was still in boot camp, but I quickly stayed in a leadership role throughout my entire military career, culminating in being an instructor gunner, when I left the Air Force. Then as I was kind of like formulating a plan to leave the Air Force, I decided I wanted to move out to Arizona and pursue a degree in law and kind of start a new adventure out here. So I came out here by myself and went to school and began that process. I stayed in the hospitality industry because of my culinary degree to kind of, obviously have to pay my way through college. And within a year or two, I was thrust back into a leadership role for that same purpose. I was the only person willing to kind of take on the broken parts of the restaurant business that I was dealing with. The hotel kind of said, we're looking for leaders and this restaurant's not running well. I stepped in and I started, and that's when I really started to kind of identify my style as a leader, where I realized that being direct, but in a compassionate way most of the time, will help me, resolve conflict, and get the solution quicker.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's kind of where it all started. And then, I stayed in the hospitality industry. I kept growing into leadership roles. And then at one point I was asked to be a general manager. Now I hadn't finished my college career yet, so I had to make a choice, and I chose the hospitality leadership field. And that's what I've been doing ever since. So I have.
It's not an easy field to. I mean, it's fun. It's amazing, especially when you have passion for it. But it's a lot of hard work, and I can see being direct being super important as a leader.
Well, I think confidence in yourself and having the ability to believe in yourself when no one else does is what's behind that being direct. Because if you don't have that confidence in your words, you tend to be overly wordy or not enough words in some cases to where you're vague and you don't really give clear direction. So I think, that's all. It's a very hard industry because we oftentimes, promote people because of their reliability, not because of their actual leadership qualities.
Well, that brings me to the first question I want to ask you is what, in your opinion, as a leader in this type of industry that, demands a lot from you, what makes a great leader?
Well, that's a big answer. I'll try and say it in a concise way. I think a great leader is someone that can own their environment and set clean and clear goals and directives for their team, and then keep their team motivated. And this is the critical one: create buy-in to not only them as a leader, but to the goals and the success of the business. If you're manufacturing widgets and you need to get 10 widgets out an hour, to be able to identify quickly why you can't do that and then solve that problem so that you can do that. So I think being a leader is someone that can own the environment to where they can solve the problems quickly or identify the problems quickly and then solve them. Now, the solving part, that's where style comes in. That's where leadership comes in. And that's where understanding human frailty versus the overall ability of someone to actually achieve a goal. I think, in the military, we had very strict, specific guidelines and goals and objectives. So it became easy to set those and then identify them and fix them. In the restaurant business, it's not as easy to own a space and identify the goal and create it. And I think that's where a lot of the stress comes in for most leaders, is owning the space, because there's a lot of people in the space. There's at a lot of different levels, and there's a lot of strong personality, and especially in the hospitality industry, but in dynamic industry in general, there's a lot of strong people, but they find their way to success in many different paths. I think that a leader is someone that can harness all of that and keep everybody moving in the same direction. And again, that talks about leadership versus just the title of being a leader. I know that for me, as a father of 3 daughters, and being in an industry that's void of female leaders, I am personally dedicated to making sure that my daughters understand how to use their voice and how to, leadership is a skill that can be taught, but not everybody necessarily wants to be a leader or should be a leader. So I just hope that I can give my daughters the right energy and the right confidence so that if that's a decision they choose to make, that they're ready for that, for whatever.
How do you instill that in your daughters? Like, what are the things that you do? Because I know we have some gentlemen on here and just the ladies as well. We all want to equip our kids with that gumption. I had my daughter text me today and she's like, Mom, everybody wants me to be the valedictorian for the graduating class. And, they're all voting for me. Should I do it? Should I do it? And I'm like, well, have you met yourself? Of course you should do it. Like, yes. So, we are always looking for ways to boost our daughters up and give them the skills that maybe we didn't necessarily have. So what are a few things that you teach your daughters?
Well, I think first and foremost, I kind of break it up into kind of from a leadership perspective, two things: the external hurdle and the internal hurdle. The external hurdle is how the world sees you, and identifying it, understanding it, and then how do you deal with that? Now my kids are 16 and younger, so it's a more nuanced conversation for a 10-year-old or a 14-year-old or even a 16-year-old than it is for an adult in the hospitality industry. But in general, it's a similar concept. I think first and foremost, being open to hearing how people view you without taking it personally.
Because perception's reality, right?
Well, it's their reality.
That's
right?
what I mean. It's their reality. Yeah.
So you have to understand it and you have to accept it, but you don't have to accept it in a way that affects your self-esteem. You have to accept it in a way where you understand that's how they feel about you. And then you have to take, if it's important to you, you have to make a plan to either eliminate it or change it.
Yeah.
And for my daughters, sometimes it's as simple as saying, well, if they don't want to talk to you, you don't need to talk to them. But in the hospitality industry, it's not quite that simple. In the hospitality industry, sometimes, with, female leaders, when there is a individual or a group of people that see them in a certain way, it's not as easy to say, I'm just going to eliminate that, especially if they report to you. So in that situation, what I try to tell people is, acknowledge what they're saying, and then determine if it's real. And then own it, own that space. If they're saying, hey, hypothetical speaking, you have a bad idea, and your idea is horrible. Instead of pushing that down and letting it affect you, say, great, my idea is horrible. Or not necessarily that. Say, all right, how about we do this? How about we try it my way? And if my way doesn't work, we can pivot. But let's try it my way.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and making sure that you acknowledge, someone in their space, and then be direct, be succinct, but own your words, own your voice. And if you have a strong opinion, which you should, because you're in a position of leadership, then simply in that process, give them the opportunity to buy into you, as opposed to not creating that conflict. Instead of ignoring that conflict, but own it, have that conversation, look at them in the eye and say, hey, I get you have a different opinion of mine, but let's do it my way, since I'm accountable to this decision. And if we need to pivot, we'll pivot. When you do that, you learn two things about yourself. One, you learn your ability to stand in front of a group of people and own the space, own the environment. And that's what a leader needs to do. And then if you can pivot, if you need to, then you've already built into them the confidence that they'll have in you, that
Yeah.
you will pivot and you will hear them and they'll be heard as well, as opposed to shutting them down and then either just being wrong and or having a big conflict later, to where now you have to have a fight about something as a leader. So the external conflict is just owning the space, but acknowledging that you're in that situation where you don't like how they perceive you, and
Yeah.
you're going to address it, but in a positive way where you're going to move forward through this process no matter what. And then the internal conflict, this is the one that I think requires probably the most time for all of us as leaders. I think how you see yourself is how you project. And
Mhm.
so, I started in this industry a long time ago. And, I remember a story where I asked my dad, why do you always make more money than the other guys in a tipped environment? My dad said, I always ask myself, could I have done better? So on my drive home, I asked myself how I could have done better. Started doing that. And how I use that as a leader is I go through a day and I'll make a million decisions, and on the drive home or on a quiet time, I reflect on all those decisions and could I have made them better? Could I have made them faster? Could I have done more homework? Whatever I need to do to be better. And I think this is where, not so much about the decision-making process specifically, but for when you're battling that internal conflict of the stereotypical men treating women like they're weak, or men seeing women as too emotional or too compassionate or nurturing, not strong enough to be a leader. And then when you evaluate those moments in time where were you weak or did you hesitate because you weren't sure?
Yeah.
And then taking a minute to reflect on that, going, all right, tomorrow, I just can't hesitate that moment. Did you hesitate because you weren't confident in your opinion? And when you're in a meeting and you didn't put your opinion out there at the right time, so it didn't land well. When you don't tell someone to do something differently because you're not sure how they'll receive you in that direction, as opposed to seeing that opportunity to correct somebody in the right time where it'll land right because it's obvious they're wrong, versus missing that moment of time. And then when you try to correct them, it doesn't have the impact. So I try to coach all my leaders to really reflect and make sure that every day you're looking through your whole day and spend 20 minutes of productive time, looking at how they navigated the day. And women and men are judged differently. Men, when they're given a longer runway to develop leadership traits. Men, if they're temperamental, they're told they're passionate. If they lose their temper in a way that's counterproductive, they're given coaching. Where women, if they lose their temper, I have a female chef, and she admits that she cries when she loses her temper. And when that happens, the people around her oftentimes will shut down. And so I encourage her to say, explain to people that you're not crying because you're sad and you're emotional in that way. You're crying because this is how you're expressing anger and you're not happy with the results that you're getting. And then evolve through that process so that you can get the results you want. Emotion is incredibly important, especially in the hospitality field. Most of what we do is on passion. As you said, it's kind of a thankless job sometimes to serve people, because oftentimes expectations far exceed the ability of the environment, just because of the way our industry is set up. And so oftentimes women and men, when they're put in emotional situations, women aren't judged fairly in that space, if that makes sense.
I think every single woman that's listening is nodding their head right now and agreeing, especially because I know a big lot of the women here are in the automotive space, and this has resonated with them. So, I mean, there's typical stereotypes for women in any space, but especially like hospitality, automotive, super. I mean, there's the military space, there's the tech space. There's a lot of spaces in this world that are very male dominated, where women have to, circumvent and break through all these different stereotypes. So, what piece of counsel can you give women that are facing these stereotypes? So we don't have to go through all the different types of stereotypes, but how do they, you talk about your internal hurdle and your external hurdle, which I'm assuming, the internal hurdle is a big part of breaking stereotypes. Like what can they do to overcome their internal struggles so their external hurdles are removed more easily?
Well, I would say first, own the fact that hurdles are going to exist forever.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of being a leader.
I love that. I say that all the time. Love it.
When you're a leader, that's your job is to handle the hurdles. So once you address the internal hurdle, the external one becomes easier to fix. So, the having confidence solves so many problems. And then that being said, building confidence is where the challenge lies.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I coach in a style that I use is look for the little wins. Constantly look for the little ones. Use your voice every day in a simple, direct fashion, addressing cultural behavior, punctuality, attendance, little things that aren't giant hurdles where without micromanaging, where you're not creating this negative conflict all of the time.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that if an employee is, late, 5 minutes, address it. Don't not address it, because that doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be a massive disciplinary effect. But every time you address something little like that, they hear your voice. Mm-hmm. And the more they hear your voice and the more you're right, the more they accept your voice.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they start accepting your voice, that's when you can create buy-in. And I think that's critical to solving that internal hurdle and that's why I said, I tell my team, use gentle pressure, but constant. So when you see somebody doing something, I can't speak to the automotive industry, but I would say that you in the automotive industry, I've gone through buying cars, and I know that there's a kind of a game plan for it all. And, And so in that game plan, there's probably some salesmen or salespeople that hit every part of it and excel.
Yeah.
And when you're leading that group of people, when you have the little parts of that game plan that don't get hit, do they address it? Do they address it in a way that allows them to be right without having a massive argument? I know in the restaurant industry, I can speak to that a little bit easier in that service. There's a million different little serving standards to every meal experience. And what affects how all of those serving standards are adhered to is the culture and the ability for the leaders to address all of them. And the leaders that address them all every single day, it's a much better experience because they all get done. And the leaders that are successful doing it are the ones that address it in a way where the staff believes in them, that they're doing it for all the right reasons. So they believe in them as a leader. Creating buy-in is critical to being successful. And it's critical to eliminate that internal hurdle, because once your staff believes in you, you start believing in yourself even more. And it's like kind of a chicken and egg, because if you don't believe in yourself to begin with, then they're not going to believe in you, because when you project a lack of confidence, that's the energy they're going to feel. There's a phrase out there called fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
And I hate that phrase, because I think that phrase in my field, it's so easily seen that if a restaurant manager or a chef is guessing at an outcome and they're wrong, it's very obvious. And so it would be, I always teach my staff to don't guess it from the perspective that you're right, but we all have to guess. We all have to take risk, and we all have to own that risk, but address it like that. Like, look, I'm not sure what's going to happen, but this is what I want to do in order to overcome that hurdle. I think I'm going to be right. Let's go this direction, and include your staff in the fact that you're guessing, but it's an educated guess. And then if you're wrong, own that too. Owning your frailty without emotion allows the staff to trust in you as a leader, that every decision is not going to be an emotional one, because riding that emotional roller coaster with leaders is sometimes really difficult.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
for
never
men
know.
and women too. It's not just you know, and I know that the word "you're overly emotional" can be, for lack of better words, triggering for women, because we're viewed that way. That's part of the stereotype. But I think what I'm hearing from you is, and you've said it a few times, and I couldn't agree more, is owning it. Like, just owning every part. Own yourself, own the way you are, the way you show up as a leader, own your successes, own your failures, and keep moving forward, I think is what I'm hearing. And
100% is exactly what I'm saying. When you own your frailty in a leadership position, it'll allow your team to trust you. And I think women oftentimes put that barrier up to, if I admit that I'm guessing or I'm wrong, then they're going to think I'm weak. So women oftentimes will put that barrier up, not because they're trying to be good or bad leaders, but they put that barrier up because it's a human stereotype. And as opposed to, you know, to being willing to be wrong, where I hear that all the time.
We don't do that very well, though. So there's this stat that says that men will, and I've said this a few times on today's event, and I say it all the time when I'm on stage and when I'm consulting with clients, but women or men will raise their hand and take a chance on a promotion, on a raise, on an opportunity, on meeting a friend, if they feel like they're like 60%, I've got this. You know, I looked at the list of qualifications and I hit 6 out of 10. I'm just going to say yes and figure it out later. Well, for women, statistically, if we don't feel like we are 100% qualified, or we are 100% confident that we can do that, do the job, be the friend, you know, are worthy of the promotion, then we don't raise our hand.
You know,
and
insecurity is
don't take those chances. Yeah.
Insecurity is a vicious thing. It affects all of us. And, you know, in a leadership world, when as a woman, when you're trying to overcome, you know, a stereotype, you know, the idea that you're battling yourself and how people perceive you is crippling sometimes. And that's why I try and talk about it all the time. Like, if you own that you're only 60% qualified to do that job, but you have 100% confidence that even though you're 60% qualified, you're still going to get it, you can succeed.
Yes.
You know, so I in our industry, you know, because you're dealing with humans, you know, you have a kitchen that has to deal with the wait staff, that has to deal with the guest, the wait staff and the front of house staff has to deal with the kitchen, have to deal with the guest. So there's all these human barriers involved in executing a great hospitality experience, whether it's at a hotel. That gets even more complicated. But that's where, when you constantly build on the little wins, and you constantly build your confidence to the point that you're willing to take that chance when you're only 60% qualified, because you're not, you've taught yourself that you don't need to be 100% trained in that particular,
exactly. Yeah.
right. That you have the gumption you have the fortitude to do it. My now 17-year-old daughter,
She just celebrated a birthday, right?
yesterday,
Yes.
she is probably the best example of how to state that. When she was younger, she was the most loud, emotional child, in that way. When something wasn't going well, she was really, really unhappy, and she was always the sad person. Very, very. She would cry a lot, and and I was personally worried about. All right, well, is she going to be this frail wallflower that is never going to make it out into the real world? And so we have, thanks to my wife, but taken this mission to make sure that she knows that she's important.
Yeah.
And she has been the one over the last 3 or 4 years to where she is the first one to go on overnight summer camp. She got a job at 16 working for me as a hostess. So I can't be that bad of a boss. She's willing to work for me at home and at work. But she has this inner strength that, honestly, as a male, she's taught me more about leading in the last year of being her boss and seeing that inner strength, and has really empowered me to actually have this conversation with you, because I really strongly believe that watching her have these little victories and seeing her confidence grow from her first night at the host stand, where her hello was, "Hi, how are you? Welcome," to now it's, "Hi, welcome. Come on in. I got some great food and serve." Like this woman has evolved in this last 12 months through her believing in herself and being confident. You asked the question, what could I give to your audience and to the women out there? The little wins. You don't need to hit a home run every single decision. Look for the little wins. When you start stacking little wins, that's the big win.
Yeah. I couldn't
That's the
agree
big
more.
win. So
I love that. The little wins, ladies, if you are going to take anything away, and I totally agree, that's the little wins is what's gotten me to where I am today versus 7 months ago. The little wins and celebrating. I mean, everything. I celebrate everything, because that energy, that positivity, it bleeds into every other aspect of your life and your ability to make decisions, your ability to be confident, and the ability to lead others. And clearly, you're doing an amazing job, not only as a leader in the industry that you are in hospitality, but as a father. You are leading these young ladies to greatness. And I mean, I've known Tiffany for a long time, and Tiffany is his wife, everybody. And I've watched through her how much your girls have, grown and blossomed, even though I've never met them in person. I feel like I know them, but I do have to commend, because that takes a strong man too, not just a wife. And it takes so Brene Brown, I don't know if you've ever heard this before. She says, strong back, soft front. And it takes a man with a strong front, or a soft front and a strong back, in order to lead any type of human, but especially teenage daughters. So you're clearly doing an amazing job.
Well, I give all of that credit to my wife, who probably has a stronger back than I do. But it's a team, and I'm happy to be on it.
We are so excited to have you here, and honestly, I'm super honored that this is a long time coming, and I know I'm going to see you on more events, and I'm really grateful. Thank you so much for joining us, Jim.
Your words have power. I am so grateful to have been part of the conversation. Thank you so much for having me, and I look forward to our next adventure.
I am so excited about our next guest, partially because now I am on the other side of our conversations. Usually she is the one producing me and consistently telling me what to say and how to say it. No, I'm joking. She is amazing, and she is the founder of the most amazing Women in Media network. She is not just a founder, though, of this network that is here to amplify women's voices. She is a broadcaster, a podcaster, and as I mentioned, a producer. Like, even before we came on here, she's like, "Do you need me to write it in the chat?" And I'm like, "No, I've got this. I've got this." So welcome to the virtual stage for Ladies Take Control, our Power of Her online conference. Miss Sarah, I am so excited to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me, and congrats on this event. You're bringing together a lot of amazing women, so I just want to shout out all the other women who are taking this stage.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of full circle, and having you on here means a lot to me because, well, you've been through the journey with me the last 7 months, and not only that, you believed enough in me and the story I had to share, and what we are doing for women here at Ladies Take Control to add me to your network as a podcast. And that is, the amount of women, and I know we talk, but we don't talk often enough for me to share this with you. But when I'm out on stages now and I am in these conferences, because of your Women in Media network, because you are here to amplify voices, I can't tell you the countless amount of women that pull me aside and say, "Thank you for having your podcast. And I wish I had this sooner because I would have left sooner." Or, I'm in it and it's helping me get through it. And so while I can't speak for the other talent and the creators on your network, I can definitely speak from the heart, from my point of view. What you are doing is amplifying women's voices. And I can't thank you enough.
Oh, thank you so much for being a part of the network. Anyone who is podcasting is sharing their story and putting their very being on the line for public consumption. It's a pretty scary thing, right?
Well, yeah.
You would know.
I do know this.
You would know
firsthand.
this.
Oh, but there's so much to your journey, and we talk about stories. So that's what I'm saying. You're on the other side of this now. I know you've been guests on lots of podcasts, and I know you have your own. However, I'd love for the viewers that we have here to know a little bit more about you and how did you come to owning and founding a network that amplifies women's voices?
So my career began in, radio, driving the summer car. I got to blast music, show up on site at events, turn the car radio loud, give away free stuff. And that was amazing. And I had the best few summers of my life doing that. But I very quickly figured out that there was always a story to tell on the radio, whether I was working in news, which I did. I did everything from traffic reports at 5 a.m. to, hard hitting journalism, like investigating. Even if I was just in college, I've been through broadcast journalism. I am a graduate of broadcast journalism. And then I got this little bite for entertainment radio, rock radio, interviewing musicians that I love and interviewing change makers in the community. And I loved that too. And so podcasting kind of brings all those worlds together. And at the center of all of this is storytelling. That's what I, have realized in this journey. But the Women in Media podcast, which was sort of the start of this network, the first seed that got planted, was born out of my experience being a woman in the media. And I sort of feel like every woman out there has had an experience in the workplace where they have been made to feel a certain way. That experience is different for everyone. But, we sometimes question if we belong at that table, if we have something important to say, if our opinion should be heard. And sometimes we start believing a voice that doesn't believe in us. So, I did radio for many years, and then I decided I wanted a chance at something else. I took a big job. I came to Toronto, which is where I was from, but I was doing radio in London, Ontario for many years, to take a big girl job at SiriusXM. And we're talking like I went from someone showing up at 1 p.m. to prepare for a radio show that started at 2 p.m. Like I would be watching the news all morning, making prep notes, but that was the extent of my day, doing a radio show until 2 to 7 p.m. To showing up at the office and working a 9 to 5. I didn't have much experience in that. I was not someone who went to school to be part of the corporate world. So it was very daunting when I got into that environment. But my work ethic, I think, is sort of what pulled me through the ranks. And eventually I was given a lot of responsibility in that Canadian SiriusXM office. I became liaison for content between the Canadian team and the American team, which opened up, networking in ways that I couldn't have even imagined, like being able to call up whoever from a label, a record label, Canadian or American, to include an artist in something special we were doing, or having like the first, call it like waves of an announcement, like that the Drake channel was coming to SiriusXM, like all sorts of exciting stuff. But there were times where I found myself sort of managing the men that I worked with. And I will say some of them were men that worked alongside me, same level if we're looking at a format and structure of a company. Some were men that reported to me, and some were men that I reported to. And there's a lot of really good guys out there. I have a lot of mentors in my life who have been men, but it became very clear in my time at SiriusXM that my opinion didn't matter at the table when I was working really hard. And I watched people take credit for my work all the time. And I also realized that the work I was doing was of higher value than I was being paid.
Yeah.
Which is, when you're early in your career, and let me say it as early in my, call it 9 to 5, because, that was a new stage for me. I was fine learning for a while. I understood I had a lot of learning to do. But once you realize that you can handle the workload and you can handle what is being thrown at you, then you need to be paid for the value of your work at this point. So, the first few years, cool. I'm just here to soak everything in like a sponge. But when I'm ready to be working at this level, you need to compensate me appropriately because I care about this job as much as I'm putting into it. And that's where so many times, I found myself being like, why am I working so hard when no one even knows that I'm the person behind the scenes doing all of this? And I'm not someone who needs like a shiny sticker or a star that's like, you're the best at what you do. But, if you have a successful content campaign, wouldn't it be nice to hear from your superiors that things went well? I was the person giving the team kudos as a group when those things would happen.
Yeah, that sounds like a journey, unfortunately, and not a unique one to women who are on here right now. And I'd love to know. So what did you do with that? Like what was the next move for you?
I tried my best to vocalize my goals in the company because I'm a firm believer that if you don't vocalize what you want, your goals, that, no one's fighting for you but you have to try and go for it. So that was the first step. And, it didn't go well. Things shifted around, but the same problems kept coming up no matter who I reported to. This like others taking credit for my work and me being like, well, to be honest, there was a structure where I was constantly called on by someone at a VP level, and the person in between was in a position to feel threatened by me. So I wanted that to be managed so I could just do my work. And by the way, I love doing that work. So like, let me do the work, but just, why don't we clear out the problems happening? And maybe we need to like restructure the department or however it looks for me to keep doing the work at this level. So when that did not happen, I was constantly managing the emotions more than the work itself. The whole day was about, can you make a note of all the things you're doing towards this? Why can't I just continue doing all the things?
Yeah.
Like there was like busy work in trying to prove myself, if that makes sense.
For sure.
And after like a year and a half of that, it was really scary, but I was so mad about how I was being spoken to in meetings. This is one incident I'll tell you about, actually. I had come to a meeting talking about, how we're going to convert some exciting programming into subscriptions because SiriusXM is a subscription company, right? And I was really excited about it. And a male colleague who I reported to at that time had said, "Can you just send me a bullet point list of the things we talked about in this meeting?" And I said, "Oh, I have a deck. Like, we were in strategy planning. So I was like, I just went through this with my team. I'll send you the deck." And that threatened him in a way where he didn't want someone above him to receive something so ready to go and put together that wasn't made by him, in my opinion.
Yep.
So, that also would have taken, if we break this down, that takes more work for me to extract something for you that I've already done and summarized.
Yeah.
So just take what you need from it and move on, right? And you can even make it look like yours at that point if you care. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Yeah.
And when that was forwarded off, I was invited to present to the executive team what was in that deck. He didn't like that.
It doesn't seem like you would.
And that's when voices were raised and I felt threatened. And I'm a pretty confident person, but the way I was being spoken to was not okay. And I recognized that. It got to a level that was beyond my control now. And in my experience, like I would love to say that HR is there to protect you, but HR is there to protect the company. You know how this goes. So, after a number of completely unprofessional and I would say threatening discussions with this person, I decided that it was time to go. I had no job lined up. I had no idea what I was going to do. I just was like, you know what? I think I'm done. I will find a way to pay my mortgage. This is not what I'm meant to be doing right now. Gave my 2 weeks notice. There's a whole other story there where, it was sort of made to look like I was asked to leave versus me making that decision for myself. And that's also fine. But that time away from a brand that I was so excited to associate myself with when I first joined the company made me ask myself some really hard questions. Who are you when you can't introduce yourself as Sarah Burke from SiriusXM? Which was the scariest thing to face. Like I was so happy with my job. I loved my job. I did not love the circumstances around my job, right? So in that time, I tried on a few hats. As you know, storytelling, we've been talking about storytelling. I was producing all sorts of stuff on the side, whether it was podcasts that landed in my lap. A musician friend of mine was like the first call. "Hey, I'm working on a podcast. Do you want to produce it?" "Absolutely. Let's talk." And I care a lot about marginalized communities. I've worked very closely with Indigenous people in my role at SiriusXM. And, opportunities came up to work on Indigenous programming, this national broadcast that airs on like 500 radio stations across Canada every single September now for National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. So I was brought into that project through Orbit Media. And again, got to work with some incredible Indigenous people there. So everything's feeling great, but I'm like, I don't know what this looks like yet, right? Like you're kind of putting puzzle pieces together and there's still gaps. I was doing a radio show at a Toronto radio station called Indie 88. I love music and I've worked in almost all genres at this point. But, attending a conference in Nashville every September called Americana Fest, there's like no Canadian recognition there. And we have so many amazing songwriters here who don't get Canadian airplay. So it feels like I'm always like seeking out a little problem I want to fix when it comes to storytelling, again, behind music in this case.
Yes.
And how can we get these amazing songwriters and their stories heard in Canada? Just as an example, like William Prince or Alison Russell, these are two amazing Canadian singer-songwriters who can sell out shows here in Canada, but will not be played on the radio. They will sell out shows in the US, in the UK. But again, here at home, they're not being played on the radio. So eventually I landed at this idea that the job that I want doesn't exist. I have to create it myself.
I love it.
And I wanted to make sure that anyone I worked with would be comfortable sharing a story, even if it was hard for them. I mean, one of the hardest things I did was crack this microphone the week after that SiriusXM, we'll call it employment contract ended.
Yeah.
And I talked a little bit about my story, about me leaving on this microphone, which, like, you know, there's the whole idea of, well, you don't want to burn the bridge. And it's like, wait a second, I had nothing to do with that bridge burning.
Yeah.
Let me remind myself that I was making this decision because I am capable of more. I want my opinion to be valued, and I want my story to inspire others to share their stories. And the podcast itself was born during the pandemic. And it was a time when, I don't know, the world was going through a shift, right? Black Lives
For
Matter.
sure. Yeah.
Here in Canada, you know, the Indigenous conversation surrounding truth and reconciliation was at a place where a lot of people who are not in Indigenous communities were trying to figure out, like, how can we have these really tough conversations and work towards something together versus like as two separate sides.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, the audio medium as podcasting is a way where, like, you're not trying to fit an important story into like a bite-sized clip. You can still have a bite-sized clip, but there's a whole conversation that you can go dig into if it's something you want to learn more about or take in. And so when I started thinking about that and how I can help people share their own stories, it was like, oh, well, I wasn't meant to be applying to a job at Amazon or Spotify or Apple and trying to do the same thing I was doing at SiriusXM somewhere else. I should have this entire time been looking at what is right in front of me, which is all the same tools and no red tape.
Yeah. That takes courage, though. It takes courage. It takes bravery. It takes guts. It takes like persistence. I mean, when I hear your story, and I'm sure everyone's thinking, well, oh my gosh, she's amazing. She's just like, she just breezed through it and she figured it out. And it's like, it's incredible. But you had to decide to, you know, not give up and not like fold like a cheap suit to go back to a corporate position when the going got tough or when you couldn't figure it out, and you kept going, you kept, you know, throwing stuff at the wall till it felt right for you. And you've ended up doing what, I mean, you wish you had. When I listened to your story, and I've heard your story a few times, and you built this so that you built it for Sarah in a way.
I also built it for the future Sarah, who decides that they don't know who they are unless they are attached to a brand or an organization. You know, the idea of not having a paycheck show up every 2 weeks, and the idea of having to figure out your own books, you know, your own accounting, your own tax system, your own everything, when everything for me, I realized, was so automated. And that's where like the word intention sort of comes up for me, because I think that all of this time I was living a really exciting life and a fun life and doing things I loved, but I wasn't doing any of it intentionally.
Yeah.
You know, I think I got into radio because I understood the power of the microphone, absolutely, but I didn't understand the power of the voice.
That's where I want to go right now. So
the
power of the voice. What counsel can you give? What strategies, examples of how to find your voice? I mean, this is what you do. You help women amplify their voices. And we have, I mean, upwards of 1,000 women watching right now, and they're all wanting to step into their power and take control of their lives. And, you know, having a platform to do so, to share their story, is a big deal. It's scary. Do I, don't I? And it doesn't have to be a huge platform. It can be at work. It can be amongst the friend group. It can be on social media. It can be within the family. How would you counsel a woman to, you know, first of all, recognize that their voice is powerful and then use it?
Well, the podcast industry is like a perfect parallel here. And I say that because it is so saturated. And as is content creation right now, right? If you look at anything online, you're sent to 1 million websites just by going on one social media app these days, right? So how do you break through all of that? Well, you can be a radio broadcaster. but that's like a singular thing. You can be a podcaster. That's a singular thing. But it's about figuring out, I'm a podcaster who speaks about and
Yeah.
specializes in and focuses on, right? That's
Mhm.
where I want to go with this. And, you know, you and I went through this experience when we were launching your podcast. You remember the session where we were writing the description for your podcast and who you are. So
Yes.
part of it, you know, part of it is, who is Katie? And then how does Katie show up with this podcast and why? And I just actually finished teaching a podcasting course at Western University here in Ontario. And the first exercise I took my students through was, why are you going to start a podcast? You have to know that before you do anything else,
Yeah.
because it's not enough to want to have a podcast or to want to talk about, I'm going to just give an example here, female reproductive health. It's, what do you bring to that topic?
Yeah.
Right. And if I may, like, I would love to use yours as an example.
Yeah, go
So
for it.
you are a survivor.
Yes.
Okay. You are a survivor of domestic abuse, and your story revolves around engaging in that story and sharing it so that other women can feel inspired to make hard decisions,
Mhm.
to leave a relationship even when they feel powerless.
Yes, ma'am.
And you, I would almost say, you're sharing in the messy middle. You're still sharing as
Oh,
hard moments come up. Your
yes.
journey, you're only, what is it? At the time of this airing, we're what, 5 or 6 months out?
No, we're like, yeah, 6.5. Yeah,
Yeah,
7 in there.
6,
Yeah.
6.5 months out of you leaving this relationship. So that's your superpower, right?
Mhm.
So for me, like in the Women in Media podcast, which started the whole network, it's, what is your experience in the spotlight, good and bad? What are the challenges you face because you're a woman? But what are the amazing community and like lessons learned that you can share amongst other women in broadcasting, podcasting, radio, television, content creation? The world, you know, is really all media these days. So I'm
Yeah.
expanding that a lot. But, you know, it's how can we build a community in whichever topic or theme of podcasting?
Mhm.
And that's really what builds your audience to begin with in podcasting. So again, you know, taking my students through this exercise of why. If you don't understand why you're showing up at the mic every day, then when you turn it on, it doesn't matter. So
Well, and I think that's with
yeah,
life too. You know,
yeah,
there's the famous TED Talk by Simon Sinek, "Start with
yeah,
the Why." And if anyone
yeah.
on here hasn't seen it, it's like a 17-minute talk. It's worth every single second that it
Hmm.
plays. But we have to understand why we do what we do in life.
Yeah,
Period.
yeah,
That's really what guides everything. Whether you think about where you were at Sirius XM, it didn't feel right for you because it wasn't your why. It wasn't sitting right. It wasn't
it was
aligning
just
with your
shiny. It was
credentials.
just shiny.
Yes. And so
Yeah,
when, and you hear a lot of these inspirational speakers, and I say these, I hope to be included in these
yes,
speakers one day, like
yeah,
this inspirational speakers that there's a lot of very similar underlying messages, but one of those is to get clear on who you are. And you said this right at the beginning of this conversation, is, getting clear on who you are, what your message is, why you do what you do. And I think that once you do those things, it's easier to step into your power because you're more confident with what you're about to say. So,
yeah,
and if you put it, alongside a mic, it's easier to step in front of the mic and say what you have to say because you're confident about it. And I can speak from examples just from experience from a podcasting perspective.
yeah,
That, I mean, as I record podcasts, I get, and I become more and more clear on what we're doing, more and more confident.
yes,
I show up better. I show up different, and the
yeah,
podcast episodes are more clear and confident. And so I would think that there's an equation or like a parallel to life when it comes
oh
to
yeah.
using your voice.
Oh, for sure. I actually want to I want to mention a book right now that has really helped me. There's an audiobook version too. She was a guest on a podcast I produced, and I went and got this book right away after she talked about it. Holly Murchison. She's an author. She's the founder and CEO of Oratory Glory, a storytelling agency and speaker collective. And the book is called Tell Me About Yourself: 6 Steps for Accurate and Artful Self-Definition. And what she talks about in that book is like that moment where someone's like, tell me about you and what you do. And when you're about to put your hand out and shake the hand and you're like, you're coming up with what you're going to say. So at that moment when I quit SiriusXM, that's where I was like, I had no words. I didn't.
Mhm.
I'm a broadcaster, but I don't have a broadcast job right now. I'm a podcaster. And you should never be defining yourself just by what you do to get paid. There
Yeah.
should be like, what's your mission in life and how does that infiltrate what you do?
Yes.
That's really what that book is about, I think, like
Oh.
the intersections of how you can talk about like the things that you value and your ethics alongside what you bring to the table in a professional way.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I highly recommend that book. But yeah, like, and the idea of reinvention sort of comes in here. And it's the same in podcasting, just how you were talking about change, how
Mhm.
as you're going, you're learning. Podcasting is a journey. Life is a journey. If you're focused on one thing, only one thing, when you reach it, you will be unfulfilled, which is why every day matters
Yeah.
so much, whether we're talking about a professional journey or a personal journey. So sure, like, you could have a goal of like getting to 500 downloads an episode or something, right? But
Mhm.
then when you hit that, it's like,
Well,
oh,
what's next?
right? So
Yeah.
that's why it's like a constant reinvention, and like the podcasting industry changes every day. Who Katie is today, who I am today, a year from now, we're going to be completely different people again, right?
Mhm.
So knowing that, your environment shapes you all the time,
Mhm.
and the way that you show up every day will change what you do every day, professionally and personally.
Mhm.
It's okay to understand that something is temporary. That will help you through knowing that like tomorrow is a different day, and tomorrow you can show up as a different person if you want to.
Yeah, it brings me to a thought, a mentor of mine, and I've only ever thought about this saying in the context of customer experience, but
Okay.
listening to you,
Yeah.
I am about to I think completely different about it. But he says there's no ribbon cutting ceremony when you're designing a guest experience. That your customers change, the industry changes, your people change,
Yes.
they develop, they grow, there's turnover. So the moment you think you've arrived, you've failed your customers because you're not evolving, you're not
Yeah.
transitioning, you're not moving with the times. And literally for the first time, and he's been a mentor of mine for like 15 years. So I've known him forever. And now for the first time, like right now, I'm thinking, wow, there's no ribbon cutting ceremony in life.
Yep.
You
Yep.
get to reinvent yourself as times change, as your life circumstances change, as you gain experiences. You don't have to be who you were yesterday. You get that choice to show up as you want to today.
And that's why your story is what's going to set you apart from everyone else, because every day what you go through, someone else doesn't go through. Your perspective is valuable in whichever profession you have. And it's, whether you're in podcasting, broadcasting, you're in a completely different space professionally than I am,
Yes.
and there's so much in common there. And that's where I also think those moments of reflection, you and I have talked about this before, journaling.
Yes.
This is one of like the quotes. I want to get this quote right, so I'm just going to look it up here. But Rick Rubin said it best. It was something like, hold on. If you lie in your diary or your journal, like there's nothing more stupid than that.
Yeah.
Because you're lying to yourself.
Yeah.
If you're telling yourself a story that is untrue, then you're a fraud to yourself.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So he was saying that it was in the context of the practice of journaling being a really intimate exercise with yourself, because, and we've talked about it again in the way of like the Women in Media podcast, like exploring challenges, but also triumphs and victories.
Yeah.
Women are, in my experience, and maybe it's because of an experience like I had, afraid to be like, I crushed that. Those, wins that we had that were subscriptions, that was because of my team. Women don't like to brag about those things in my experience because there's usually someone feeling threatened on the other side of it.
Yeah. Not just men either, but other women
Yeah.
that feel threatened by, especially,
Yes.
I joke a lot about it, and it's not really joke, it's reality. But like the
Yeah.
Mean Girls Club, it exists, especially in male dominated space, and the music industry would be one of those.
You know what I say to that?
Let's
We
hear it.
are a product of a lot of these environments that
Yes.
we operate
Oh,
within,
amen. For sure
right?
we are. Yes.
So, and that's why there's so much, like, you hear the word systemic change in many conversations these days, and that's because we have been like coaxed into these roles in society and the way that we operate. Like, I will never forget this. I had to have a difficult conversation with a boss once where it was about like my behavior at a music festival. And I mean, this man who was always drunk around me was talking to me about having a beer in my hand at a music festival. So, I mean, that was hilarious in itself. But the question he asked me when I got emotional because he was challenging my, what's the word I'm looking for? My integrity. He was challenging my integrity in that moment. And when I got emotional about it, he asked me if I needed to go home for the afternoon with a straight face. And I remember being like, no, I'm good right here. Like, and that is something, again, like, as much as I want to blame him for that, he has been,
Yeah.
in this, he's been like bred to be
Mm-hmm.
in this environment the same way that I have been.
Mm-hmm.
And although I was happy to stand up for myself in that moment, there are so many women who don't,
Yes.
right? Because it
Yes.
feels more comfortable to just take it, keep your head down and not have it create any problems. I became the gal who was willing to speak out. And that's why my out was the way that it was.
Yeah.
And I'm
Well,
fine with that. I don't care.
no. Well, I mean, because you know the truth. Like, back to your journaling, you didn't lie to yourself, and you sit in integrity, and
Yeah.
so that's all that really matters. And look what you're doing. And I honestly,
Yeah.
and for everyone watching, if you have a story to tell,
Yeah.
and you want to amplify your voice, I mean, you have to get a hold of Sarah, because first of all, she's amazing. And she'll talk to you. She'll always make time for you. Like, she's incredible. But also, I mean, this is why she exists. This is why the Women in Media Network exists. And I know we have some, I say we, I'm part of the network. It's your network, but I know, you have incredible talent, like Dr. Carlin Costa, who is actually speaking on this event as well. Jessica Morehouse, you have Debbie Travis, you have Jan Arden, you have these
Yeah.
incredible women that get on to share their story and share other people's stories to amplify their voices. And you're giving them that platform. And it's just,
One other thing I will mention, just because maybe this is like a little insider baseball of the industry, but something that I feel is important to mention. So Jan Arden was another one of my flagship clients, and I was working with her through an organization.
Mhm.
Okay. Her podcast was with iHeartRadio before all of this. And again, it comes back to the word integrity, but we do that podcast, which I produce with her co-host, Caitlin Green.
Mhm.
And Caitlin was let go from her job. It's not unheard of for a radio person to lose their job in the state of the industry right now. Jan made a call about continuing her podcast with the people that she feels the best working with,
Mhm.
AKA Caitlin and I,
Mhm.
and was like, let's do this thing with your network. Like, do you have room? I was like, what do you mean?
For you?
Let me call my team. Let me call my team quickly. No. But what that showed me in that moment was that killed my imposter syndrome right there. If someone like Jan Arden trusts me with her podcast, which was already award-winning at this point, to move over from iHeartRadio, a huge broadcast corporation like with
Mhm.
Bell Media, to little old me, then I must be doing something right. And what's at the underlayer of that, which is the insider baseball part, is a lot of content creation these days. People want to own your content. People want to own your socials. And a lot of women, you know, these days who are working in the podcast space, they may have other things going on outside of podcasting, which they're putting through their social channels. Why should I, as a network, have ownership over their socials
No.
or ownership over their podcast content?
Yeah.
So I think something that's a little bit game changing right now in the industry is the idea of me putting it in writing. No problem. I will redirect your RSS feed if you ever want to leave. I just need notice, please and thank you. Let's be respectful of each other. Like, I don't want to enter into deals where I'm not entering into deals to make money off people. I am entering into deals to help women figure out how to better use their voices and make money in the process. Like, right? And the same goes for you, as we're going to start talking about sponsorship of your podcast. Like, I don't show up every day to this microphone or this computer looking at women as a way for me to make money. I thoroughly enjoy what I do in helping the storytelling part. If we make money on the other end of it, amazing. I didn't think it was possible, but here we are.
Yeah. Gosh, you're amazing.
Well, I think you're pretty amazing too.
Oh,
This is just
like a love fest right now. All right.
Women in Media Network love fest. But yeah, the content ownership part is a big piece right now in 2024 because there are just so many people being held captive by an organization that owns their content.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's give the ladies watching. I'm going to ask you this question.
Sure.
Watching, listening. What piece of counsel would you give younger Sarah getting into, not even young, like as a teenager, just getting into the corporate world? What would you have wanted to know that you know now?
It's so funny that like Jan Arden's mother's voice is in my head right now because she impersonates her mother on almost every episode. She always says, my mother always said to me, why not you, Jan? Why not you? And that's what I would tell myself. I never saw myself, because I had graduated radio school. I never saw myself as a business person. Well, 2024, Sarah Burke is like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, there's zero reason, even if you have no experience, why you can't pivot with full passion and you can do whatever you want. So I wish I knew that I was capable of a pivot into anything I wanted earlier.
Why not you? That is
It's
the
that
perfect
simple.
way. It is simple, but so, so powerful and so true. Why not you? Well, ladies, as we exit this incredible conversation, I hope you're asking yourself, why not me? Because you can step into your power. You can find the courage to do hard things and make difficult choices and choose to rise regardless of your circumstances. And as Sarah has so graciously shared her story, you can use the power of your voice. And why not you? I love that. Thank you so much for joining us at the Power of Her virtual event for the Ladies Take Control community. I know I've said it a few times, but I love you tons. And if it wasn't for you, Ladies Take Control would not be changing the lives of women. So thank you.
Thank you for being so brave to share your story on the network. Can't do that part without you.
Well, I guess we make a good team. With a passion for legal innovation and leadership development, Gia focuses on empowering women in traditionally male-dominated legal sectors. Join us as we explore her journey and insights on harnessing the power of feminine leadership. I can also say from personal experience, she embodies what it is to be a feminine leader. So welcome to the virtual stage, Gia. I'm so excited that you're here.
Thank you for having me, Katie. I'm excited to be here today. And I'm honored to be here today. And thank you for giving me the platform to share my story. So I'm a proud Canadian, but my story begins in Pakistan, a place where boys are prized and the birth of girls is often met with pity. Being the eldest of 3 girls, I witnessed firsthand the societal pressures and biases that placed boys on a pedestal. This is a story about my journey, my family, and the silent strength of my mother, which has shaped the woman that I am today. Growing up, my mom, a strong, independent, and intelligent woman, faced constant criticism for not bearing a son. I recall relatives at every family gathering encouraging her to try for another baby. Maybe this time it will be a boy, they'd say. As if a boy was the ultimate prize, a carrier of the family lineage, a supporter in old age, a protector, the provider. I remember my mother's sadness, her silent tears. She loved us, her daughters, dearly, but she was always made to feel lesser than those women who had sons. As a child, my tiny heart filled with fury, and it took me 33 years to realize that this fury stemmed from a place of deep grief. Grief from seeing my strong, beautiful mother suffer and feel inadequate. My mom had always had her ways of pushing back against this mindset. She would proudly say, "My daughter Gia is the equivalent of 10 sons." In secret, she told me to outperform all the boys in the family, to study harder than they did, to be fiercer than they were, and to take no prisoners. Whenever I cried, whether from physical or emotional pain, she'd say, "Oh, Gia, but you are our son. You can't cry and be weak." As well-meaning and encouraging and absolutely loving as my mom was, through her words, I started learning a language that told me girls, and by extension women, were somehow weaker than men, even though I know for a fact that was not her own personal belief. I wasn't just a girl. I was more than just a daughter. I was the son of the family. No, scratch that. I was worth 10 sons, and I was determined to show them all. As I grew older, I became increasingly fierce. I got into fights, became argumentative, aggressive, and took charge. I developed a dominating personality. I told myself I hated even the color pink, which of course I connoted with girls growing up, at least in the 90s, all the girls loved pink. Instead, I told myself I preferred blue, red, and black. I internalized being feminine as lesser than masculine. This mindset affected even my choice of profession. Although I absolutely love being a lawyer, and there's really nothing I would imagine myself doing more, a part of me does believe that I chose the practice of law, and then within that, operating a private practice, starting my own firm, and then dealing with real estate, corporate, and litigation, practice areas within law that were mostly male-dominated, because I had something to prove. Competing in male-dominated practice areas within an already male-dominated profession made me feel like I had made it. I measured my professional and personal success with a male yardstick. Over time, I realized that the true strength doesn't come from suppressing your emotions or denying your femininity. True strength is embracing who you are in all your complexity and richness. My mother's strength wasn't just in her defiance of societal norms, but in her softness, her intelligence, her resilience, her empathy, her love. I finally understood that to honor her, I needed to honor all parts of myself, not just the parts that fit into a masculine mold. As I navigate my journey now, I strive to be a better leader, a better person, a better woman, one who values empathy and strength in equal measure. And I hope that by sharing my story, others will find the courage to embrace their true selves and redefine what it means to be strong and what it means to lead like a woman. When I first started my law firm, the predecessor to Lexaltico LLP, it was Atlas Law Group. I was only 27, and I started it basically from my bedroom. I believed in a traditional fear-based model of leadership. This was the norm in the legal industry, something I had been exposed to throughout my journey, from law school to summer jobs to articling and my early legal career. I vividly remember being broken down by my articling supervisors. There were countless days when I found myself crying in the washroom, tormented by the constant feeling that I wasn't good enough to be in this profession. The sick hazing culture is unfortunately still a widespread issue in our profession, and it affects both men and women. Despite the challenges, I grew tougher. I pushed through, improved, and somewhere along the way, I internalized this toxic behavior as normal. I came to believe that we as female lawyers and female leaders had to be tough, almost masculine, to succeed, which only reinforced the trauma and biases from my early childhood of having to prove that I was equivalent to or better than any boy. I took pride in rubbing shoulders with men, in being even more aggressive and assertive than my male colleagues. I reveled in busting balls every day, delighting in the fact that I could be tougher, relentless, and more aggressive than any of them. I even subjected my female coworkers to the same harsh treatment, thinking it was the only way they would become stronger and eventually leaders themselves. I genuinely believed I was doing them a favor, propelling their growth. The traditional legal model that says you need to conquer, dominate, and command respect through authority. I was young, I was ambitious, and I was determined to succeed. I believed that to be successful, I had to lead like a man. If I had to beat them at their own game, I had to become one of them. I adopted a very authoritative and competitive approach, thinking that was the only way to gain respect and assert my position. But this approach, I soon found out, had serious flaws. I was tough on my team, expecting nothing but the best, especially from the female colleagues who reported to me. I thought that being stern and authoritative, I would drive performance. But things didn't turn out the way I had planned. My female staff, in particular, found it very difficult to be open to me or open with me about their personal challenges. They were hesitant, almost afraid to share what they were going through, and I noticed a troubling pattern. It seemed that the way the female employees in particular reacted to me was very different than how they reacted to male lawyers who had a similar authoritative style of leadership that I did. If a male lawyer scolded them, it was considered acceptable, part of the job, no harm done. But if I did the same thing, I lost their respect, trust, and loyalty. This double standard was glaring, and as a young leader, this inconsistency frustrated me deeply. I began to resent women in the industry. Why was there such a stark difference in reactions? Why was my authority questioned while my male counterparts were seen as strong leaders? Suddenly, I was a little girl again at that family gathering, hearing these pesky relatives tell my mom that a daughter would never be a son, that my sisters and I were not enough, not good enough as I heard and understood it to be. My team did not know it, but I kept an armor up. But each time that I was treated differently as a leader for having the same leadership style as a man, I was re-traumatized in the deepest of ways. And how did I deal with it? By becoming even more fierce, to hide even more grief. So this led to a number of issues. There were many. For one, I had a very high staff turnover rate. Female colleagues found my leadership style off-putting. I was seen as unapproachable and intimidating, and this created a very toxic work environment. My aggressive demeanor alienated my team, especially since most of the administrative staff were women. It was a tough time, and I really couldn't understand why my efforts to be a strong leader were backfiring so dramatically. I had to confront that my leadership style was more about asserting power than fostering growth and collaboration. This realization was not easy. It forced me to look inward and acknowledge that I needed to change my approach if I wanted to build a supportive and trusting work environment. The turning point really came when I realized that no matter how many legal victories I notched up, the high turnover in my staff was costing me dearly, both financially and emotionally. I was so laser focused on climbing to the top that it became incredibly frustrating every time I hit a milestone, only to be pulled back by yet another team member quitting. I was pouring resources into recruiting and training, onboarding, offboarding, and then the whole cycle all over again. It was exhausting. I had no personal life. I was constantly working and feeling like I was running in circles. It felt like I was feared rather than respected, and I'd completely lost sight of that difference. Sure, I was a formidable lawyer, but I was losing out big time when it came to personal and professional relationships. Most days, I felt like if I could put my brain on a block of ice, it would sizzle. That's how burnt out I was. So I decided to take a step back and really evaluate the impact of my leadership style. I realized that when in trying to emulate the traditional male approach to leadership, I had lost touch with my own authentic self. In fact, had I even ever discovered Gia's voice, the voice of that child Gia, her voice, which was now the voice of the adult Gia, I wasn't leveraging my strengths, my empathy, my ability to listen, my collaborative spirit. I was so caught up in trying to be one of the boys, using my male colleagues and opponents as benchmarks. I spoke like them, I talked like them, I ate like them, I sat like them, I walked like them. And while there's absolutely nothing wrong with a masculine style, if that's true to you, adopting it because you think it's the only path to success, to prove something to or at somebody or anybody, that will backfire, as it did for me. So I knew I had to change. I softened my language. I became less confrontational. I made a conscious effort to genuinely listen and understand the concerns of my staff, especially of my female staff. And yes, this meant listening with my heart, if that makes sense, not just my mind. It meant being in a certain flow, presenting solutions that addressed real-world challenges my team faced beyond just office issues. I saw that they were doing double duty at home and work. I saw that they thought differently about their performances and about their goals. I began supporting them in their dreams, guiding them, coaching them, rewarding them, and most importantly, encouraging them. I made sure to let them know when they were doing a great job or achieving key milestones, because women need to hear it more often than men, especially from female leaders that they report to. Because women doubt themselves more, they speak up less, they lean in less, and they hold themselves to impossibly high standards. In short, I learned that to be seen as a leader, I had to inspire and guide, not just bark orders and give directions. This shift not only transformed my team's morale and productivity, but also brought a sense of fulfillment and balance to my own life. It was a game changer. I decided to embrace the feminine aspects of my personality and leadership style. So instead of just focusing on being a boss, I made it my mission to build genuine relationships with my team, foster a supportive and inclusive work environment, and lead with compassion and empathy. I shifted from being a distant authority figure to becoming a mentor and a coach. This change in approach also influenced my professional dealings. I became more open as a lawyer to settlements and compromises, which resulted in more strategic wins for our firm and resulted in happier clients. And this shift was felt internally within my team, in my interactions with other lawyers, both women and men, and in my personal life as well. I learned the importance of active listening and creating a space where my team felt safe to express themselves without fear of retribution. This wasn't about lowering standards. In fact, standards went way high. It was about building trust and respect in a way that empowered everyone. By focusing on these values, I saw a transformation in my team's morale and productivity, and it brought a sense of fulfillment and balance to my own life as well. The results were incredible. Morale improved significantly. The turnover rate dropped, practically non-existent. My team became more cohesive and motivated. We saw a marked increase in productivity and creativity and profits because we were now able to scale up. By embracing a leadership style that I had rejected out of fear that I would be seen as too weak, too feminine, I was actually able to build a strong, loyal, and dedicated team. And this change not only helped me as a leader, but also propelled our firm to new heights of success. I found new partners willing to work with me, happy to work with me, both men and women who loved working with this new GM. And this took my law firm from being a small law firm to now a leading multi-advisory practice in Ontario. Today at Lexaltico, we are pioneering innovative solutions and thinking outside the box. I make it a point to consider everyone's input and ensure that working moms, especially on my team, have time to relax. I often tell them, please shut off, go enjoy life, bond with your children. Don't miss those piano recitals or those soccer games. Instead of pushing the idea that grinding away is the key to success, I find that accommodating my team's personal lives means that they come back fresh, bursting with new ideas, which benefits everybody and has put us at Lexaltico at the forefront of legal innovation. My team at Lexaltico does not just see themselves being there for just the paychecks. They take real ownership of their roles. Happier people make better parents, spouses, friends, and children. They contribute to better societies. Happy people treat clients well, making us look like rock stars. Nurturing talent, understanding their personal lives, and appreciating the constellation that makes them unique is the job of every leader. When you put in the effort, you get paid back in dividends. Lead the way a loving and caring mom leads her family. That's what I learned. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Your team will love you for it. Make happy memories with them, celebrate them, and your growth will explode. Mine did. Over time, I noticed a profound change once my leadership style changed, once I started leading like a woman. My team became more open, willing to share their ideas and challenges. The loyalty and respect that once seemed so out of reach began to build rapidly. And most importantly, I learned that true leadership is not about instilling fear, but about inspiring confidence and collaboration. It sounds basic, but I'm a big believer in going back to basics because it's sometimes the simplest of life lessons that we unlearn as we get tangled in the webs of societal expectations. My advice to other women in leadership roles who are struggling with similar issues would be recognize bias. Bias exists in how we perceive male and female leaders in real life, and it needs to be challenged. It starts with us, how we as women choose to lead, how we choose to respond, and how we choose to support each other in the workplace. My advice would be to stay true to yourself. Authenticity is key. Understand that your unique strengths as a woman can be powerful tools in leadership. Don't feel pressured to conform to traditional male leadership styles if they don't resonate with you, even if you are in a male-dominated career like law. Embrace empathy, compassion, and collaboration. They are not signs of weakness, but of extreme strength. And most importantly, build a support network. Surround yourselves with mentors and peers who can offer guidance and encouragement, who can root for you and support you. Most importantly, who can tell you when you are wrong and help you show you a better way. My biggest mentor is my husband, Junaid Abbasi, and his many years of friendship, support, and guidance have made me a better person and a better leader. I just had to listen. So look to mentors in your personal network. They might be closer than you think. Thank you so much, Katie, for having me here today. It's really been a pleasure to share my journey, and I really hope that I can inspire others to lead with their true selves. Leadership is an ever-evolving journey of learning and adaptation. Stay curious, seek feedback, and continuously hone your skills. Don't be afraid to revisit the basics, to peel back the layers and reinvent yourself at any age. Whether you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, or beyond, there's no time like the present. Today is the first day of the rest of your life, and that's the motto that I live by daily. I'm deeply inspired by eagles. Sounds random, but what I find so inspiring about them is that when eagles reach midlife, they will actually break their beaks and their talons because they face a choice. They can either continue being the way they are, their eyesight's weak, their talons aren't as sharp, they can't hunt as well, or they can undergo a very painful process of breaking off their beaks and their talons, and they actually grow new ones. They also, as they age, an eagle's eyesight dims and its wings grow heavy. So to rejuvenate, it flies towards the sun, burning away the mist over its eyes and shedding old feathers. It then plunges into water 3 times, restoring its youth. The eagle's beak even grows back even stronger after it breaks it against a rock. Embrace the eagle spirit. Don't fear breaking down what no longer serves you. Rebuild, rejuvenate, and emerge stronger. Yes, the process can be painful, but the outcome is absolutely worth it. Leading in a male-dominated industry requires understanding the landscape. These industries often have deep-rooted histories of male leadership, which can present many challenges, especially to women who take it upon themselves to lead like men. But this also opens door for fresh perspectives and meaningful change. Finally, lead with your heart. This doesn't mean you won't face challenges or everything and everybody will be just fine and it'll be fun and wonderful all the time, because it won't. There will still be difficult business decisions to make, employees to discipline, professional losses to deal with, and all that is going to happen. But a heart-centered feminine leadership style is a very powerful tool to have in your arsenal, and it's a very powerful persona to have in terms of leading change. Thank you for listening. Remember, be like the eagle. Don't be afraid to break, rebuild, and soar. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible. Thank you for being here, Gia. I needed to hear that today. to be like the eagle. Yeah, it's like that was completely meant for me, but I know that rested in every single listener's ears and hearts. So thank you so much for your time. I know you're busy, and for your knowledge and your wisdom and your inspiration. You've touched so many women. I don't know if you know, but we have over 600 women watching right now, and you've just made a difference in their lives. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Katie. All the best.
We are in for a real treat. I have one of my favorite ladies on planet Earth joining me today, Nina Kako, who is a mindset and lifestyle expert. And I know from personal experience the impact she has had in my life and shifting my mindset and allowing me to thrive. So I am so excited to bring her on to the Ladies Take Control community, the power of her virtual stage. For the very first time, it will not be the last time, I am sure. We're going to see lots of Nina. But Nina, welcome to the Ladies Take Control community. We're so excited to have you here.
Oh my goodness, I am so excited. Thank you so much for the beautiful introduction and for the fact that we're here doing this. I am like beyond grateful for this opportunity and to have, join some very powerful women on this talk.
Oh, we're really excited to have you here. And I'm going to dive right in because I think there's, I asked you to send me a list of questions. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many and all of them are so good. So we're just going to dive right in to give these ladies all the golden nuggets that you have to give them. So first of all, what inspired you to develop such a strong mindset and positive outlook on life?
So my inspiration is rooted from my deep desire to live a very fulfilled and positive life. Through my optimistic mindset, I saw from an early childhood that thinking negatively can impact you in a negative way, and being optimistic about life and about just even smiling can shift your insight, your chemistry for better. So from a young age, I learned that being happy and smiling is way better than frowning and being upset. So that was the essence of the existing of my inspiration in my life. So that's where it started, really. And seeing, like I said, a lot of people around me having a very negative impact on their life, for the way they thought, the way they lived their life. I just chose to go a different route. Positivity all the way.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because I know your story and not everybody knows your story. If you listen to her podcast, which we will tag here, you can listen to a little more of her story. However, Nina, it's not like, oh, you woke up one day in this idyllic life and you had the perfect circumstances and it was easy to choose positivity. It was easy to choose to smile. It was easy to make that shift and stay on that pathway and raise your vibrations. Your life was anything but easy. Like, let's share with these ladies why it's so important when you say that you've decided to be positive, that you've decided to smile, that you've decided to help other women shift their mindset, because you've had to work at that. That's a choice.
My whole life. It's funny because a lot of people see my lifestyle, but they see that you're so lucky, you're so happy all the time. They don't see the behind scenes of how I became who I am today. To answer your question, I was born in Baghdad, Iraq, during a very, very harsh and challenging era. I lived in a war my entire life there. I lived there till I was 14 years old. And it was all war. It was very, very challenging. It was hard to live happy in a life and death situation all the time. And that's what it was, exactly like that, life and death. So your mind, your body, your nerve system, it's constantly at fight or flight, because you don't know if you're going to go to bed, if you're going to wake up or not, from the war that's happening in the country. And then miraculously, the country got invaded by the United States, and we fled the country. My family and I had the opportunity to actually escape by foot. We walked for 2 weeks to get to safety, and then we became refugee. Lived in a refugee camp for 3 years until I made this glorious entrance to Canada. And that's where I learned, living in a refugee camp and growing up in a war-torn country. I learned that, you know what? If whatever doesn't kill you makes you that much stronger. And if I didn't die all those 14 years of hardship life, then I was going to make something incredible out of my life. And I put it in my mind that I was never going to die if I didn't die there. And I was going to be just going to keep going forward. And, like I said before, having your back against the wall and you have no choice but to move forward gave me the strong mindset to keep going and say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And just setting a pathway for my life and setting goals just push me to be great in everything I do. And I think I am. And I aspire other people to do the same for their life and enjoy it. But it was nothing short of challenges and difficulties growing up. So that's definitely what made me who I am today.
So you had to make that active choice every single day, like every day.
Every day.
It wasn't
Every
something
single
that
day.
every day you chose to not look at the bad, you chose to look at the great, you chose to look
Yes.
at the good. I think one of my favorite stories you've told me, and I've heard you say, is when you would steal your dad's radio.
So
Let's
you
talk
want to hear
a little
that
bit about
story?
that. I want that story.
So, okay, from a young age, I learned the world it moves on duality. You know, there's the ups and downs, the hot and the cold, the sad and the happy. So I learned that from a young age, and I'm like, I gotta choose the good opposite of what everyone around me is choosing. My father, when we lived in a refugee camp, my father was very stressful. It was stressed out the whole time because we didn't know if we were going to make it out or we're going to have to go back to the country that we fled, which meant death for us. Because once you leave, when you escape the country and going back, it's not going to be easy trying to survive. So he was very stressed out, and he would listen to all this world news all day long, and he would get angry and upset and yell and scream, and it was just like very stressful time in the refugee camp with him. So when he would go to sleep around 8 o'clock at night, I would steal his radio. And I'm like, you're listening to bad news? I'm going to listen to good news. I would put on this beautiful music by a legend of a singer from Egypt. Her name was Kulthum. She sang only about love and happiness and misery at the same time, but it was a good misery because it was falling in love and getting your heart broken, or, fairy tales. And I would listen to that. And every song was about an hour, 45 minutes long. And I would sit there at night and I would just put my hands behind my back like this, and I stared up at that yellow tent. It was a thick military tent that we slept under. And I would just dream of my future. And my dream would always be, and it's the funny part, it was always consistent. I would always dream the same dream, which was freedom. I'm out of this camp. I'm living in a country where there's total freedom, where I fall in love with this beautiful man who was going to put me on a pedestal, who was going to respect me and protect me of all the evil. And I was going to have 2 children. Excuse me.
It's all good.
1 second. I'm so sorry about that.
That's
I think we'll have to cut that part out.
Yeah, we'll cut. I have somebody that'll cut it out. Don't worry. Okay.
All right. So I would dream of having 2 children, a girl and a boy, specifically girl and a boy. I had reason for that. I mean, I can't go through into that. It's going to be a long conversation. We only have a few minutes here, but that was my dream every single day of those 3 years that I lived, from the age 14 to 18 in a refugee camp. I chose to dream big, to dream the life that I have today. It was so precise, Katie. It was so specific to my needs that I, for past 30 years, have examined my life, have backtracked everything, and it brought me back to all of that, which was what I manifested during those 3 years in a refugee camp. I mean, everything to the T, I've legit manifested and have become true. So learning from that experience had pushed me to go, explore more and dream bigger and want more and desire more things and work for it. Nothing came to me easily. I had to work for everything. I mean, at 18, I came here with no word of English. I had to start from zero. I had to work 3 jobs, attend high school full-time, and then college, and then hairdressing college, and then real estate college. And it just was one thing after another. So it didn't just fall on my lap. I didn't just become this, person that I am today, just, out of sudden. It had a lot of mental and physical work that got me here today.
So let's talk a little bit about that, because I mean, it's one thing to say, oh yeah, be positive, dream big. But I know there's science behind this. I know that there's a reason it works. I know that, we can talk about the RAS, and we can talk about neuroplasticity, and we can talk about, gray matter, and we can talk all those things. However, I think that what I'd love to get across, at least because I know your story, so this interview is a little different, this conversation is a little different because I know you so intimately, but I'm going to go back to the active muscle. Like every night you chose to think big, regardless of what happened in the day. And when you came to Canada, you had 3 jobs and you finished high school and you supported your family and you still chose to continue to believe that those things were possible. Can you give the women watching some action items or some tools of what they can do to continue to dream big when life throws obstacles? Because you're right. I mean, life doesn't just unfold magically, and because you decide to think positively, everything just, bibbity bobbity boo, and you have like the Cinderella dress and the horse and carriage. You still have to work hard, but looking at those positive things, dreaming big, and only allowing yourself to see good, at least from my understanding, is good puts itself in front of you. You just have to be willing to see it and work hard to create that.
It's a great question, and there's so much I want to say about this, but I'm just going to start with this. To all of the women that are listening, and even men, and whoever is listening, it all starts with one single word, and that's believe. You have to believe with every fiber in you that you are meant for greater things. I believed when I was in the war that I wasn't going to die in that war. There was a reason why I was on this earth. There's a reason why every one of us is on this planet Earth, is to be joyful, to be abundant. This is our birthright. And I believe that. And I believe that with all my beings. So I never stopped that. That was always in the back of my mind. I knew, my father taught us, if you work hard and do good, you'll get good. That will come back to you tenfold. That's one of the things that was profound about my parents, the way they brought us up. Through all the challenges, through all the life difficulties, they kept saying to stay good and be true to who you are, and always believe that good things will happen for you if you stay true. So that was one thing I always believed in. And second thing was, we were taught from young age, if you work hard, you'll get everything you want in life. Now, this day and age with our phones, it's a little different. But I came here, and even during the refugee camp years, that I was such a struggle that sometimes we would walk, actually all the time, we would walk miles and miles and miles to get water so we can survive, and try and wait for food in the lineup for hours sometimes to get a plate of food to survive, because I believed there was something greater for me on the other side of that struggle. So for all the women listening, you have it in you. We all have the innate ability to do everything what we wanted to do, as long as you believe in possibilities. And that's a hard thing. A lot of us say, well, it's easier said than done. You know why? Because we are programmed to think negatively, to think the other way around. We're all asleep to the fact that if we could just shift a little bit of our thinking, we get to program our mindset. It's just like a computer. You're born with it. It's already there. But somewhere along the 4, 5, 6, 7 years, it changes, becomes, oh, I can't, or I won't, or I'm not able to. It's not for me. It's not possible. I wasn't born in it. All these things that were made us to believe, which is all BS. I find that belief system is a BS, because it's not true. When you're a child, you're born with happiness, with joy. You're laughing. You fall, you cry for a second, you get up, you're happy again. Why don't we do that as adults? Because we've been conditioned to stay this way. And I'm here to say that you don't have to live that way. You can change and reprogram your mind to be optimistic and think positive, because the more of that you do, the more your mind, your brain will show you of that. It's the fact that now with all the, like you said, RAS and neuroscience, it's more and more is coming out. I mean, there was a study done in Harvard School, how the brain waves and your mind, how it connects to each other. When you're thinking positively, it acts different than when you're thinking negatively. And all of that is in us. We could choose to be positive or negative. It's not easy. I get it, because we've been programmed the other way. But like a muscle. When you work out, it's hard at the beginning.
Yeah.
And then the more you go, the easier it gets. And you see all the definition coming out. You're like, oh my God, I'm getting some muscles here. I can do this. And then you continue doing it and you feel better and you look better. It's the same thing with your mind. At the beginning, it almost seems like it's impossible because that's all you've known your whole life.
Mm-hmm.
Not impossible. In fact, it's very, very possible. All you have to do is wake up every morning and say, I can do this. Look at yourself in the mirror and say, I can do this. It's in me. There's no way two different human beings have two different minds. We all are the same. We're all the same person. We were just brought up differently. So just knowing that I came from where I came from and I'm here today laughing and smiling. Anything that's going to go wrong is because I'm attracted to myself.
Uh-huh.
I used to always say, people say to me, you work 3 jobs and you have your kids and you have your business. How do you do it? I'm like, I don't even think. I love it so much. It's so effortless to me that I don't consider it work. I don't consider waking up at 5 a.m, going to work out and taking care of my family and my husband, helping my clients to do better in their life. I don't consider that work. I consider that joy that comes from inside of me. It's just automatic. Once we realize it's in us, it's effortless.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak from personal experience that, I mean, it is a choice. I mean, 7 months ago, I mean, where I was 7 months ago to where I am today is night and day, but it's all been an active choice. It's all been a choice to do all the hard work because it's not easy. Although I look at life as being easy and effortless now, no matter what gets thrown my way, it's still hard work. What is your daily routine that keeps your mind and your positivity sharp towards looking for good things? Like, what do you do every day that keeps you on track?
So I've lived with this mantra. I don't know where I read this. It was a really long time ago. Someone had written about if you want to live a really good, happy life, live by the 80-20 rules. Meaning, whatever you're doing, whether it's health, whether it's a training, working out, or whether it's studying, or whether it's you working, give it 80% of your good intention. The other 20% you can slack. For example, I eat healthy and clean and fresh 80% of the time. 20%, I indulge. I'm human. I'm not going to deprive myself of everything. I will have that glass of wine every now and then just to say, you know what? It's okay. I can live. Just because I work out 6-7 days a week, that doesn't mean I don't want to live. I want to live. I want to enjoy life. So 80% of the time, I wake up. Well, this part is almost 90 to 100. I wake up grateful. Every morning, I wake up and I look at my husband and I say, thank you, God, for this beautiful man that is sleeping next to me. I go and look at my children. I say, thank you, God, for these beautiful human beings that you brought to my life. And thank you, God, for my mind and my body that are healthy to keep me going every single day to take care of this family. These are my number one things every morning. It doesn't fail me and never has. And I've been doing it for 30 years. I stay consistent with my eatings and my training. I believe with everything in me that if you move your body, do some physical activity every day, will make you live a very healthy and abundant life. You can make better choices as a mother, as a wife, as a business owner. You're going to feel better about yourself. You're going to feel better about people around you. You're going to infect everyone around you with that positive energy. It's not, I'm not making this up, it's science. The dopamine, the adrenaline, all these good hormones that you're pumping into your body while you're working out, it's signaling your brain that positive, those optimistic thoughts that your brain needs to get you to the next level. So I've seen firsthand people that don't practice it this way, they practice the other way around and they live a different life. Unfortunately, it's not a happy one. And if I could, I would help the entire world live the way I live, which is optimistic and healthy. Because when you do that, you just have abundance of this amazing energy that is flowing into everywhere you go, anything you touch.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
for sure. But let's clarify here. You don't not have problems in life. Like they come at you, right? Like you just choose.
Everyone has
Right.
problems.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's important for the viewers to know. Like, I mean,
I am just like you. I'm a mother with children with challenges. I'm a wife with a husband with challenges. I'm a business owner who deals with challenges every day. I struggle, but you know what? I push myself to be better because I'm like, I know what it's like to be in a refugee camp. I know what it's like to live in a war-torn country. I know what it's like to be crippled by the sadness and negativity and unhealthiness. I don't want it.
yeah.
So every single day I get up and I choose differently. And I cut out, whether it's a purpose or it just falls off of my radar, I cut off all the negativity and all the toxicity. I mean, I do get some in, but because I live with optimism, it doesn't faze me that much. It used to, I'm not gonna lie, it used to, but it had, the power of it has weakened. You're right, it has weakened. Negativity doesn't touch me that well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest takeaways here is that we even have control over those negative thoughts. Like they're going to happen, but it's accepting them and then releasing them because they have no purpose.
Exactly
And I'm gonna say this here for everybody. So when I have negative thoughts, Nina's the first person I call. I'm like, Nina, I need a swift kick in the butt, please. Let me get it out. And she's always such a wonderful ray of sunshine. And if you follow her on Instagram, her mornings, every morning starts with her lemon and ginger, and then it's being grounded with her dog. And there's a crazy story. You know, you want to talk about manifestation. And I'll just share this. And, you know, it's not the Katie show right now, so I'm kind of taking on a little bit too much here. Normally I interview, but because we're friends, I want to share this. But Nina and I got introduced to each other how many years ago? Like
10 years ago? 7, 8,
10? I don't know, like a really long time ago. And we didn't see each other for what, 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years in there?
Yeah, I would say more than 7. Yeah, we just met again this year.
Yeah, we just met again this year. And it's insane how the universe works. And I'm going to go to me, like I was not everybody, but if you know my story, you can check it out on Ladies Take Control podcast. But I wasn't in a place to be positive. I wasn't in a place to call in great people. I wasn't there. And the moment I started shifting, all of a sudden, people like Nina, women like Nina are brought into my world. And it's because I started to shift. I started to see things differently. I started to show up differently. My mindset was changing. And it really is a testament to, I mean, how powerful your mind is, how powerful the present moment is. And you exude it. Like you are, like everybody.
You asked for it though.
It's the real deal.
But you asked for it though. Like you said 7 months ago, you asked for this life. You asked for it. So this is what I always say. Ask, believe, receive. It's as simple as that. And I always say, ask for what you want, not what you don't want. It's funny because we always ask for what we don't want. And I'll explain what I mean. I don't want to be overweight. I want to be fit. Well, how about changing that phrase, saying, I want to be healthy and fit. Do not use, I don't know, I want to be, unfit. Use words like that. Use words, I want to have abundance. I want to be full of joy. I want my children to experience the best of health and happiness in their life.
Mm-hmm.
I want my husband to wake up and have an amazing day at work. I get up every day and I say these things. Affirmations are insanely important. We have to put these affirmations in our mind over and over and over in order for our life to get better. But we do the other way all the time. I mean, I'm going to give you a quick example. There's a friend of mine I'm trying to help. And she said, it's okay if I could talk about this. And she said, she is very negative, and she's like, help me get out of this phase that I'm in. But when I talk to her, I'm like, what's the problem? She's my effing life, my effing this, my effing that. And she is just going on, and every word is coming out of her mouth is negative. And I'm like, let's breathe here. Let's calm down for a second, because just hearing you for the past 30 seconds, my mind's about to explode. Because if I was your mind, I'd be going crazy right now, because you're putting so much negativity and so much what you don't need in your mind. Ask for what you need and what you want. You'll get that. And it's so much harder than it sounds, because you have to practice it every single day. And if you don't have it, you won't be able to believe it.
Yes.
But you gotta get it. You gotta get it in your mind that I'm pure. I am whole as I am. I can do hard things, and I can do simple things, and I can do and get anything I want out of this life, because I was put on this earth to be full of joy and abundance. That's our birthright, every single human being on this planet. And that's what I want this message to be for everybody. Yeah, people say, you inspire me to eat better. You can inspire yourself to do that too.
Yeah.
Every single day I inspire myself to push better and harder today than yesterday.
I think that's a key takeaway in the mindset is we ask for what we don't want. We say, like, I weigh too much, or I eat too much junk food, or I need to stop eating this, or
I can't afford this, or I can't
afford. That's a big one. I can't afford this. Like living in that.
That's a huge one.
It's huge.
There's so much.
Of course, you can't afford it
world.
if you say you can't afford it.
Yeah, and the 1% that can afford it, they keep saying, "I want more. I want more. I want more. I deserve this. This is mine."
How many multimillionaires and billionaires have lost it all and gained it back? But it's because they know they will. They know that they can spend, and they will spend, and they will get it back. And now I'm not saying everybody needs to go out on a shopping spree, but feeling that you can afford it, never saying I can't, and changing that is a huge shift in a mindset. So if there's one thing, Nina, that you want every human that's listening here with us on the Power of Her Ladies Take Control community to take away with them, like if they're going to do one thing differently, after an 8-hour amazing summit being like poured into by all these incredible women, and we have a few gentlemen too that are pouring into ladies, what's the one thing you want them to do differently, to try tomorrow, to try tonight, like just the way, just when they hang up? Okay, what's going to change your life immediately? What can they do?
One word: gratitude. You have to be grateful for who you are, what you are, and what you have right now. Right now. Not tomorrow, not when you're going to get it, not in the future, not in your past, right now. Look at yourself and intentionally be grateful for who you are. Be compassionate for yourself, to yourself. Love yourself. I always know things will work out for me. My whole life, I always knew that, and I will never stop believing it, because they will, they do, they always do, because I am so grateful for being on this earth. Every morning I wake up and say, thank you for another breath. Thank you for another day that I can open my eyes. So gratitude is the number one that I would say people need to use in their life. Be grateful for your body, because if you're grateful for your body, you're going to put good food in it, nutrients, and you're going to go and train and work out and move your body to stay here for a long period of time. You're not going to abuse your body by adding junk food, by belittling yourself, or by telling bad things and putting bad things in your mind. You're not going to do that if you're grateful for who you are and why you're here. Just start with that. Start with that.
Be grateful. I agree. It was a huge, I've always been grateful. I've been practicing gratitude for forever. But now, the moment I wake up, my eyes wake up, it's almost like a jolt in the morning. And I'm like, I feel grateful the moment my eyes wait. Like I don't just think it, I now feel it. Like, and it's just this incredible, like nothing can go wrong. Because when you're in the moment and you're grateful for what you have everything you need and you want in that moment. And I think that, you know, it's a huge lesson that and action that we all need to take. It's a lesson we need to learn, and we need to be humble and honest with ourselves that maybe we aren't so grateful. Like we have to make that switch. So it's an action we can take to have a more abundant life.
Take a week, take a day, take a week, start analyzing your thoughts, because it all starts with your thoughts. Everything starts with our thought. If you keep thinking you're grateful, you're eventually going to start feeling it, because that's when you start making waves in your life. When you think and feel, that's the magic. Okay, that's the magic. I am amazing. I'm a whole. I am perfect where I am right now, and that's what's going to carry me to take care of myself, my body, my mind, my children, my husband, my community. It starts with that. And analyze it. Analyze why you don't think the way you think. What made you that way? Because you can change it. You can change it. I always say this. I taught my children since they were young, since they were babies. They used to go for play dates and come down and they'd be talking. I said, no. We're going to change the channel. You have to stay positive and strong. They're like, what I mean? I'm like, well, if you think negatively, you got to change the channel. It's like if you're watching something that's scary, you're going to change the channel, right? You don't want to watch that. They're like, yeah. So I've taught them from a young age, if some negative thoughts come to you, embrace them, welcome them, and then change it. Change it.
Yes.
You can change your life. It's simple.
I love it. It really is. It is simple. Okay, so how can everybody get a hold of you? Where can they find you? Plug your podcast, because we all need to listen to you. Tell everybody where we can get more of Nina.
Absolutely. Well, my podcast, it's called The Head Over Heels Show, and it's all about this. And my Instagram is Nina Kako. My handle is Nina Kako. It's all there. Same as my TikTok and my Facebook. It's all under Nina Kako. Send me DMs, messages, anything you need.
She'll answer. She will. She'll answer. Well, thank you so much. This was an honor and a privilege, and really a full circle moment for me, for our lives that have met together. And I know we have big things coming. We're going to do lots of work together. So I'm so grateful for you. And I'm grateful that you are on here pouring into all the ladies so that they can take control of their lives. So thank you so much, Nina.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I'm grateful for all of you listening. I'm grateful for you. And I can't wait for our long and beautiful journey ahead.
Hi, everyone. I have a new book coming out early fall of 2024, and I'm really excited to share it. I've been interviewing over the last year a number of women who have been through some stories that you really think that you hear in a movie. You can't believe that some of these things have happened to these women, and they have overcome the unimaginable. Now, all of these women, not only do they have impactful stories to share, but they've all turned their lives around and are making a difference. So I'm excited for you to read it. And if you sign up through your email, not only will you get to know when the book is out, but I will send you the first chapter for free. So you can take a look and see what the book is about. So I'm so excited, and I can't wait for you to read it.
Our closing keynote speaker is an incredible woman who is the epitome of having a servant leadership mindset. She is the founder of Women of Hope Unite and Giving Hope. And she is here to pour into you and teach you what it's like to go from pain to purpose. I am so honored to know this woman and to have her here speaking to you. Let's welcome Tracy Duhon to the virtual stage, the power of her event for the Ladies Take Control community. Tracy, I'm so grateful to have you here.
Hi, my friends. I have a question for you. What does it look like to step into your power through transforming your pain into purpose? Hi, I'm Tracy Duhon, and I want to welcome you today. To those of you who are attending live and to those of you who are watching the recording. And I want to take a moment and honor our precious host, Katie Mayers. Katie, you are an inspiration. I love your heart of bringing women together to use our voices and share our stories. Today, I got to connect with Katie on a heart-to-heart level. I say God always connects us on purpose for a purpose, and there's always a beautiful exchange. Well, today, getting to talk to Katie and us being able to hear each other's story a little bit more in depth, I'm impressed. I am inspired by you, Katie. And just in your last season of journeying through difficult, challenging circumstances, you've risen up and created a path that many other women can follow. So through you, Katie, I have the privilege of knowing you through the corporate work you do and enhancing the customer service experience for women, specifically in the automotive industry. And through you coming in and training our employees through the Premier Automotive, speaking to our premier women in leadership, so divinely chosen for this event, the power of her, that her is you and that her is me. As you hear me share my story today, I want you to be thinking about your story and your voice. I may be the one in this speaking platform today, but I'm speaking for every woman because your voice matters and my voice matters. My voice, I tell people, could have been silenced 7 different times on my journey, even in the last 5 years. But I'm here today with my story. My voice will not be silenced, and neither will yours, so that I can bring a story of hope and healing to every woman God gives me the honor to connect to, and so will you. I want to share with you the journey of my children. Oh, my children. Joshua, Abigail, Hope, Jonathan, Joseph, Ava, and Anastasia. 4 which I have the privilege to mother this side of heaven. This is my story of learning to live again after the unthinkable. I took the greatest tragedy a woman could experience in life, losing 3 children, and stepped into my power, turning my greatest pain into my life's purpose. My first encounter with loss came through a miscarriage at 8 weeks, a baby girl. I named her Hope. My Jonathan was born in 2004. He was diagnosed with Potter syndrome. I was told by the doctors to abort this baby, that he would die in utero, but that was not an option for this mama. Jonathan was born May 6th, 2004, Mother's Day week. He lived only 1 hour. It was only by the grace of God helping me that I was able to let him go. I tell people that I told God, you've got to show up in this room and help me to be able to let him go. My Joseph was born in 2006, and he was given the same diagnosis of Potter syndrome. He lived 7 hours. 2 years later, it was again Mother's Day week. He held my hand. He looked me in my eyes one time before he left me. You could have taken anything from me, but not my children. And it was the very thing I had to go through, not once, but twice. Both my boys went to heaven the same day they were born. I am one of only 2 cases, back-to-back diagnosis of Potter syndrome in the U.S. medical history. This became my story of pain to purpose. After these losses, I was told not to conceive, that my body could not handle, and that potentially the baby and myself would not survive. But then, like God, only He can do, He gave me 2 more miracles. My daughters, Ava Hope, who I call my redemption, and my Anastasia Grace, who I call my promise fulfilled. The journey with Anastasia Grace is what I call the longest pregnancy, as her story of adoption was 7 years in the making. My trip to China to pick her up was full of so much joy, but also broke my heart in new ways, clearing the path to what would become an international foundation, little did I know, dedicated to bring hope to the hopeless. Ava Hope is my medical miracle. My husband had just had a vasectomy, and I was 43 years old. Girls, there's always hope. My beautiful girl was born with no complications. She actually was my largest baby. She was my 9-pound beautiful baby with blue eyes. Through the journeys with all 7 of my children, the hope I never let go of became helping other people every day. In 2013, Giving Hope Foundation was birthed, with many local and global initiatives based on Matthew 25 to bring hope by helping other people every day. Giving Hope, to tell you some of what we do. We operate 5 food pantries across the nation that feed around 5,000 people every day, with plans of expansion already in progress. We have built 8 Hope Home family and orphan centers across the world, and we're currently building our 9th Hope Home this year in the Philippines. And we help families facilitate their own story of adoption through our initiative of Hope for a Home, one that is very, very dear to my heart. Giving Hope supports life transformation after addiction for both men and women through 2 programs. The Giving Hope Rehabilitation Center is one of the top heroin recovery centers in the U.S. and supports men through their recovery process. For the women, we partner with the New Orleans Mission, who runs the Lynn Haven Retreat Center for women stepping out of addiction and out of abuse. In 2020, I began Women of Hope Unite after a weekend of dreaming and planning. I had women coming to me searching for purpose, wanting to be more involved, and looking to give back. Well, Women of Hope Unite is a network of women dedicated to finding the gold in each other through giving of their time, talents, and treasure. It's based on God's promise of 1 Peter 4:10, with the vision statement to find the passion that inspires you, that brings you alive, in the injustice that angers you to make a difference. We do this through many initiatives, some of which are empowering women, mental and brain health, mentoring teens, and Hope for Children. Through Hope for Children, we're able to support children around the world through adoption assistance, foster care family support, resources for critically ill children, educational scholarships, and supporting our local Giving Hope Community Center. Giving Hope and Women of Hope Unite is my why. It is not what we do, it is who we are. Every woman, including you, has a story. Your story matters, and I want my story to impact you, to empower you, to hold on to hope, and to begin writing your own story so you can know your purpose, write your purpose, and live your purpose. This is where I tell women to begin. When you don't know what your purpose is, start here. I ask women 5 questions. What is the passion that inspires you? What is the injustice that angers you to make a difference? In my 20s, when I would hear of a woman or a child being abandoned or abused, I would get angry, not knowing that in my 50s, I would move heaven and earth for them because it was what I was called to do. So let me ask you, what is your profession? Our profession is not who we are, it is what we do. Our calling is in the first 2 questions, the passion that inspires you and the injustice that angers you. Think about that for a minute. Let that get in your heart to ask yourself, what is the passion that's inspiring me? What is the injustice that's angering me to make a difference? How can you take your time, talent, and treasure to leave a lasting impact for generations to come? And the last one, we don't think about daily. But as a woman, how do you want to be remembered? We get one life, precious friends, to live, one race to run. No one gets to run it for us. And it's only through my relationship with Christ and Him loving me back to life that I'm here today and able to share my story with you. So I want to take a moment and ask you to close your eyes and think as I ask you a question. Where in your life have you lost hope or you feel hopeless? It may not be like my story of losing babies, but a dream that died, or a season you're in that has changed you and you feel like you have lost part of you. It could be family disappointments, a loss through your business, anything hoped for and you feel you have lost. So friend, remember this. is where your purpose meets in your pain so you can step into your power. I often tell women that there is tables, if you went to an event, set for you. And we wouldn't choose the table of pain and suffering or grief. We would choose the table to sit at that's beautiful and that is reserved for joy and fun and laughter. But I say that in the one that you sit in, that you didn't ask for, you sat at a table reserved for the pain and suffering. You feast with God, our Father, who loves you back to life. It becomes supernatural. It's his super on your natural that comes alongside us. In the last few years, to tell you, I've started to say yes when I wanted to say no. And as I spend more time with myself, I tell my friends, I like me. I'm a daughter of God that he created me to be. And even as I'm a work in progress, I'm allowing myself to grow and to change in whatever season I'm in. So let me introduce you to my new friend. And that new friend is you. I want to thank you and thank my precious friend Katie for inviting me to speak to you today, as it is an honor to share with you as you step into your own power by transforming your pain into your purpose. As we each grow into our identity, we also grow in our faith. I want to gift you with a special message of hope that will help you to grow more in these areas. I invite you to continue connecting with us as I share my story through many exciting things to come. And I would be honored for you to join me in this journey through staying connected to Giving Hope at givinghope.nola.org, Women of Hope Unite at womenofhopeunite.org, and personally to my story at tracyduhon.com. There are many things that are coming. You can pre-order my book, When Hope Is All You Have, Learning to Live Again After the Unthinkable, at tracyduhon.com/book. And my website will be the home for what is coming up next. I'm working on a purpose guide where you hear my story, read my story, and you begin writing your story. And there's a podcast that's also in the works as well. I want to close today with the same question I asked you when I started. What does it look like to step into your power through transforming your pain into purpose? Thank you for being here today, as you've heard from our amazing host, Katie Mayers, and many other incredible speakers for this virtual conference. The power of her in 2024. And that, my friend, is you.
Well, that's a wrap, everyone. I am so grateful for every single speaker that poured into every single attendee. I cannot believe it. The Ladies Take Control Power of Her virtual event is finito. But there are some great gifts that are going to come your way, including the link, so that in case you stepped away or you wanted to rewatch another speaker, it is there for you. So you're going to receive an email with the link. You're also going to receive in that email some incredible gifts that the speakers are giving you. So watch out for that. There's also going to be a link to sign up for the next event, which is going to be December 13th, 2024. So sign up so you can get all the notifications and all the incredible speakers that are going to be speaking at that summit. I am so grateful for each one of you that has attended today. Please share it out with your friends, with your colleagues, because the Ladies Take Control mission is to have women, inspire women to find the courage to do hard things and to know that they have a choice to rise. And that's why we put on this summit for free, is so we can pour into you. Also, if you want to let me know something that you loved, or maybe you want to see more of, if there's a speaker that's out there that maybe I could go after and you want to see them as well on this stage, let me know. Respond to that email. It comes directly to my inbox, and let me know what you want to see. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. I think I've said that like 3 times, but I really, truly, truly am. I hope you have the best weekend. And thank you for joining the Ladies Take Control